It's a scorching summer afternoon in a quiet, run-down neighborhood, and one little girl is waiting on someone who's already several days late. Down the hall, an old grandma coos to her granddaughter. "When's our neighbor from 106, Tyre's dad, finally coming home?" "Let's wait just a little longer for Daddy, okay, sweetie?" The little girl, blonde pigtails, green eyes to melt your heart, just beams back. "Okay." Then 10 nights just tick by on the calendar, one by one. 10 full nights since Tyre's dad failed to come home, and Grandma's babysitting duty is starting to look permanent. Let's back up because our girl wants you to know exactly who she is. "My name is Asti, Kim Astier," she writes, in the world's proudest crayon scrawl. And according to Asti, her dad isn't just some guy running late. He's a legendary paladin from an empire called Terlokium. Every single day, apparently, Daddy is out there smiting wicked monsters and villains in the name of justice. Except Asti's old enough to know better. If he was a famous, powerful paladin, she reasons, we'd definitely be rich. Spoiler, they're not rich. They are, in fact, extremely poor. And Dad has to go to work every single day, holidays included. Exactly the kind of thing that gets a curious kid asking why Daddy works every single day while the grown-ups just skask under their breath. "It's because the pay's peanuts for how hard he works," one neighbor grumbles before getting scolded. "Hey, watch what you say in front of the kid." "Oh, what did I say?" Asti's real grudge is that Dad couldn't afford the new Tanny Pang sticker book, the one every kid in her class is obsessed with, right along with trips to Tanny Pang World and Lottie World. Or the beach trips other kids take with both their parents on holidays. Normal stuff. Asti's only ever heard about secondhand. "Me and Daddy have never been to places like that," she admits, trailing a little behind him. And this is the important part, she's genuinely okay with it. Because everyone here at Gold Villa, their rundown apartment block, absolutely adores her and her dad. Though not everyone's worries are so sweet. The neighbors whisper about fines for illegal immigrants, and what happens if Tyre gets deported back to her home country. Luckily, the preschool director downstairs took Asti in for free, because otherwise, they sigh, the poor thing would have fallen behind in no time. Turns out she's already taught herself to read. It's basically a group hug of a neighborhood. Everyone here has adopted this smart little girl. Meanwhile, Dad, dragging himself home exhausted, makes himself a quiet promise. He's going to live with Tyre for a long, long time. "One day," he tells her, "we'll definitely go back to my hometown, and we'll live in a big house and eat all the good food you want." Up on his shoulders, laughing her head off, Asti gets his real promise. "I'll make sure my Tyre is smiling every single day." Because, and this cannot be overstated, Tyre loves her daddy more than anything else in the entire world. Daddy, she insists, is worth 100,000 Tanny Pang sticker books. Back in the present, all that love goes straight into a crayon drawing. "Daddy, please come back home." She really, really wants him to come back soon. Then a neighbor comes bursting in, gasping, waving a piece of paper. "Say, sister, look at this." Something terrible happened. Terrible! Grandma nearly jumps out of her skin. "What's all the fuss about?" Grandma snaps. "You better not be overreacting again. You're always making a scene and scaring the child." But the look on that neighbor's face says this is not an overreaction. Oh no, what are we going to do?" Someone whispers into the dark. "What should we do?" "Oh heavens! Puh!" Tyre, honey. Stay right here, okay? We'll be right back." Grandma says, already halfway out the door. Asti's left alone with her crayons, while somewhere close by, someone's praying under their breath. Oh dear Lord! All she can do is wait, heart pounding, saying nothing at all. And the grown-ups come back, and the first word out of anyone's mouth is funerals. It's an official notice, unclaimed remains filed under the name Kim Young-soo, deceased. Asti just sits there with it, telling herself the only thing that makes sense, Daddy will come back. She remembers him instead, laughing, reaching for her hand, the two of them practically glowing. He promised her that. He promised Tyre. But outside, alone, all she's got left is the quiet. Deceased, she thinks. That means someone who died. So why does her heart feel so shaky? Outside, the sky just keeps pouring like it's trying to match the mood. Days later, someone carries a small box home through the rain. "You waited a long time, didn't you, Tyre?" The box goes down on the table in front of her. Quiet. Final. You'll have to sleep at Grandma's house again tonight, someone says gently, smoothing her hair. Oh, you poor thing. Grandma just holds her close in the rain. Poor baby. It's strange, Asti thinks, looking at that same crayon calendar. Daddy, please come back home. I even used the Tanapang sticker, she remembers, but Daddy still didn't come. All she can hear is his old promise echoing back. I'll make sure my tire is smiling every single day. That night she startles awake, half expecting to see his face leaning over her bed the way it always used to. In the dark, one question won't leave her alone. Did Daddy really leave Tyre all alone? She can't sleep. Her eyes just won't stay shut. So she gets up in the middle of the night, wide awake, and creeps toward the one thing she hasn't been brave enough to open yet. Dad's box. Inside, a wallet, a few small odds and ends. This is Daddy's, she whispers. She touches each piece like it might disappear. This is Daddy's too. Somewhere in her head, his old words are still playing on a loop. The promise to live with Tyre for a long, long time. Then she finds it. A gold pendant with a red gem on a chain. But he left Tyre behind, she chokes out. The dam finally breaks. Tyre only needs Daddy, she sobs into the empty room. All the grief just pours out at once, alone on the floor. And that's when the pendant in her hand starts glowing. It lifts clean off her palm, spinning, humming with light. That is not normal pendant behavior. The light gets blinding. Even the pendant sounds like it's hiccuping. And Asti, mid-sob, blurts out the only explanation her brain can produce. The rock is talking. Because that's exactly what's happening. A small black winged creature is unfolding itself right out of the light, red eyes and all. The rock transformed. Magic? Yeah, magic. That tracks about as well as anything else today. Asti's brain, still 5 years old about this, jumps straight to, Tiny Pong? The creature isn't having it. It looks her dead in the eye and says, flatly, Ah, I see. That man died, didn't he? Then it has the nerve to mimic her crying, he left Tyre all alone. Wah! And Asti does the only reasonable thing. She takes a swing at it. Fists flying at a floating demon dragon. Honestly fair. Then it drops the bomb. Casual as anything. Shall I bring him back to life for you? Asti freezes. Huh. It repeats itself, slower. I asked if you'd stop crying if I saved your dad. Its red eyes just watch her, waiting for an answer. But to do that, it warns, you have to throw away everything from your time here. The world you know, the people, even everything in this room. Asti just stares at this pitch-black little thing asking her to bet her whole life. She doesn't fully understand what this so-called Black Pang is even saying, but it makes her an offer anyway. It can take her back to the place where she was born, where she was always. Back to the place where that man is still alive, and Daddy, she decides, is the most precious thing Tyre has. I'll go, she says. Then louder, fists clenched. I'll go! Please save Daddy Black Pang! Light floods the room, and something in Asti starts to change, her whole self rewriting from the inside out. The glow just keeps building, swallowing everything else in the room. One thing's for sure, Tyre is definitely going to see her daddy again. A desperate wish tears straight through the sky, and for one blinding second the whole world holds its breath. When the light fades, our story lands somewhere achingly beautiful, a meadow drowning in petals. But peaceful is not going to last. Meet our girl, alone, curled up, crying her eyes out over a father she's lost, clutching a small box, all that's left to hold on to. In her memory, the moment it all began, a tear-soaked prayer screamed into the dark. Save my papa, Black Pop. And that prayer answers back. She wakes to a total stranger crouched over her, black hair, red eyes, asking if she's finally awake. Naturally, she panics and scrambles away screaming, Who are you? Stranger danger even in Fantasyland. Then those horns catch her eye and it clicks. This is no stranger. That's her tiny pet, mid-transformation into something a lot bigger and scarier. Black Pop, is that really you? You can turn into a human too? Turns out her scaly little familiar has been hiding some serious range. Black Pop drops the bomb. They're standing in her father's hometown. Tarlokium. Green, sunlit, and impossibly pretty. No wonder Daddy always bragged about the place. She remembers him fondly, sketching together at his desk, patient and warm, back when he was still here to hold a pencil steady for her. But Black Pop is quick to burst the nostalgia. Even his own considerable powers couldn't bring her father back from the dead. Here's the twist. They haven't just traveled, they've rewound 7 years to a time before she was even born. Her brain short circuits trying to do that math. I wasn't born yet, but I'm standing right here. She puts it together fast enough, though. This is legendary Puppetmon magic, and frankly, Black Pop is kind of a genius for pulling it off. Cue the fangirl moment. Black Pop, visibly done with her, just wants to move on. He explains the price. Ripping through dimensions like that maxed out his power completely, and he even had to conjure a place to rest while she slept through it. But here's the part that matters. Her father is, without question, alive somewhere in this world. One catch, obviously. The father living here has never met her and never will recognize her face. Black Pop warns her the world out there is bigger than she can picture, and there's no guarantee they'll ever actually find him. She doesn't flinch. I can find him, she decides. It's okay if Daddy doesn't recognize Taya. All she has to go on is one thing Dad always bragged about, being the single strongest holy knight who ever lived. Picture this, a little girl, mid-meltdown, insisting through tears that she is totally fine. Her face says otherwise. She is one gasp away from a full meltdown, still babbling that everyone should relax. Meanwhile, some grizzled stranger out in the woods is somehow crying harder than she is, hiccuping through his own tears. Whatever just happened has left both of them a wreck. That is a story for another day, though. Let us rewind to how this odd pair actually met. Meet Basto Perex, forest-dwelling monster hunter about to have the strangest night of his life. Deep in a forest crawling with monsters after dark, his trap snaps shut and hauls up something a lot smaller and a lot louder than dinner. A little kid out here alone, and strangest of all, she's the one trying to comfort him. She shrieks for him to just go away, while Basto mutters to himself that a kid this small cannot have wandered far from her father. Still, he cannot just cut her loose, not looking like this, drenched in monster blood and grime. One glance and any parent would panic. He reaches in to free her, promising to let her out, but from her side of the net, a blood-soaked giant reaching for you is not exactly reassuring. She loses it, screaming for someone called Blackie to save her, thrashing so hard the whole net rattles. Awkward as ever, Basto actually coaches her through it. Cry louder, kid, that is literally how Dad finds you. The mention of her father breaks something in her. The crying turns real, desperate. Basto just nods along, telling her, yeah, I hear you. Watching her fall apart over a dad who was nowhere in sight clearly guts him more than he expected. So he does the decent thing and tells her to go find her father and get lost, for her own good. Instead of running off relieved, she just blinks at him. Wait, are not you supposed to actually catch me first? And there it is, the penny drops. She was not scared of getting caught. She was scared of him, blood-crusted, unwashed, armed to the teeth. He clarifies, a little wounded, that he is no kidnapper. The trap was just meant to catch dinner. Cue an actual rabbit hopping by to prove the point. Yeah, that plan backfired spectacularly. Sighing, he backs off, giving her all the room she needs to bolt. He drops his weapon, hands up, and tells her flat out, this forest is no place for a kid alone, so hurry home. She takes the opening and darts off into the trees without a backward glance. Basto watches her go and immediately regrets it. Can a kid that small really find her way home out here? He decides to quietly follow. He waits it for a second, jaw tight, before making up his mind to shadow her. Then, out of nowhere, something spooks her hard enough to send her stumbling. She goes down and scrapes herself up bad, crying all over again. So much for the quiet exit. Basto is instantly on his feet, all his careful distance forgotten. So instead of leaving her be, he is crouched down bandaging her scraped-up leg while she, completely unbothered now, asks if rabbits taste good. They all, he tells her. She wants specifics, so like a cow then? He shrugs that it all tastes the same to him. She is appalled. Pig, cow, and chicken are obviously nothing alike, thank you very much. Listening to her talk food like a tiny critic, Basto quietly clocks that this kid was probably raised somewhere very comfortable. Except her crying earlier was loud enough to wake the whole forest, and still nobody came running. Something about her story is not adding up. So he drops the gentle act for a second and asks her straight up, "Where's your father, really?" Turns out the capital, the only place her nearby dad could possibly be, is a good 5 days walk from here. Close by forest standards, sure, not close by 6-year-old wandering alone standards. Caught in the lie, she stammers clearly she oversold the whole dad is right here thing. Turns out she was just following advice. Her kindergarten teacher apparently had very specific instructions for exactly this situation. Never cry when you are scared. Do not provoke your kidnapper and negotiate. Slowly, calmly, like a pro. Basto just stares, genuinely floored that toddlers now get formal training in how to handle getting kidnapped. Lie or not, one thing is obvious to him without a doubt. Between the fancy manners, the fussy palate, and that pristine little backpack, this is not a kid who grew up hungry. Everything about her screams a warm, well-off home, and someone back there who loves her a whole lot. Which settles it for him. He cannot just leave a kid like that to wander amongst a forest alone. He offers to walk her all the way to the capital himself. Her whole face lights up at the offer. "Your father must be waiting for you," he adds, and something about the way he says it actually sounds kind. First things first, though, he ladles her up a bowl of soup before they head anywhere. Steam curling off the bowl, the whole scene finally softens into something almost cozy. Between spoonfuls, she murmurs that her daddy is out there waiting for Tyre. That is her name, and yes, she talks about herself in the third person. It is adorable. She digs in properly now, beaming, fully agreeing with him. Turns out this detour barely costs him anything. He was already heading to the capital to cash in some mana stones he had mined. She squints suspiciously into her bowl. Carrot soup. The audacity. A flicker of memory surfaces. Some old lesson about how picky eaters never grow up big and strong, and she steels herself to actually try it. It plays out like a full flashback, a sing-song kindergarten chant about eating your vegetables, chewed and swallowed out of pure obligation. Then her eyes go wide. This is not what she expected. It is actually delicious, soft and sweet, practically candy in soup form, and she is already begging for seconds. Basto happily obliges, clearly enjoying watching her devour it. But scraping the bottom of the bowl, he spots something odd traced into the leftover broth. Words that definitely are not in their language. He goes completely still, staring at it. Even Tyre seems startled by herself, stammering that she has no idea how she even knew those letters. It is not a script either of them should recognize, and it dawns on her that Basto has not exactly been speaking her language this whole time either. Somehow they have just understood each other. She brushes past the weirdness fast, already scheming about how her friend Blackie needs to try this soup too. Under the stars that night, her thoughts drift quietly to the two she misses most. The fire crackles low as the odd little pair settle in to rest for the night. She holds on to one promise like a lifeline. Once they reach the capital, she will finally see her father again. She drifts off mid-thought, and for once, Basto just watches over her quietly. In her dreams, apparently, Blackie and Basto are both getting a formal introduction to Dad. Morning comes, and the two set off together, the forest behind them and the road to the capital ahead. She is already planning future feasts for the whole gang, utterly convinced they are all going to grow up big and strong together. More than anything, she just wants her dad to know how hard she has worked to get back to him. Days later, the walls of the imperial capital finally rise into view. But right at the gate, Basto hits a wall, literally told he cannot come in, no explanation given. He just stands there, this little girl asleep in his arms, completely blindsided. The guard drops the real bombshell. His mercenary registration has been wiped from the system entirely. As far as the capital is concerned, Basto Perix does not exist anymore. Something dark stirs at the edge of it all, a voice hissing at him to just turn back. And Tyre, still clutched against him, looks just as shaken by whatever is closing in around them. Whatever is coming for them, it is clear the simple errand just turned into something much bigger. Somewhere outside the capital, a furious fist slams into solid wood. Damn it! Someone is having a very bad day. Welcome to the Gate Inn, just outside the capital walls, about to host one seriously stressed out guest. That guest is Basto, practically vibrating with rage, muttering a name like a curse. Cal Wobin, that bastard definitely did this, Basto snarls, still radiating fury. The innkeeper's wife is not impressed. Basto, are you trying to destroy our inn? Go show off your strength somewhere else. Oh my, look at all this dirt, she gasps, eyeing Tyre head to toe. What in the world were you doing to get this child so filthy? She hauls Tyre off for an emergency scrub down. Honey, don't push it, this grandma is tired. That hurts. Stop exaggerating. Tyre is fully convinced she's being murdered by soap. The landlady, unbothered, has heard it all before. Enter the innkeeper himself, giving Basto a long look. Really? I heard your mercenary ID number was erased. Basto settles in and starts from the beginning. Do you know where I'm coming from and what I've been doing? His memory rewinds to a tense encounter, some poor official getting an earful, clearly not thrilled to be involved. I was dealing with the 3 mana stones on the outskirts, the ones giving the imperial family headaches, Basto explains. I laid siege to one of the 3 mana stones of Brewood, and I came to report it, he says, proud of a job well done. Out in the wilds, that stone goes down hard, just another day's work for the Empire's most overlooked monster hunter. The clerk barely looks up. Hey, the small mana stone of Brewood has already been reported, he says, like Basto is old news. A smug noble swoops in to take the bow. The Deathhound Mercenary Corps laid siege to it, cleanly. Never mind who actually swung the hammer. Basto's eye just about twitches out of his skull. Deathhound? Since when did they get the credit for his kill? Word spreads fast. Some small fry is out there trying to steal the Deathhound leader's glory. One bystander sneers. Tyre, wide-eyed, puts it together. Wait, that's you, Basto? Back at the Capitol Gate, present day, a guard squares up to him. Step aside quietly, or we'll drag you out. Basto's temper finally snaps clean in half. Cal Wobin. And there he is, Cal Wobin himself, silver-haired and smirking behind an eye patch. Basto, my friend, don't you worry so much. I'll personally handle Van and Raw, and the safety of your family. That threat lands like a lit match. You're going to make me... Basto roars, 1 second from doing something he can't take back. Every muscle in his body is screaming to attack while the crowd around him scrambles back in terror. Then, out of nowhere, a small hand finds his. Mister. Tyre looks up at him, worried instead of scared. Are you okay? Just like that, all the fury drains right out of him. She studies his scowling face and decides, scary as he looks, there's something good underneath it all. I'm sorry, he tells her quietly. It'll take a little longer to get you to the capital. She just beams back at him. Yes, it's okay. Behind them, some poor guy is still shaking, muttering that Basto nearly killed him and wondering what kind of maniac the Deathhound leader is even traveling with. So Basto lays out the plan. First, find somewhere to lay low for a while. Then figure out a way to actually get into the capital. Because something is clearly off. Why exactly are they locking civilians out of the capital in the first place? Outside the walls, refugees who lost everything to the monastones huddle by their fires. What exactly are the nobles and His Majesty even doing? He mutters. That's enough. Basto? The innkeeper cuts him off, yanking him back to the present before he spirals any further. Meanwhile, the landlady wraps up Tyre's scrub down, delighted with the results. Oh my, she's all clean now, so pretty. Tyre just giggles. Basto exhales, arms crossed. I'm frustrated, he admits. Understatement of the century. Tyre watched him over her cup, quietly noting he's gone sad again. The old innkeeper studies him. You're thinking about your hometown, aren't you? I'm sorry about what happened to Van Anra village, he adds gently. Tyre freezes mid-sip. That name just did something to her. Bah, she mumbles, like the word is dragging a memory up from somewhere deep. Huh? Basto blinks. Banana, was it? The innkeeper offers, completely missing the point. Banana? Tyre echoes. Are you talking about Van Honor Village? Basto asks. Yes, Banana Village, she says, delighted with herself. Then it hits her, hard. Why did she suddenly remember that name at all? Her eyes go wide over the rim of her cup. Something just clicked into place. Because Tyre already knows Mr. Basto somehow, her mind rewinds to a bedtime story her real dad used to tell her. Honey, did you know your dad used to have 20 subordinates? Not that many, he laughs, playing along with baby Tyre's exaggeration. It's a lot, she insists. 20 super strong people beats 100 weak ones, easy. So were dad's subordinates all legendary? She asks. Of course, every single one super strong. He plays along, grinning. The person I was closest to, he tells her, was called Mr. Hammer. Present-day Basto goes very, very still. Mr. Hammer? He wasn't originally my subordinate, the story goes. He was vice captain of a mercenary group called Deathhound. Deathhound? What's that? Little Tyre asks, already fully invested. Deathhound means dog of death, he tells her. Her eyes go huge. Dog of death, now that's a cool name. He acts it out with a toy knife and hammer. The people's names are Cow and Hammer, get it? Like a matching set. And that's when it all clicks for Tyre, the toy hammer. Cow, Mr. Hammer, it's the exact story Dad used to tell. She's staring right at him. Basto has no idea what just crossed her mind. They were supposed to be friends, she recounts. But Cow betrayed Mr. and ran away all alone. Cow was always hanging around Van Enera village, but he'd send Mr. Hammer out to lay siege to Mana Stones every single day. There's young Cal in the story, smug as ever, already scheming. Because he promised Mr. Hammer something important? To take care of his wife and daughter every single day he was away. Then, one day, the day of destruction came for Van Enera village. A day of destruction is when the night-only monsters, somehow, come out swinging in broad daylight. We have to remember that, present-day Basto warns. It's dangerous heading back there too. As luck would have it, Mr. Hammer was away sieging another Mana Stone when the alarm went up. Cal! Leader! Monsters are all over the village outskirts! Call every mercenary in the corps, young Cal bellows. The village is in danger! Behind the heroics, though, a very different Cal just sighs. This is giving me a headache. To the villagers' faces, he promises the world. I'll sort this out and get you all evacuated soon. So Cal makes a big show of going to check the situation and quietly slits away in a wagon, leaving everyone behind. The villagers wait for a rescue that never comes, while monsters tear through everything they know. Mr. Hammer comes home to a nightmare screaming into the wreckage. Everyone is already dead, the story says. Present-day Tyre just stares, horrified. Oh, how? After that, Mr. Hammer left Deathhound, she continues, sipping her drink like this is completely normal storytime information. And the bad Cal even bribed the Holy Knights to wipe out Mr.'s ID because Mr. wouldn't follow him anymore. He's so mean, right? Really, just like Dad said, she nods solemnly. He erased the exact number Mr. Basto needs to get into the capital. The innkeeper just stares at this tiny girl, utterly baffled by how much she seems to know. But Mr. Hammer, all alone after that, he met my dad, who was ranked #1 at the time, Tyre explains proudly. Dad made him a brand new ID and told him to come along. Because Dad said he could tell, just by looking at him, that Mr. Hammer was kind and strong. And just like that, Tyre's resolve locks into place. I have to find Dad, fast. Dad can help Mr. Basto. Storytime apparently took it out of her. She's already fighting to keep her eyes open. The landlady tucks her in with a soft laugh. All bundled up now. Sweet dreams. Our girl's got a plan brewing under all that hair. If she wants to see Daddy, she has got to get herself into the imperial capital. One tiny problem. Daddy is shut up inside those walls, and there is no way in for a 5-year-old with no papers. She curls up right there on the ground, racking her brain. She promised she would help them, Mr. 2, and now she cannot even get through the gate. It all becomes too much, and she breaks down completely, clinging tight and sobbing into whoever is holding her. This is a total predicament, she wails. And honestly, drama queen, we feel you. Night falls quiet over the safe house, the moon hanging over the rooftops while worry keeps one little girl wide awake inside. Furrowed brow and all, she finally cries herself to sleep. keeping watch at her bedside is the gruff mercenary who took her in, carefully wrapping her scraped-up hand while she sleeps. His mind is already racing. Fake up a new mercenary ID or find some other way to sneak into the imperial capital? Even if the front door stays closed to a mercenary dragging a kid along, there is still a way. Hand her off to someone he actually trusts and get her inside through them. His jaw sets. Whatever that old short meeting was about, it is clearly still weighing on him. The room goes quiet again, just a small shape asleep under the blanket and a little pink backpack standing guard. Something pale and furry shifts at the foot of the bed. She is not quite as alone as she looks. Tucked into that backpack, a little charm with glowing red eyes flickers awake, sleeping so peacefully like nothing happened at all. Narrator's honest opinion, something is absolutely about to happen. A boy with rain blue hair kneels by her bed, soft and half see-through, like he is not entirely real. "I want to stay with you a bit longer," he murmurs. "But my strength is not fully restored yet," he admits, watching over her with a tired, tender look. Whoever or whatever he is, he lingers a moment longer before the vision starts to fade. Elsewhere in the shadows, a much snarkier voice pipes up. "How pathetic, getting like this just from turning back time a little." The little red gem pendant around her neck pulses once. "Wait just a little longer." "Astier," it whispers. Morning comes, and so does the panic. She blinks awake on the stairs and yelps. "Ah? Where's Mr. Vasto?" Found him. She throws her arms up, delighted, and happily lets herself get scooped along for the day. Their errand drops them right into a refugee market outside the capital walls, vendors bellowing over each other. 100 iron. Everything for 100 iron. Trade it for fish. Trade. The haggling only gets louder, while somewhere in the crush someone is shoving through, yelling for everyone to move, to a chorus of annoyed grumbling. Hand in hand with her guardian, she goes quiet, catching adult talk about how things have gotten worse lately because of something new that showed up. A tired old vendor sighs over her wares. "Mana stones, and big ones too. Word is there is a personnel shortage for some kind of siege." Nearby, a barefoot kid with short black hair just stares, silent, the kind of blank stare that comes from having already seen too much. Basto was already muttering what everyone here seems to believe. Does it even make sense to seal off the capital and walk ordinary people out? So many refugees lost everything to these mana stones, and the only people untouched by any of it are the rich, safe behind capital walls. Then chaos erupts. Someone screams, "You crazy wench!" and Tyre flinches at the sudden violence nearby. A furious man is bearing down on the woman, roaring that she is lying to his face. She holds her ground. "I told you, I just bumped into you passing by. Why would I lay a hand on your wallet?" But he is not listening. He does not wait for an answer. His fist connects with a sickening crack. Tyre freezes, eyes wide with horror. If you hit." "You should not," she starts to say. "Hit her?" Before the man can throw another punch, Basto's hand locks around his wrist and stops him cold. It drags something up in her, a memory of a small figure curling up, bracing for a blow about to land. "The lady from room 203, the memory murmurs. "Same story, different room. That man used to hit her every single day, too. But she was kind, always smiling, always asking, 'Oh, Artire, what did you earn today?' A small warm memory tucked inside an ugly moment. Snapped back to the present, Tyre finds her voice and screams it at the top of her lungs. "Stop! Heading is bad." Basto scoops her straight up and out of the danger zone before she can get any closer to the fight. The crowd does a collective double take. Well, that got everyone's attention. The aggressor rounds on the new arrivals, sneering. "What is this damn brat now?" But the tide is already turning. Bystanders start backing Tyre up. "Hey, stop that already." "Yeah, she said she did not steal it." Cornered, the man puffs himself up instead, snarling, "Do you know who you are messing with?" "Look here, young man," he bellows, getting right up in Basto's face. Basto does not even raise his voice. "Think carefully," he says. "The back alleys of the checkpoint are full of people who have nothing left to lose." "What? What are you trying to say?" the man stammers, right as Basto levels one more line at him. "Whether you are a noble or a rich man." You will be found as a corpse in the middle of the night with nobody the wiser. So do yourself a favor and leave. Quietly. The man goes pale, all bluster gone, sweat dripping down his face. Suddenly it is much more urgent that he be literally anywhere else. What bad luck, he mutters, bolting through the crowd, yelling for everyone to move. Tyre watches the whole thing with stars in her eyes, thoroughly convinced this guy is secretly some kind of hidden master. Business apparently is not done yet. Basto heads off with a specific destination in mind, the room at the end of the second floor. An old vendor spots him and needles him immediately. I thought you had not come in for a few days. What on earth are you doing here? Someone hollers his way, and Basto does not even look up. Mind your own business, old bag, he grumbles. Such a lack of manners, she fires right back. Do you even know what your face looks like right now? Oi, old bag, he snaps, and Tyre just stares between the two of them, wide-eyed. Just follow me for now, he tells her, and she trails after, quietly proud of herself. Tyre. I helped a good person, right? Basto's face goes tight and serious for a beat, some private thought crossing his mind. Tyre suddenly yelps, wide-eyed. Right. Whatever just occurred to her, it clearly startled her. Later, at the table, Basto is already barking orders. Child, get ready to eat now. You, wipe your face with this. He points, unimpressed, clearly not in the mood for any arguments over table manners. Forget it, who would want something like, he starts, then gives up on subtlety entirely. Do I need to shove this in your face myself? He grits his teeth, thoroughly done with this whole negotiation. Tyre has been turning something over in her head this whole time, and it is about to come out. This big sister is... Yo, you're mean, she blurts, and when he says what, she just doubles down. Did you really steal that wallet, big sister? If you are mean, a tiger is going to come take you away, big sister, he fires back, completely deadpan. Tyre's jaw drops. Whoa, act! That is the last straw. WHO, are you calling big sister? Basto finally explodes. Just like that pig from earlier. Why does everyone think I am a girl? I am a boy, you little runt. He huffs and shakes it off, brushing a stray flicker of magic from his glove like the whole conversation never happened. Somebody just made the mistake of the day, because this glowering, black-haired stranger throws his hands up and snaps. I am a man, you pipsqueak. Sure, buddy, we believe you. Our favorite tiny mercenary hopeful just about short circuits, stammering. See, sister? No, brother. Congratulations, kid. You have just met the prettiest assassin in the business. Still staring, she tells him straight up this is the first time she has ever seen a brother who looks that much like a sister. Bold move considering he is still fuming. Cut to a familiar face shoving a door open with a tired thud. The big, scarred mercenary everyone calls Hammer has finally shown up. Turns out Pretty Boy has a rap sheet. With a smug little smirk, he admits, it's true, I stole the wallet. Correction, he clarifies. It was his wallet first, so really he just took it back from some deadbeat who tried to skip out on paying a mercenary corps he had hired. Cue the flashback beatdown, our smug assassin dragging the so-called payment dodger back by the collar. Justice, mercenary style. He shrugs it off. Someone like him was never getting knighted anyway, and if he wants real money hunting monsters, being a mercenary is the only road open to him. I guess the wheel's turning for Tyre. If they actually formed a mercenary corps, she wonders out loud, could they even get her an ID card? There's a catch, though. They would still have to pass the mercenary exam first. Tyre does not hear a word of it. She's already floating on a cloud of excitement. Her whole face lights up like she just won the lottery. This is it. A mercenary corps, she squeals, throwing her full toddler-sized enthusiasm behind the plan. Let's do it, with Tyre on the team, obviously. The idea catches Pretty Boy off guard too, his composure cracking for just a second with a startled little gasp. Big Brother Hammer is not nearly as charmed by the plan, growling, "What are you babbling about now, you brat?" He rounds on Tyre next, pinching her cheeks and demanding to know if she even understands what an assassin is, because that is exactly what he happens to be. And since when does an assassin run a mercenary corps with a kid in tow? Tyre just blinks, assassin, then rallies fast. Yes, assassin, but Tyre has a legendary pet monster too. Tears welling up. She insists Mr. Basto is really, really strong, while her so-called legendary pet, basically a fuzzy toy peeking out of her backpack, earns her nothing but a baffled poo? What's that? Turns out Pretty Boy genuinely has no clue who Hammer even is. Sibling bonding, everyone. A pointed ahem from behind makes him jump. Someone has finally arrived to settle this whole argument. Tyre beams and greets him as Mr. Hammer, though a bystander corrects her. That is Basto Perix, and word is he is dead serious about starting a mercenary corps. Basto just stands there, arms crossed, radiating the quiet confidence of a man who is used to being underestimated. Pretty Boy sizes him up and mutters under his breath, wondering who exactly this muscle-bound stranger thinks he is. Basto is not asking for a handout either, insisting he can take down a small magic stone all on his own. Tyre, riding on his shoulders, is not having any of the tough guy act. Let's do it. Let's make a mercenary corps with Tyre, brother, she cheers, and just like that, brother sticks. Pretty Boy just stares back, thoroughly unconvinced by any of this. His mind drifts back 2 months to a certain date and a certain magic stone in Briarwood that is about to blow this whole story open. Flashback. A crowd roars as a corps ranked 12th, nicknamed the Immortal Deathhound, comes marching back in triumph. Someone barks at the crowd to clear the way. They have just conquered a small magic stone. Pretty Boy just rolls his eyes at all the noise and posturing. A grinning underling rushes up laughing, greeting him with, "I heard the news, Captain." So that is who is really running this outfit. As the corps gets waved straight through without so much as a check, a bystander raises an eyebrow. Since when do a mercenary corps and a regular knight get that cozy? Somewhere else entirely, 2 figures square off in the dark, and it does not look friendly. As far as this stranger knows, there is only one small magic stone active in Briarwood right now, so he would strongly advise against lying about who actually conquered it. Back in the present, Tyre is having none of the accusations flying around, snapping, "No, it's not, you dummy." She insists Mr. Hammer really did do it all himself, and that some lying swindler stole the credit right out from under him. Pretty Boy scoffs. What would she even know? But privately admits it does not matter if nobody believes him, he will just have to prove it, starting with getting Basto's ID reissued and heading for the capital. Basto lays out the deal plainly. He promised to bring this kid, going by the name Kim Astier, to her father, who is supposedly somewhere in the capital. A quiet flash of memory surfaces, a much smaller Tyre all alone, still hoping for Dad. That lands like a gut punch on Pretty Boy, who splutters, "Dad, you were a lost child, and you are not even her father." Right, he remembers now. She did keep calling him Mr. No wonder, honestly. The two of them do not look remotely alike. He studies them both, mentally filing Basto under looks incapable of this, and Tyre under just looks like an idiot, but reluctantly admits neither one of them seems to actually be lying. Piece by piece, it clicks for him. That so-called Deathhound corps smelled fishy from the start, swiping this muscle-bound stranger's credit hole and getting nervous about what happens if the truth gets out. He had been out scouting for decent recruits this whole time anyway, 2 frustrating months and counting. No good candidates turned up, so he hired outside help instead, and that only earned him a knife in the back. He is officially done risking a teammate who cannot even survive the exam. Bottom line, he is not about to let anything slow down the money-making operation. A stray memory flickers by. An ordinary, smiling family with a basket of bread, about as far from his line of work as it gets. He grips his head, groaning through gritted teeth, clearly out of patience and out of options. Then he spots his opening and slams a fist down. "You there, big guy." No sugarcoating the offer either. Pull your weight, work like 1.5 people, or he's leaving Basto behind without a second thought. And there it is, the name behind the smirk. Bale Theodore, Basto's own brother, and apparently the captain running this whole mercenary operation. Basto just grunts back that if he can keep up, that is something at least, so long as he does not turn into dead weight. And so, the very next day, the newly assembled trio sets out. Tyre is absolutely thrilled about it. throwing her arms up and cheering that they are off to siege a magic stone. Bale, meanwhile, is stuck holding a kid's hand through the forest and clearly questioning every decision that led him here. Still, the three of them press on together, an unlikely little family marching through the trees toward whatever is waiting for them. Tyre, proudly waving around a stick she has decided is a very cool branch, declares they are a team now, a strong one since Mr. Hammer is tough and her pretty brother is supposedly no slouch either. Basta wonders out loud why she is so worked up, and Tyre whispers to herself that her fuzzy little sidekick, Blackie, is secretly a legendary monster too. Oh, and obviously so is she. Chill a proud little highlight reel in her head. First place in the quail class race, undefeated champion of hide and seek, tag, you name it. Back when Tyre got going, she brags she could catch absolutely everyone. She spins around to reassure the grown-ups not to worry either because Tyre is, and we quote, super strong. She squares up with her stick like she is about to single-handedly take down whatever is out there. Basto's hand lands firmly on her shoulder instead, his tone dropping flat and serious. Tyre, you are not going to catch monsters. That stopped her cold, the confidence draining right off her face. Because up until this exact moment she admits she had been completely sold on the idea that she could. Basto is not done either. Hunting monsters is not child's play, he tells her plainly, then asks what exactly she thinks is the scariest thing out there. Her best guess delivered with total sincerity. A Tyrannosaurus? He does not even know what that is, he admits, but whatever she is picturing, monsters are worse. 10 times scarier, he warns her flatly. Much, much scarier than anything she has got in that imagination of hers. And right on cue, the forest erupts, fire and debris tearing through the trees like the punchline just walked in early. Tyre's scream cuts through the chaos. Mister, brother. Clutching her chest in raw panic, all she can force out is one word. No. Smoke and embers drift down over the sudden silence, and the chapter cuts out right there, on the worst possible cliffhanger. A warning before we start. Monsters are not just scary, they are about 10 times more terrifying than that. Case in point, this plain-sized bundle of nerves practically short-circuits at the very idea. Somewhere close by, steel catches the light. A job is about to begin. Out in the woods at dusk, the old man raising her reveals he has hired some outside help. Meet Nordics, the self-styled omen diviner raising her, and right now he is telling little Astyr to sit tight and wait quietly with him. The two hired hands head off with a promise, back before daybreak. Basto vows to earn his keep, especially since it was the old innkeeper Jax who vouched for him. Cut to a memory. Some other dad in some other world once drilled monster lessons into her, tons of different kinds, he said. And their attack patterns vary just as wildly, so never ever let your guard down. Back in the present, Tyre squares her tiny shoulders and vows to wait quietly like a good girl. No way is she going to be a brat about this. Off, she toddles into the grass, backpack and all, determined to prove it. Enter Vale, the sharp-tongued swordswoman, who cannot resist needling her on the way out. Don't go crying the second we're gone, okay? Tyre sputters, indignant. She is absolutely not going to cry. Vale leans in with a smirk, unconvinced, and starts dragging up receipts from the day Tyre first met Basto. Didn't she wail and beg him to save her, snot and all? Tyre, mortified, insists there is a very important difference between a little kid and a child. Little kid is condescending, she wails, to which Vale just laughs that she is a bratty low kid either way. Basto finally steps in, done refereeing, and calls it time to move out. Nordics wishes them good fortune, while Tyre's teasing melts into something softer, a quiet, misty-eyed goodbye to Basto. Basto's jaw sets as he turns toward the dark forest ahead. Vale, never one to be left out, immediately demands her own send-off. Tyre softens and tells her to be careful too. With that, Tyre turns and heads back to wait with her grandfather, footsteps fading into the trees. As they trek toward the cave, Vale cannot resist a smirk, muttering what a joke this whole search really is. Turns out Nordics has a theory. Maybe Tyre is some noble's lost child. Vale is skeptical. Out of everything he has said, that is the part she finds hardest to swallow. What noble just abandons their kid in a monster forest? Nordics just shrugs it off. Hey, it is only a guess. They arrive at Tenebram Cave, once a food storehouse, now a monster den crawling with small mana stones. Lantern rays, they push inside, still griping about how bizarre that name Tyre gave them really is. Flashback to Tyre proudly spelling it out for them. Surname Kim, given name Young Soo. Kim Young Soo, thank you very much. Kim, what? They groan? No noble on earth has a name like that, and this whole lost noble child story sounds like pure make-believe. Vale cannot help wondering out loud if they are really betting on some sketchy rumor to find this kid's father. Truth is, the whole story was so wild that Basto actually caved and bought black market intel on it himself. Word is, the man lost his whole family in Banandra village and turned into a wandering mercenary afterward. But before that tragedy, he was apparently a top-tier vice-captain of a squad called the Death Hounds. A shame about the family, but if even half that talent is real, Basto figures landing this guy could be the break of his career. Inside, they go about the plan. Mana stones are scattered everywhere, so they will just hit the one nearest the entrance and bail. Bale nods along, adding she fully intends to give this everything she has got. Basto matches her energy with a simple likewise as they steel themselves for the job. Then Basto charges in, hammer blazing, and lets it rip. The strike lands hard enough to crack solid stone. Magic erupts in a violent burst of light. But something is wrong. The cracks keep spreading, way further than they should. Basto and Vale both freeze, watching fractures race out behind them too. This is way too big a crack for one small mana stone. Something is very wrong here. Before Basto can stop her, Vale bolts toward the danger instead of away from it. She spotted the real problem, a whole cluster of medium mana stones flooding out from behind the wall. The whole cave shudders as the fractures tear wider. Something huge is taking shape inside all of that crackling energy. Vale's face says it all. Whatever this is, it is way outside the plan. One word is all there is time for. Run. Miles away, Nordics feels the tremor in his bones and sets off through the dark, lantern in hand. Back at camp, Tyre sits with him under the fireflies, quietly worrying out loud about Basto and Vale. She pulls out a strange little pendant and murmurs to it. Wake up, Black Pop. There is so much she wants to tell it, she whispers, alone under the moonlight. For just a second, something inside that pendant seems to stir. Then Tyre's head snaps up, startled. A distant explosion lights up the night sky. The ground itself seems to shake beneath her. What on earth was that? Her mind jumps straight to Vale. Fire and rubble erupt from the direction of the cave. Tyre freezes, eyes wide with dread. The blaze keeps roaring, swallowing the tree line whole. Another blast rips through the darkness. Flames climb higher, licking at the night sky. Nordic scoops Tyre up, shielding her, muttering with grim understatement that they seem to be in quite a predicament, he finishes, as the fire closes in around them. A massive beast wreathed in flame comes tearing straight at them. Nordics shoves Tyre behind him and roars at her to run. He will draw the thing's attention. Tyre bolts, a ragged voice behind her screaming to hurry. Somewhere close by, an exhausted hand claws for purchase, barely holding on. Then Tyre sees it, and her whole body goes cold. It cannot be. Someone she loves lies broken in the firelight. A pained, furious roar tears through the smoke. Basto is still standing, barely throwing himself at the beast on nothing but stubbornness. Tyre watches, tears welling as it hits her. Mr. Basto is going to die, and there's nothing she can do about it. Vale is right behind him, and so is the grandfather she calls Grandpa Nordics. Everyone she loves disappearing all at once, just like that day, whatever that day was. She clutches a little box of keepsakes to her chest, the only pieces of a family she has left. Something dark stirs within the wreckage, unnoticed. Tyre collapses to the ground, overwhelmed. Hands clasped, she begs whoever might be listening. Please, I am begging you. If there is a God out there, please just hear Tyre's prayer. She does not want to say goodbye to anyone ever again. Her sobs tear through the quiet forest, raw and unfiltered. Then, impossibly, light flares to life around her clenched hands. Green mist coils upward, thick with power. Something is taking shape inside that glow. And out steps Black Pop's true form, a grinning bone-white guardian wide awake and ready. Deep in a monster-crawling rift, a nightmare with bat wings and claws comes down hard on a lone fighter. This is Vale, and she is about to have the worst night of her life. Blood-streaked and furious, Vale grits her teeth. "These damn bastards," she snarls, and she is not done fighting yet. Nearby, a clawed hand closes around a massive glowing stone at the heart of the ruins. Something here is drawing on serious power. Basto swings in, bandaged arms and all, throwing his full weight into the fight to buy Vale some room to breathe. Basto catches sight of the altar and cannot believe it. "When I scouted this place 2 days ago, there were only small mana stones," he growls. "This rift has gotten a lot uglier since then." And there it is, the thing behind all of it. A winged, fire-wreathed horror looms over them, and it is nowhere near tired. Catching her breath, Vale admits the truth neither of them wants to say out loud. The two of them alone cannot possibly take this thing down. Cornered and out of options, Vale pulls out a last resort, gripping a hidden vial. "Rather than get torn apart alive," she rasps, "I would rather just—" She finishes the thought through gritted teeth and tears, swallow poison and end it on her own terms before the monster can. This is rock bottom. But right as she braces to go through with it, something finally connects. A blade bites deep into the monster, and for the first time all night, it is the one screaming. Whatever just landed that hit is not messing around. Light erupts across the clearing in one final decisive burst. In the smoke, a badly wounded fighter drags themselves up, clutching a glowing shard just to see straight. Alive. Barely. Fire still raging and the fight is still not over. They are seconds from being completely overrun. And then, impossibly, the ground itself answers. Skeletons claw their way up out of the earth, and they are not here for Basto and Vale. One of the bone warriors locks onto the real threat and drags it down by the throat. The monster shrieks as it is torn apart, outnumbered by an army nobody here summoned, or so it seems. More skeletons pour in, running down the last of the fleeing monsters without mercy. A final geyser of raw light and energy blasts up from the battlefield, and then, just like that, it is over. Vale flinches back, blood on her face, staring at the carnage in disbelief. Did that really just happen? Basto just crouches there in silence, too stunned to even ask the question out loud yet. As the dust settles, they can still hear it, screaming, echoing up from somewhere beneath the ground. Vale shakes her head. "I did not see it wrong. That was just now," she insists. "Whatever saved them is still down there." Basto shouts her name, Vale, and for one gasping second relief hits them both. They are actually still alive. Stumbling back together, Basto asks the obvious question. "What happened? You never said you were a mage." Vale snaps back just as confused. "What nonsense! I thought you were the one who did it." Basto can hardly process it. A little later and he would have been a dead man, and neither of them did whatever just saved their lives. "If it wasn't you, then who on earth?" Basto trails off. "Somebody or something out there is way more powerful than either of them. One thing is certain. Whatever rose out of that ground are creatures of darkness, plain and simple. Skeletons, and a lot of them." A pair of hollow red eyes flicker to life in the dark, watching, waiting, and, weirdly, not attacking. Exhausted and rattled, the two of them trudge on through the forest, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Then bare-boned feet step into view right beside them, and Vale cannot help a scared little sniffle. Whoever is casting this kind of magic for the first time in recorded history is apparently walking around nearby. Comforting thought, right? Vale is openly crying now, nerves completely shot after a night like this. Basto and Vale round on the skeleton and just demand answers. What is the motive? Why did you save us? Fair question, honestly. A strange little light flickers through the trees ahead of them, and wary or not, they follow it. The light leads them to a sniffling, hiccuping little face. Someone very small has clearly been crying for a while. And there she is, a tiny blonde girl surrounded by a whole crowd of skeletons that, it turns out, are not attacking her, they are guarding her. The little girl bursts into tears of pure relief, hugging a skull to her chest. "You're alive, waste true." Between sobs, she admits she was sure everyone was about to die, and Vale is right there crying along with her. "I knew it." Whoa! Even one of the skeletons looks startled by the outburst. "Huh?" The girl just blinks back through tears. Really? The girl perks up mid-cry. Uncle, Grandpa Nordix is coming too, hic, and Basto, somehow also crying now, chokes out, here too, I'm so glad, wah, ha! For a second everyone just sniffles at each other in stunned, exhausted relief. The kid, apparently unbothered by merely dying an hour ago, teases them. To think Vale and Uncle could have become bone friends 24 and 25? Cheeky, considering the circumstances? One of the skeletons actually scolds her for it. You shouldn't say such bad things. Yes, the skeleton is the responsible one here. She just shrugs it off. I was just joking. A joke is only a joke if the person listening feels good too, got it? Bulletproof logic from a 5-year-old. Vale's brain audibly short-circuits at that one. A skeleton points off into the trees, and the little girl lights up. It really is Grandpa Nordix. Sure enough, an old man limps out of the dark, leaning hard on his cane, wounded and out of breath, with a skeleton of his own trailing beside him. The girl beams up at him. It's just like the bone friend said, right? Basto, still catching up with all of it, just nods. Yeah, it really is. Turns out the skeletons underground hear everything. They apparently finished off every monster that tried to run. The girl tilts her head, more interested in the skull nuzzling her cheek than the explanation. What? Core? Wrapped in a blanket, the old mage asks the two mercenaries the only question that matters. Are you two safe? Yes, for now. Vale manages. Bleeding from a cut on his forehead, Nordic stares at the bone army around them and mutters, those skeletons. Could it be that child? If my judgment is not mistaken, he says slowly, it is correct that the child summoned the skeletons. Out of a 5-year-old. Sure, why not? Meanwhile, the girl is already moving on to business. Uncle Basto, the bone friend said we need monster cores to pass our mercenary group test, right? Yeah, that is right, Basto manages. Then let us go. They said they already gathered every core. Efficient little necromancer, this one. They head for the guild's vault under cover of night to see this hall for themselves. And there it is, mountains of monster cores and mana stones, all neatly gathered and waiting, courtesy of an army of skeletons nobody else saw coming. Vale stares at the empty rift in disbelief. The rift and the mana stones have all disappeared. Cleared, completely, by a toddler. They really performed a perfect siege, someone marvels. Basto confirms every core is here, while the girl happily piles them up herself. There is really only one explanation left. She is a child born with mana, the rare kind that is not supposed to show up this young at all. Basto and Vale, still catching their breath, can only stare. Her abilities must have blossomed before she even realized it, Basto says. You are amazing, child. Nordic studies her quietly, almost to himself. Does Tyre have abilities? As if the skeleton army was not already a pretty big clue. He explains. Most mages awaken sometime in their teens, and some never awaken at all, no matter how long they wait. But for you to be like this at this age, he trails off, genuinely stunned. Vale cannot hold it in. It means you are incredible, kid. Almost the strongest. The girl just blinks, turning the word over in her head like it belongs to someone else. Incredible. The strongest. Her. Her eyes go wide. Something in that word clearly struck a nerve. It sparks a memory. Being lifted up as a baby by a man in a cap, laughing, promising her, my dad was the strongest paladin. Basto and Vale freeze at the same thought. That is the exact same thing Tyre's own father is said to have been. Blood, it turns out, really is thicker than water. Basto's crew goes quiet, staring down at the half-frozen kid they just pulled out of the woods. Something about her story clearly is not sitting right with any of them. Why bring up an old saying like that all of a sudden, someone asks, and little Ty just fidgets, eyes darting everywhere, clearly stalling. Cornered, Ty finally blurts it out. Her daddy, she insists, is super strong. A soup porn's holy K-Knight, she declares proudly, striking a pose next to a very unimpressed skull on the ground, the strongest in the world, or so she has been told. A holy knight? The mercs go stone silent. If that is true, this kid might have inherited some serious power from daddy. Basto's mind is already racing. He always figured it was strange for a kid to be wandering the forest all alone. If she is telling the truth, this is not just some lost kid they stumbled across. There is a lot more going on here. Quick lesson: Holy Knights awaken raw power to charge their swords, while mages awaken mana to cast spells. The two forces apparently do not exactly play nice together. So what happens when a child born to Holy Knights ends up awakening mana instead? Meanwhile, oblivious to the drama, TA is just chatting up a skull on the ground, asking if the floor is too cold for it. It is not impossible, just rare enough to sound like a fairy tale. And when it does happen, public opinion tends to be brutal. There is an old superstition floating around out here. A child born with power that clashes with their parents is very bad news. Supposedly, a child like that ruins everything around them and brings disaster. And if this kid's parent really is the strongest holy knight in the empire, then there is only one family it could be pointing to, a noble house that has produced knights with pure holy power for generations. A family, as the story goes, that has never once hit rock bottom. Basto and his dark-haired companion trade a look. Neither one says a word. Actually, the dark-haired mercenary finally says, "I was not going to bring this up, but..." Flashback: Ty's dad, raising her alone in a small, cozy little home. Just the two of them. But... Wait, the house was small, he presses, even though it is the Luminen family. T just blinks. Huh. Yeah. She happily describes the place. A room about fizz big. One freezing bathroom at the end of the hall that only ran cold water. But Ty was genuinely happy there, even if it was just her and Daddy. It felt, she says, like having 100 family members all at once. But then, Daddy left. Basto and the dark-haired mercenary fall silent again, the weight of what they are piecing together settling over both their faces. The dark-haired mercenary studies the little black creature sleeping at Ty's side. A permanent summon, no question about it. She must have awakened her power without even realizing it, and pulled a companion along with her, one she does not understand at all. When Blackie wakes up, he will help find Daddy, Ty insists. And now that they can pass the mercenary exam, the plan is set: capital city, find Dad, no excuses. Daddy will not remember Ty, she adds, almost cheerfully, but Ty is okay with that. The mercs exchange confused looks. What are you even talking about? He will not remember his own daughter? What kind of father does that? Ty scrambles. The fat, that's because. Blackie turned back time with his magic, she explains, and Daddy ended up stuck at a point where he never knew her at all. Daddy did not do it because he wanted to. Daddy must miss Ty too, she murmurs, staring off. But, because of the magic, Ty was erased from Daddy's head. The words just hang there. Basto grabs his companion by the collar, both of them reeling from what they just heard. So you're saying magic wiped the kid from her father's memory, right? Basto asks. That's how I understood it. Followed by a furious, how could they do something so cruel to such a young child? Cut to a looming moonlit estate, the noble and supposedly virtuous Holy Knight family, the Luminans. Flashback. A cloaked figure sprints through the rain, cradling a baby, desperate to protect a child born with power the family could not stand. With all that overflowing mana running in the bloodline, the father fled the household entirely, holding up somewhere as humble as a stable just to keep her hidden. But someone in that noble family found even that arrangement distasteful, so they wiped the baby clean out of the father's mind, and left the child in the forest. To die. Basto, tears in his eyes, can barely get the words out. Is that what you're saying right now? The dark-haired mercenary just stands there, while Tia watches quietly from the background, small, and suddenly looking very alone. Those bastards are worse than animals? The dark-haired mercenary finally explodes. Basto grabs him in a headlock before he can do something rash. Ah, wow, wait, my neck. The camp goes quiet for a beat, the shock of it all still hanging thick in the air. For now, regarding this matter, the elder finally says, we do not know how the Luminans might react. Basto agrees. Best to hide Ty's identity for now and approach that family very, very carefully. Of course. The dark-haired mercenary is not having it. They left her to die, and she survived. You think they'll just let that slide? Calm down, the elder cuts in. It is hard to be certain of anything yet. Basto is right. Then a shout cuts through camp. Party's here. Basto barks at the kid, and the dark-haired mercenary jumps. Ha ha! Someone points out the obvious loophole. There is no actual rule saying a 4-year-old cannot join a mercenary group. Correction, the dark-haired mercenary clarifies. No matter how strong her power is, a 4-year-old still cannot officially register. A hand claps down on his shoulder. But you are going to find your dad, right? Comes the reply. So let's just figure out a way. Whatever it takes. Right, Basto adds. Thanks to you, Tai, everyone survived. We owe you a debt we can never repay, the elder tells her. So we have to help you. Tai saved everyone. She squirms, flustered. No, Tai did not. So from now on, comes the warning, you must not let anyone else know about your abilities. A hand ruffles her hair. Why? She asks, completely baffled. Since your power is incredibly strong, Basto explains, bad people will absolutely try to use you. Exactly, the other chimes in. You'll be in huge trouble before you even find your dad. Tai cannot die before finding Daddy, someone insists, cradling the skull companion. Blackie worked way too hard getting us here for that. That's what I'm saying, Basto adds. Your power is going to be a huge asset to this crew. Is not there some way to hide your identity? The dark-haired mercenary wonders aloud. What, should I just stuff you in a bag? I hate that. Tai snaps. She mulls it over herself. I have to hide Tai's identity? Cue a very silly daydream about camouflage, hiding like a cute rabbit or a caterpillar, dodging lions and birds like some kind of prey animal. No, if Tai hides, the dark-haired mercenary points out, it'll only be harder to find Daddy. And even if we say we're the good guys, will anyone actually trust us? Basto just grunts, while Tai, apparently, has decided she wants to look scary too, just like him. She flexes proudly. The plan, apparently. Hide her ability while looking terrifying enough that nobody dares mess with her. That's basically it, she squeals, absolutely thrilled with her own genius. Someone yells something wild about how Grandma is totally a hidden powerhouse. Because apparently that is the cover story now. Mr. Basto! Tai calls out, practically vibrating with excitement. Tai has a very good idea. I do. She holds her skull buddy up triumphantly, clearly very pleased with whatever she just cooked up. Basto just raises an eyebrow. A few days later, the crew rolls into view of a sprawling capital city. They arrive at the towering Capital First Gate. Something stirs near the checkpoint as the group approaches, tension crackling in the air. The party trudges to the snow toward the gate, Basto leading the way. So what happens if Tai just tells them she is not actually 4 years old? A gate guard's jaw drops on the spot. It's not like she can register normally, paying back that big debt though. Basto mutters, clearly already regretting agreeing to this. And there she is, Tai, fully cloaked and hooded, one smug green eye peeking out from under the hood. Disguise activated. Tai is going to be a hidden powerhouse. Someone declares it like a prophecy. The plan, ridiculous as it is officially in motion. Get a load of this haul. A sack bursting with glittering magic stones, the kind that could set a whole crew up for months. The guys checking it over are practically giddy. One of them literally bites into a stone to prove it is real. Turns out they are sitting on 3 rare Ryclos cores and 18 Belios stones. A hooded stranger flashes some fire magic and asks, all business, if that haul is enough to cover their mercenary group registration fee. Yeah, it is more than enough. The clerk processing them is sweating bullets, sizing up this odd bunch. The hulking warrior seems fine, sure, but that hunched old man and the oddly young-looking girl have him seriously spooked. The old man and the small hooded figure shuffle through the halls together, onlookers whispering, dumbfounded that this crew is the one who caught such rare stones. Guards stop them cold, eyeing the pile of magic stones on the table. Who exactly are you people, they demand. Fair question, honestly. One of the crew strides on ahead into the compound, ready to see this whole con through. Then a voice booms up from somewhere below, deep and menacing. Absolutely not what you would expect from a hooded kid. Show some respect to this body, which is a great archmage and necromancer. Look! The camera pulls back on a small cloaked figure, looking way too pleased with the drama she just caused. Someone bursts onto a balcony, completely rattled by the noise. Whatever is happening down there has the whole building on edge. Dead silence. Then, of all things, a couple of stray baby chicks wander into frame and someone squeaks out the question everyone is really thinking, wait, is that summoner a little kid? The ground splits and cracks under the sheer weight of the magic being thrown around. Something big is about to make its entrance. And there it is! A towering skeletal monster claws its way up, eye socket blazing, letting out a bone-rattling war cry. The crowd wheels back in shock. All does not even begin to cover it. Two guys nearly lose it on the spot. A skeleton, an actual skeleton, just casually strolling into view. A knight braces in front of it, shaking, calling it a creature of darkness and demanding to know who on earth summoned something like this. The skeleton looms in the haze of ghostly green smoke, playing its part to the absolute hilt. Then the crowd clocks who is actually pulling the strings. That young child standing right there. No way, someone breathes, way. Two grown men are shaking in their boots, demanding the summoner's name like their lives depend on it. Cute, considering who they are actually talking to. Someone in the crew barks back on her behalf. How dare you demand our master's name, you insolent worm? Classic move, let the muscle do the yelling. The muscle in question bares his teeth for the crowd, playing villain like his life depends on it, which, given the con they are running, it kind of does. But the tiny Death King herself steps in and reels it back. That's enough, Basto, just leave it. Turns out the scariest one in the room is the one giving orders. Basto goes dead quiet, thoroughly put in his place by a kid a fraction of his size. Backstage, the doubts creep in. Are you actually sure you can pull this act off? Of course Tyre can, she insists. Full confidence, zero evidence. Someone yanks her cheeks mid-pep talk and lays down the law. Drop the baby talk? A Death King is supposed to have some dignity? Oops, she squeaks. Crash Course in Villain Voice 101. When you address a holy knight, you have got to put some real menace behind it. Watch and learn, kid. Now you try it, her coach says, arms crossed, bracing for the worst. She gives it her best shot, a stiff, awkward, oh, knight, adorable, not remotely terrifying. The poor knight on the receiving end breaks a sweat trying to keep a straight face as she asks if he is really curious about her name. The crew absolutely loses it laughing. Kid, your tongue just tied itself in a knot, and it is the funniest thing they have seen all week. Flustered, she blurts out the truth nobody asked for. Tyre is the strongest in the whole world, and the real one is the hairy mister. So much for keeping the ruse airtight. She rallies fast, pointing a shaky finger at her bony backup dancer. Make it scary, bone friend number 3. On cue, the skeleton draws a wicked curved blade, striking a pose straight out of a horror flick. You cannot handle my true name, she intones, doing her level best to sound like a nightmare and not like a kid playing pretend. The flustered knight finally manages to ask if that little display counts as a proper introduction. Somehow, it does. The performance crescendos into one last dramatic flourish, Matic roaring through the room for good measure. Cut to the paperwork. The registration form spells it out in black and white. A necromancer king, a warrior, an assassin, and an augur. 4 mercenaries, on paper anyway. The clerk says he will process the registration using exactly what they have told him. Please wait a moment, he adds, visibly relieved to have survived the interview. They settle in to wait it out, the tension in the room finally starting to ease. And then it worked! The whole crew practically does a victory lap. Good job, Tyre. Someone grins, ruffling her hood. Getting flagged this hard means the guild now sees her as a serious powerhouse. Tyre is practically vibrating with pride. The old man breathes a sigh of relief. He was fully prepared to fill the head count himself if they had gotten rejected. The more the merrier, he figures. And honestly, he owes her one anyway. She did save his life after all. King of the dead. Right, he catches himself softening underneath all that theater. She is still just a child. Practical matter next. When the Holy Knight comes back, he is going to want a name for this mercenary group. Anybody got ideas? Tyre freezes. She was so locked into playing Death King that branding never once crossed her mind. She stammers through it and lands on Quail Squad? The reaction is immediate and horrified. Absolutely not, someone starts to say. Someone flat out vetoes that overruled King of the Dead. Nice try, though. Elsewhere at the counter, the paperwork actually goes through. The mercenary ID number is officially issued. The knight double-checks one last detail. Her special note lists her as a dark attribute mage. Is that really okay to put down? She gives a firm little nod. Her eyes flick with something unspoken. There's clearly more behind that nod than she is letting on. Outside, they roll up to a tavern for the night, and someone lays down the golden rule. If people start prying for more than you have prepped, you do not owe them an answer. Higher, he adds, you are not obligated to explain yourself to anyone. She asks, almost shy, if it is really fine to just stay quiet. It is fine even if you do not, comes the answer. Like class, you do not have to raise your hand. Context check. Right now, the whole empire is leaning on mercenaries to hold the line at the Magic Stone siege. It is barely an exaggeration to say its survival rides on people like them. Banners raised. A whole column of mercenaries marches out toward the front. This war effort is bigger than one little cover story. Which means, they reason, nobody is exactly in a position to grill anyone too hard about who they really are. Plenty of mercenaries fake their identities anyway. Someone points out with a grin, if anyone gets nosy, just lean all the way into the mysterious secret identity bit. So she practices again, quieter this time, in the dark. Oh, knight! Why do you think I am wearing this form right now? She asks, cloaked in mist, really selling the mystique this time. Ghostly magic crackles up her skeleton's arm, humming with menace. It works a little too well. This knight genuinely panics, begging forgiveness, convinced he's made a terrible mistake. He wipes his brow, relieved, right before his face drops. There is something else, he says, that he regrets to inform them. Bad news drops. Orders from above say they cannot issue an ID number to Basto at all. The reason? A report just came in from Cal Woban, leader of the rival Deathhound crew. Cal is claiming Basto committed serious crimes within his old mercenary group, extorted a huge sum from the members and skipped town with it. Basto goes rigid, the word barely making it out of him. Stole. What illegal acts, exactly, he demands, because as far as he knows, he did not commit any. The truth finally comes out in a furious shout. It was Cal who did all of it, every last bit. He lays it all out. Cal skimmed the whole crew's pay, and now Basto's ID gets yanked with zero proof and zero investigation. Is this really how the Holy Knight Order calls it fair? He roars. Cal Woban, you snake! The betrayal finally cracks him wide open. Tears rage, the whole weight of it hitting at once. And it is not just his reputation on the line. This was his one shot at protecting his family, and someone just took it from him. The old man watches on, heavy-hearted, wondering just whose side that mercenary leader really sold out to. How big a bribe did it take, he mutters, to buy a lie this convenient? Basto is still reeling, grief and fury pouring out of him with nowhere to go. And somewhere close by, someone watches all of it in total silence, because this is far from over. We open cold on a hooded figure gasping in shock. A bribe? Somebody has clearly just dropped a bombshell. Cut to a dark room lit only by a TV screen. Someone points and gasps. Look at that guy. Breaking news is on. On screen, a disgraced official is grilled over a bribery scandal. He definitely took the money, the anchors mutter. How else could he pull that off without taking any? At home, Little Ty's family is glued to the same broadcast. I heard people use strange ways to give bribes these days, one of them says. Like what? Grandma asks. They don't use apple boxes anymore. Straight into luxury bags now. Oh my, the world really is coming to an end, Grandma sighs, while Ty just munches an apple, utterly lost. The broadcast even breaks it down for viewers. Cash stuffed in apple boxes, designer bags, jewelry, all classic bribery disguises apparently. And then the kicker. A man named Carl is bribing his way behind the scenes, pocketing cash and pulling strings to get exactly what he wants. Elsewhere, a silver-haired knight leans in with a warning. I probably shouldn't say this, he mutters, but I already know about your situation. Basto nearly comes unglued. What? Then why on earth he starts already bracing for bad news? It's because the man Carl bribed is no pushover, the knight explains. Have you heard about the commander who was just appointed? Vale's eyes narrow. The one the Emperor personally handpicked? Even among knights, apparently, this guy is bad news. A pale figure in a crisp white and teal uniform strides off down the hall. The commander in question, already making enemies before he's even settled in. Even among the knights, there's a lot of talk about him, the informant says. He interferes with the units way too much. Vale presses for details. When people finally speak up about it, the commander's answer is chilling. They won't get fired even if they die anyway, right? I don't know the exact details, the knight admits, but seeing how he's even blocking new mercenary registrations like this, it seems he pocketed quite the large sum. In the end, corruption from the top is choking out anyone just trying to make an honest living. Vale explodes. This is ridiculous. The grizzled elder of the crew just grunts, already bracing for the fallout. Asta was right there with him. Money? As if there's any of that left? Carl even snatched away all our compensation. The blow lands hard, their hard-earned pay gone, swallowed whole by one corrupt official's greed. Vale's mind drifts somewhere darker. I thought this mercenary life was the only way to avenge my family. Vale, someone calls out, snapping him back to the moment as he saddles up, jaw tight. The elder lays out the plan. Take the commander and head to the imperial capital first. I'll find a way here and join you later, the old man says, right before a slammed door punctuates the tension. Back home, someone shouts the question everyone's thinking. How much did you take from that bastard Carl? The silver-haired knight flinches. What? Not the reaction of an innocent man. Vale stammers, caught completely off guard. Well, not the smooth explanation anyone was hoping for. Little Ty's eyes go huge. She just caught wind of the whole mess, and she does not look happy about it. Full of bills? If that's the case, something clicks behind those big green eyes. Ty is about to win this one. With something even better. Vale rips open his jacket, and treasure comes spilling out. Jewels, chains, pearls, an absolute avalanche of loot cascades everywhere. It just keeps coming, gemstones catching the light like something out of a dragon's hoard. These are the welcome gifts my bone friends gave me, Ty declares proudly, treasure raining down around her. Flashback, their very first meeting, deep in the forest. Now isn't the time to receive things like that, someone had warned her back then. Little Ty, surrounded by skeletal hands offering gifts. We have to help Uncle Basto and Brother Vale quickly, she insists. Bone friends, now's the time. Help Ty, she calls out, and her skeletal allies answer. More treasure surges forward, a literal fortune summoned on command. Cloaked and hooded, Ty throws her arms wide. Tell him that I, the great mage overlord, will give more. A crown and jewels rain down as she lays into the corrupt official. Selling your conscience for a measly apple box of bills? Eyes glowing, she doubles down. I am different from a pathetic guy like that. Tell him I'll give it to him straight in a luxury bag. The knight, Basto, and the old man all stare in stunned silence. None of them quite prepared for this little girl's flex. Jaws stay on the floor as the sheer audacity of the plan sinks in. 1 hour later, a gloved hand stamps fresh paperwork. Basto Perix, this is your new identification number. It actually worked. Someone breathes. Since the registration is complete, the clerk says, you just need to write the name of your mercenary group. One catch, though, the Quail class is a no-go. A name glows into being on the form, Agabert. I will go with Agabert, Vale announces, handing over the paperwork with a completely straight face. Agabert, how did you come up with this? The elder asks, baffled. I just made it up, Vale shrugs. Actually, while I was waiting, he admits, the truth about to come out. A ranking board looms nearby. I, Tirfaga, 2. Shrusi Messerum, 3. Clamor Salvar, the single biggest name in the business. I just arranged the letters of Travaka backward, Vale admits. Petty, genius, or both, you decide. Agabert, understood, the clerk says with a small smile. I wish you success in the future, Overlord. Ty freezes. Overlord? Turns out her big dramatic bribery war title just became their official group name, Smooth. The newly minted crew walks off together, one small win in the bag, literally. Thank you, Ty, Basto says quietly, voice thick with something he's not used to feeling. Thank you so much, he manages, eyes glistening. Uncle Basto, Ty murmurs back. Her own eyes go red and glassy. This moment is hitting her harder than she expected to. She smiles through it anyway, warm and a little wobbly. Vale, ever the buzzkill, pipes up. Overlord, you can't let your guard down yet. Ah, right, ahem, Ty recovers. Let's all eat something delicious once we get back to the inn, someone suggests, and nobody argues. Understood, Overlord, Bastos says with a grin, clearly enjoying the new title more than Ty is. Bastos' tone turns quietly serious. I'll make sure to find your father, Ty. Meanwhile, in a busy harbor city far from here, a news story is about to kick off. A red-headed woman comes barreling in, waving a paper over her head. Breaking news! Breaking news! Commander, this is huge, huge, huge news! Seriously, she shouts at someone clearly trying to nap. A rookie mercenary group just passed through the gate, and get this, their commander is... Here we go again. Libya, someone groans, while a calmer co-worker deadpans, do you really not know the phrase, the era of great mercenaries? The commander himself is unimpressed. Newbie groups forming at the registry is a daily occurrence, he mutters. Do you really have to steal my rest over such trivial stories? He rubs his temple, clearly done with the whole conversation. Dark-haired, sharp-eyed, and thoroughly unbothered, this is a man used to being the biggest name in the room. His name card says it all. Tisetin Baronio, commander of the mercenary group Travaga, the very name Taez crew just wore backward as a joke. Small world, huh? A hot-headed, red-haired runner comes bursting and yelling that some maniac's picking fights again, and she is loving it because to her, that is prime gossip gold. A no-nonsense mercenary named Livia is not impressed. She tells the room to cover their ears because whatever this is, it is probably nothing. Vader is having none of that quiet approach. He snaps right back at the gossip-hungry runner to actually listen up this time. Someone tries to talk Victor down, backing Livius Reed that this whole thing is probably a nothing-burger. Word finally makes its way to the crew's actual boss, a sharp, permanently amused dark-haired leader that some eccentric out there is making waves. Their in-house mage, a bespectacled guy named Alaric, chimes in with a warning. Whoever this eccentric is, they are not a pushover. This is a genuinely powerful mage. Alaric is part of the elite Tribaga mercenary corps, and when their mage says someone is dangerous, the crew tends to listen. Turns out mages are almost an endangered species these days, which makes this rumor even weirder. Becoming a mage does not just take raw talent either. It takes years of grueling training on top of being born with mana in the first place. No wonder people practically call mages monsters, talent and grinding all wrapped into one terrifying package. Alaric finally digs up the mystery mage's specialty, and it is a big one. Pure darkness magic. The rumor mill paints a scene straight out of a nightmare. A hooded figure wreathed in ghostly purple light, skeletal hands clawing up out of the ground around them. Nobody can confirm it firsthand, but word is this mage summoned a whole swarm of skeletons right at the city registry office. Jaws drop around the table. Actual necromancy? That is not just rare. That is supposedly the stuff of pure theory. So you're saying it was real? The leader presses, clearly skeptical. Is this rumor actually verified or just hot air? He mulls it over, unconvinced but curious, turning the wild claim around in his head. Turns out mages usually get scooped up by the big-name mercenary corps the moment they show promise. But this one just up and formed their own corps as leader. Unheard of. The report spells it out plainly. There is no precedent for a mage founding a mercenary corps outright. Whoever this is, they must be a certified eccentric. He smirks down at the report. Either this mystery mage is insanely overconfident, he muses, or they are actually that strong. His eyes narrow at one name buried in the file, Agaverd. Two more names catch his eye, Nordics, Vale. Names he has never heard before, so he figures they cannot be anything special. Buddy, he has no idea. But one name he does recognize, Basto Perix, the hulking former vice leader of the Deathhounds. Now that is a heavyweight. So what is the mysterious necromancer's actual name he wants to know? The file comes up empty. The name simply is not written down anywhere. He cannot help himself. He starts cracking up. Apparently, this mage disguises themselves as a 4-year-old kid and runs around under the alias Necromancer King. He finds the whole thing hilarious. One interesting guy. He cannot wipe the grin off his face. Word is already spreading through the mercenary grapevine. Other crews are cracking jokes about the self-crowned necromancer king too. The gossip-loving runner leans in with a smirk, telling her own crew maybe they should start getting nervous too, so this creepy new mage does not knock them down a peg. Someone nearly topples off their stool at the suggestion. A rival mercenary, big and muscular with fangs bared, is not having it. Do not make him nervous, he snarls at the leader by name, the Seton Baronio. This is Reaper, leader of the Grim Reaper Mercenary Corps, sitting at a smud number 2. He accuses the Seton of getting arrogant just because he is currently ranked first. Nobody, he warns, knows how long that streak will last. Reaper grits his teeth, practically shaking with frustration. Because ever since Drabaga showed up, led by the Seton, nobody else has so much as sniffed first place in the Mercenary Corps rankings. The Seton just looks amused. This guy is pretty funny too, he thinks. He leans back, needling Reaper further. Does he really think he could take first place if the Seton just slipped? Reaper is fuming. This bastard, he seeds. The Seton flicks him right in the forehead. You do not take first place by recklessly throwing yourself around, Reaper. Use your head. Literally. And if Reaper keeps being this annoying, the Seton warns with a grin he will not leave a single mana stone behind for him to scavenge. The Seton and his crew turn and stroll off, unbothered, leading Reaper fuming behind them. Alaric flinches at all the tension in the air. One onlooker can barely get his words out, that, stunned by how casually Thessatian just humiliated a rival corps leader. That unlucky bastard, someone mutters, watching Reaper stew in his own humiliation. Meanwhile, far from all that mercenary politics, warm sunlight spills through a cozy window. It is little Tyre, munching happily on a cookie without a care in the world. Super warm, she thinks, savoring every bite. Grandma's cookies are just that good. Tyra's happy. A hooded figure looms over her with a teasing grin. Are cookies really that good, Necromancer King? Necromancer King? She echoes, deadpan. Yeah, is there any other Necromancer King around here besides me? A blonde kid nearby dissolves into giggles. Oh, come on, Brother Vale. Seriously, Necromancer King? That is ridiculous. Between the three of them, though, she insists they can just call her Tyre. The hooded figure covers his mouth, visibly struggling not to burst out laughing. He finally asks her outright, smirking, does she really like the name Necromancer King that much? Of course, she declares. All the strongest characters have cool nicknames, obviously. She rattles off her logic, chibi mascots and all, just like legendary game characters get flashy alter egos. This is basically the same thing. Plain old Tyre is just Tyre. But Tyre with her skin equipped? That is Necromancer King Astier. The hooded figure just shakes his head. He has no idea what she is talking about. Someone teases, is Brother Vale actually kind of dumb? Right as little Tyre's face lights up, spotting familiar faces. Mr. Basto, Grandpa Nordics, she squeals, delighted as the two return carrying something wrapped up. They ask if she got along with Vale while they were gone, but she's too busy pointing at the bundle in Basto's arms. Is that what she thinks it is? Yes, indeed. It is the trophy cape of the Agavert Mercenary Corps, and Basto holds it up like a prize. Her eyes go absolutely sparkly. So cool, she gushes. Honestly, everything about this is cool, but this especially. Then she spots the little pink mascot stitched onto the cape and completely loses it. It is really Tauntapang. Vale, on the other hand, is staring at the cape in complete horror. A bug? He stammers, utterly gray in the face, convinced the mascot design looks like a moldy insect. Basto steps in. Look, Vale, there are reasons Tyre has to be the official leader to keep her real identity hidden, but as long as she holds that title, her decisions carry weight. Still, Basto admits, eyeing the cape, we probably could have picked something cooler than a bug. Vale cannot hold back. How could anyone slap something that looks like a moldy bug onto their core cape? Little Tyre's face crumples, clutching her mascot. I'm a bluffy bug, as she chokes out on the verge of tears, while Grandpa Nordics protests they drew it with real care and effort. In a sweet little flashback, Tyre and Grandpa Nordics huddle over the drawing together, working diligently on every last detail. Even the chibi mascots themselves get in on the argument. One insists this is actually Tanipang, and that Tanipang is clearly the best one anyway. Vale, unmoved, grabs a bottle of ink. He is just going to erase the whole thing. Someone gasps in horror at the plan. Before he can, someone bites down hard. "What are you doing right now?" he yelps. "Are you a dog? Spit it out, seriously," he sputters, shaking his hand free. "Tyre is not a dog," she huffs. "I am a child." Something feral flashes across Black Pang's face. Fangs bared. He growls that whether she is a kid or a dog, he is just doing his job erasing that drawing. "Moo!" Tyre wails, throwing herself at the cape to protect it with everything she's got. It turns into a full-on scuffle, everyone grabbing for the cape at once. In the chaos, a stray drop of ink goes flying, and a whole lot more follows it, splattering everywhere. The ink bottle hits the floor and rolls away, completely empty. Huh? Someone blinks, staring at the mess. Vale looks down at his hand, bloodied from the earlier bite, eyes going wide as the whole situation spirals completely out of control. Dark wings unfurl behind them. Was all of this really necessary just to settle an argument over a mascot drawing, someone asks, deadpan. Black Pang's true, feral face snarls into view, one glowing eye locked dead ahead. He rises up in full beastly form, wings spread wide, ready to put an end to the chaos once and for all. Blood on the stranger's hand, a scream caught in the air. Little Tyre freezes, and the grown-ups around her are already losing it. That's when the culprit shows itself, a small black bat-winged creature baring its teeth like it just won a fight. Tyre can barely spit out the name. Blah Blackie? Yeah, her supposedly harmless little pet just bit somebody. A sharp-eyed stranger leans in dead serious. "Kid, did you just—" "Yeah, she really did." He asked it flat out. Did she sick her summoned beast on him? Tyre just clutches Blackie tighter, like that makes it less obvious. Someone jumps to her defense before she can even answer. Tyre didn't do it. While another voice snaps at the accuser Vale to back off. Basto tries to play peacemaker, warning Vale not to do anything he'll regret. The comeback is ice cold. You'll lose. Somewhere in the chaos, Blackie lets out what sounds suspiciously like a snort of contempt. Even the pet isn't worried. Vale's grin turns downright unsettling, fangs and all, and suddenly everyone's yelling that nobody's allowed to actually fight over this. Word gets back to Tyre fast, and she draws a hard line. Whatever Blackie just did, she is not letting it slide. Before she can even process it, Tyre and her beast get sentenced together, straight to the dreaded Room of Truth. Blackie, legendary terror that he supposedly is, sure knows how to scurry away from consequences. Turns out the fearsome Room of Truth is just a spare room on the inn's second floor. Ominous name, pretty underwhelming venue. Tyre marches in already grumbling, bracing for a lecture she clearly knows is coming. And the room drops straight into flashback mode, digging up a very serious kindergarten rule because apparently this whole reckoning runs on preschool logic. The rule, in full, hurt someone by accident and all you get is a sad face sticker before you're free to go. Riveting justice system. But do it on purpose, Tyre bellows, and that's a whole different story. And everyone in earshot knows exactly who she means. She rounds on Blackie directly, hurt Vale Appa on purpose. And there's going to be a reckoning. Blackie just whines back at her. Whatever Blackie tries next lands him flat on his back. Even Tyre looks a little surprised at her own handiwork. Mid-lecture, Blackie just flops over dramatically. His defense, "My heart did it." Bold move for a biter. Somebody pinches Tyre's cheek right back with her own logic. When you get scolded, you're supposed to say sorry, remember? Turns out she's used that same excuse before. The lecture lands the same for both of them. No matter the excuse, you don't get to hurt people. Tyre takes it about as well as you'd expect. And just to really drive it home, yes, everyone remembers that she bit someone too. The receipts do not lie. Tyre's best defense is, "I didn't bite him that hard," which respectfully is not the airtight alibi she thinks it is. Later, alone, Blackie's whole tone flips, quietly telling Tyre he didn't think she could have handled things on her own. He's not scolding this time, he's proud. Biting her way free and making it all the way to the gate took real guts, and he says so. For a second, the cute little pet drops the act completely, unfolding into something far bigger and far less adorable. He calls himself pathetic. All that hibernation was just the price for meddling with a timeline he had no business touching. Tyre won't hear it. If bending dimensions costs that much, she tells him, then he needs to rest. Full stop. He gently corrects her. It's not that he overused his power, he's just weak, plain and simple. Then he says the quiet part out loud. He knows exactly who she really is, the Necromancer King, and she needs to keep that buried. And while they're at it, his identity needs hiding too. Turns out the tiny pet has secrets of his own. Everyone's already decided he's some kind of eternal summoned beast. Fine by him. Let the rumor mill keep running. Two secret identities, one deal. Protect each other no matter what. Tyre seals it without a second thought. She swears she'll never breathe a word that he's a legendary summoned beast. In return, he finally gives her the name behind the myth, Lucarian. And just like that, the little black creature's gone, replaced by a boy introducing himself properly. My name, Lucarian. For the first time, Tyre gets to see the face behind Blackie, and it is definitely not what she expected. She just repeats the name back, still catching up to the fact that her pet has an entire human form. Because this whole ordeal, the hibernation, the weakness, all of it was the cost of giving Tyre one more chance to see her dad again. She doesn't waste a second putting that gratitude into action, bowing low to the creature who gave up so much for her. Thank you, Lucarian, she says, like she means every single syllable of it. For everything he poured into helping her, she tells him plainly, she is genuinely, deeply grateful. It turns into a proper hug, the kind that says more than any thank you ever could. Between wiping her nose on his sleeve, very dignified, Tyre vows they'll do this properly tomorrow, and once she finds her dad, she's paying him back tenfold. He offers her a standing invitation. If it ever gets too hard out there, she can always rest inside his bag. Ever practical, Tyre decides that in public he's still just Blackie, secret identity and all. His face already says he regrets that nickname. With that settled, she's already bouncing for the door. Next stop, apologizing to Vale. Side by side, the two of them head off, an ordinary kid and her not-so-ordinary companion. But something's still nagging at Lucarian. I knew it, he murmurs. It's this power. The realization lands heavy. The power that woke him from his long sleep in the first place. It was her all along. A flash of memory hits hard enough to make him wince, dragging him straight back to that day. Back on track, Tyre comes barreling in on her apology mission, waving a little medallion like a peace offering. Vale and the others just stare her down, distinctly unmoved by the puppy dog routine. Vale deadpans that he doesn't see anybody actually apologizing, and then the medallion in her hand starts glowing. Turns out that gift is Blackie in disguise. Vale finally caves, grumbling that he'll let it go before his finger becomes the next casualty. Tyre's relief is loud and immediate. Meanwhile, Basto is milking his bite mark for all it's worth, playing the injured patient to dodge doing anything useful, and Grants is having none of it. Morning comes, and it's finally time to actually get moving. One last reminder before the door opens. The second they step outside, sweet little Tyre disappears and the feared Necromancer King takes over again. The innkeepers wave them off from the doorstep, none the wiser about who they've actually been hosting. And with that, the whole cloaked crew heads out onto the road. Turns out all her wandering so far had only taught her the basics. The real world is a lot bigger than the inn's front yard. The second they push through the capital gates, the city practically swallows her whole skyline she's only ever seen on a screen, now right in front of her. Welcome to Telosium, the kind of city that makes a small-town kid's jaw drop. Tyre's eyes go wide, taking it all in, cloak and secret identity briefly forgotten. Business first, though. Someone points out they'll need to head to the Populo's weapons district, and honestly, renting a carriage might save everyone's legs. Can't be helped, comes the reply. Every coin needs to be rationed until they reach the system center, which is a little rich considering that Bribe earlier already cleaned out every coin they had left. Somehow, the oldest member of the group is outrunning everybody else without breaking a sweat. Someone can't resist needling Tyre about it. The mighty Necromancer King, full of energy earlier, already lagging behind on a simple walk. Turns out she didn't fall behind, she fell asleep entirely. Everyone quietly agrees it's easier traveling with her out cold anyway. It's only a moment of sleep, but it's enough time to slip into an old familiar dream, one where her dad is right there beside her. An accident, the dream reminds her. That's the whole reason they ever got separated in the first place. In the memory, her father kneels down to hold her tiny hand, gentle in a way the real world hasn't been in a long time. It's a small, quiet moment, but it's the one Tyre has been chasing this whole journey. And just as the dream starts pulling back the curtain on what actually happened, it cuts off on one loaded question: an accident? In her dream, she's back with her dad again, and his voice comes through soft and certain. Keep searching, and somehow, someday, they'll find their way home. Little Assie latches onto that instantly, fists balled up with excitement. Daddy can do anything, and they are absolutely getting back home. In her memory, he's exactly like this, scooping her up into a hug, grinning like nothing in the world could touch them. He never once complained about how brutal things really were. For her, he just kept smiling. Then the memory turns colder. The day she first landed in this strange, unfamiliar world all alone. It must have been terrifying. Just a small girl wandering deep into the woods by herself. Nothing but a backpack and a stray little black creature for company. If a certain mercenary crew hadn't stumbled across her, she'd probably still be out there wandering that forest alone. But she wasn't totally in the dark about this world. Her dad used to fill her head with stories about it every single night. In her memory, he'd stand at the window after she fell asleep, staring into the dark, carrying something heavy he never once put into words. Looking back now, it must have been brutal for him. Day after day after day. And yet he never let it show, just kept his chin up, like quitting was never even on the table. So now it's her turn to carry that same resolve. Just hang on a little longer, Dad. She swears it under her breath, half crying and half determined. She's going to get him every jewel in this kingdom if that's what it takes. This time, it's Tyre's turn to do the protecting. And with that, she's back on the road chasing her father's trail all over again. The road finally spits them out in Pearl City, a busy port town practically knocking on the capital's front door. 2 brutal days of travel later, and it's the crew's toughest guy who's completely wiped out, while Gramps, pushing 70, is somehow still going strong. Priority 1. Find an inn and get their gear sorted, since the trek to the Poblarosa Armory District is at least a week out from here. The pick is the Red Gauntlet Inn, mainly because it's the one place in town that'll actually take an IOU. Bosis. The place is always packed with mercenaries, which makes it perfect cover for quietly digging up info on Asti's parents. Under the inn's swinging sign, Gramps volunteers to go check on a room while everyone else waits outside. Somebody cracks a joke about whether their dozing necromancer king is finally awake yet, while Basto just stares off lost in thought. Asti, meanwhile, is running on fumes after yesterday's rough terrain, rubbing at stinging, sleepy eyes. Honestly, nobody can blame her. And that's on top of literally being fished out of a hellish stretch of sand the day before. Then there was the night spent roughing it out in the open wasteland. This trip has not exactly been a vacation. Basto needles, Gramps for taking forever just to check on a vacancy. Typical old-timer speed, he jokes. One of the crew lets out a long sigh, ready to just walk in already and finally sit down somewhere. So in they go, Basto hauling the whole group and a very sleepy Asti straight through the door. Behind the counter, the inn's red-headed keeper breaks the bad news through a mouthful of pipe smoke. No rooms free right now. One guest is apparently checking out early, so a room should open up soon, which earns him a pretty skeptical snort from the group. That guest is apparently taking the morning ship to the capital, so the room should be clearing out any minute now. Right on cue, footsteps approach and someone calls out, and there he is, the guest himself, the Seaton. The name alone makes the crew's black-haired fighter do a double take. 3. Detsetin, captain of the top-ranked mercenary band Trebaga. The whole group turns to stare as the man himself strolls up, and suddenly nobody's thinking about room vacancies anymore. The keeper waves it off as just a busy season, though someone nearby can't quite stifle a yawn to all the tension. The Seaton barely reacts to any of it, just an easy, yeah, sure, let's go with that, and he's already moving on. He comes down the stairs like he owns the place, every step dripping with quiet, effortless confidence. Somewhere close by, a familiar, smug little voice mutters that a monster's a monster, no matter how good-looking the package. He hasn't even said much, but the pressure radiating off the guy standing there is genuinely insane. Up close, faint magic markings flicker to life across his shoulder, like he's barely holding something back. His eyes catch the light for just a second, and that's enough to make the whole room go quiet. Then he turns his back on the lot of them, completely unbothered, like their staring doesn't even register. That's when it clicks for the black-haired mercenary, jaw-dropping, pointing, "Whoa, that can't be who I think it is." Someone bursts in yelling that the ship's arrived, and just like that, the Seaton's done with the conversation. A flat, "I'm off," later. And he's gone, footsteps already fading fast down the hall. Left standing there, the crew can only admit it. Yeah, that presence was every bit as impressive as the rumors say. Basto and Gramps swap notes on the rumors. Apparently the guy fights with some bizarre style nobody can properly describe. Noble yet vulgar swordplay? Does that even make sense? Their black-haired crewmate isn't buying the hype. Probably just some guy who lost to the setting once and won't shut up about it. The innkeeper just laughs it off. Rumors about Trebaga's captain, he admits, tend to turn out mostly true. Makes sense for a guy like the Seaton, he adds, which of course only makes the crew want more details. But the keeper isn't spilling any more secrets, can't afford to lose a regular customer after all. Business is business. What about that room? Cut to a dream. A mysterious figure smirks and asks Asti, now apparently cast as the innkeeper, whether business is booming. In the dream, she's somehow running the whole inn, customers and all, even half asleep. She has to admit, that one was weird. She jolts awake for real, completely disoriented, unfamiliar ceiling, unfamiliar room. Where even is she? The black-haired mercenary pokes his head in, half amused, sorry for waking her, but it's time to get up anyway, or she'll never sleep tonight. Gramps fills her in. They've made it to Pearl City, and this is just the inn they're staying at. Asti's whole face lights up. Basto crouches down to lay out the plan. The adults are heading out to handle some business, so she needs to stay put and wait here. Asti salutes the assignment like a pro. She'll hold down the room, quiet as a mouse, no problem at all. With that settled, Basto's all business again. Time to head downstairs and start digging for information. Specifically, anything at all about the Luminen family or a man named Kim Young-soo. Down in the inn's basement dining hall, the real search for answers officially begins. Up in our room, Asti can't resist sneaking a peek out the window at the ships crowding the harbor. She hums herself a little made-up rhyme about it. Boys go for ships, girls go for the harbor. Priorities. Downstairs, the questions land flat. Kim Young-soo? Never heard that name in my life. One local shrugs, and the search hits another dead end. Someone else recognizes Basto and is instantly furious, showing his face after all this time just to ask about those damn holy nights. The accusation lands hard, and Basto's expression goes ice cold. Their black-haired crewmate jumps in swinging. If this guy doesn't actually know anything, maybe he should just shut his mouth. Someone new waits into the argument and things escalate fast. Nobody here has ever even seen this guy's face before. Accusations start flying that they're bluffing, tossing around a name they don't actually have any real leads on. It boils over into a full-blown brawl, loud, chaotic, and absolutely not the quiet information-gathering trip they had planned. Upstairs, Asti presses right up against the door, straining to catch every word drifting up from below. Something catches her attention, and she freezes. Ha! Like she just heard something she wasn't supposed to. Outside, evening settles over the inn as the black-haired mercenary glances up at the building, clearly turning something over in his head. Back downstairs, he throws an arm around the flustered innkeeper anyway, all smug grins, because apparently even chaos doesn't stop the teasing. Tai jerks awake by the window, blinking hard. Was that dream about her dad trying to tell her something? Then she freezes. Out on the street, a cloaked figure walks by who looks exactly like her father. She does not even stop to think. Tai just launches herself down the stairs and out the door. She flies past the stable, feet barely touching the ground, chasing that one glimpse. Somebody else directions, past the blue roof, that way. That is all the intel this kid needs. She sprints through the crowded market, dodging carts and startled shoppers, eyes locked dead ahead. Her breath catches. She is close enough now to really see him. Every step confirms it. This is not just someone who resembles her dad. It is him. It is actually him. Ty's whole world bites up in one scream. It's Dad! Meanwhile, across town, we get a crash course in exactly whose turf Tai had just wandered into, the House of Luminen. A place stacked wall to wall with the Empire's strongest holy knights. Basta's crew is holding court in some tavern, laying it all out. Patriarch Valentus Luminen has 4 sons. First up, the eldest, Edmund, the family's tactical brain. Second son Leonardo commands an entire unit of holy knights. And the third, Alexander, runs the medical department, looking a little too pleased with himself about it. "Look at this guy, acting like I'm clueless," one mercenary grumbles, waving everyone down to actually listen. "Here's the catch. Everybody in the Empire knows those 3. Nobody knows where the 4th son is." Cue an ominous cloaked figure crackling with strange blue light. Where exactly is this guy hiding? One mercenary floats a wild theory. What if the missing son is out there raising a secret kid? Basto about chokes on his drink. "What are you even talking about?" Right in the middle of this gossip session, Tiny Tai is literally squeezing past their legs trying to get through. She cannot help but eavesdrop, and the timeline these guys are cooking up does not exactly add up. A 4-year-old at that age, the math isn't mathing, someone points out flatly. Tai does not stick around for the rest of the theory crafting. She is already off and running again. Then what about the other young lords? The crew keeps arguing behind her, completely unaware how close this hits home. Basto grabs his guy by the collar. "You think a family that big could throw a party without us hearing about it? They'd have invited the Emperor and Empress?" The black-haired mercenary goes quiet, thinking hard. Then there's only one possibility left. Back with Tai, she barrels straight into someone on the street. Did I just bump into something? Watch it. Sorry, no time to dwell on it. She is back on her feet and moving. The docks come into view, ship mast stretching up into the sky. "Tires here, Dad." Way off across the pier, tiny figures stand at the water's edge. This is it, the one person she has crossed a whole city for. Tears already welling up. Tai's face says it all before she even reaches him. "Tai! She cries out, and up ahead, a man's head turns. Silver hair, green eyes, a hooded stranger at his side. He goes still, like something just struck a nerve. For one blurry second, it is all hopeful gold hair and held breath. Her eyes go huge. This really might actually be him. Because in her memory, there's only ever been one man who gave her that exact smile. Her actual dad, the brightest smile she has ever known. So when she looks up at the stranger now, hope just floods straight out of her. The stranger's face tightens, like he's fighting something back. "Hold it together," he mutters to himself, staring out of the water. Hold it together? Whatever this is, it is clearly costing him. By the time Tai skids to a stop at the pier, arms out, he is already gone. Cut to some noble gossip. Word around the Empire is Patriarch Valentus Luminen head of the whole family. Poor Tai is left standing there sobbing, the moment slipping right through her fingers. Meanwhile, the gossip train keeps rolling. Is it possible he had a child late in life with another woman? "No way! He's not that kind of man," one defender practically shouts, to a very unimpressed, "Give it a rest" in response. Everyone knows Valentus was supposedly devoted heart and soul to his wife, the legendary Saintess of Richard. Eleonora, said to have wielded the single most powerful holy power in recorded history. But another voice cuts an ice cold. "Don't make me laugh. No one really knows what goes on behind closed doors. On the surface, this so-called perfect couple never has a single problem." Smiling, arms locked together for the world to see, the picture of noble happiness. "But I've seen plenty of nobles secretly plotting how to kill each other," the cynic adds, deadpan. If the patriarch really did have a secret kid, the black-haired mercenary muses, then whatever happened to Saintess Eleonora would actually make a lot of sense. Then panic. "The captain, he's gone!" The old man's face crumples. He already knows exactly why Basto bolted. The black-haired mercenary is already on his feet, shouting. Basto is sprinting through the streets, fists clenched, shoving straight through the crowd. Somebody flags him down. "Basto, someone said they saw a child wandering alone by the docks." Basto's whole face goes white. The docks! How is she there alone? The old man is right behind him, gutted with guilt. "I never should have told her to stay in that room by herself." The black-haired mercenary tries to convince himself she is fine. The kid's smart, it'll be okay, he says, clearly not believing it. Leaving a 4-year-old alone in a strange city? Yeah, none of them are okay right now. They tear across the city, every second stretching out forever. Down toward the docks, toward the water, hearts absolutely pounding. The pier stretches out ahead of them, quiet, empty, waiting. And there she is, one tiny hooded shape sitting alone at the top of the steps. Basto's whole face breaks with relief the second he spots her. Fire, Tito, Astier, they are all shouting her name at once. She is safe, worn out from chasing a ghost across the whole city, but safe, right back with the people who actually showed up for her. Back in the room, Ty stares at Blackie in his little dragon form and says the fear out loud. The dad who lives here probably won't even know who she is anymore. A quiet, gutted realization hits her. Now she finally understands what Blackie really meant, back when he warned her that fixing one thing always breaks another. She drifts into an old memory of simpler days. She always figured that if she could just reach Dad in person, she could explain everything and it would all be okay. As a little girl, she used to believe that just knowing he was alive out there somewhere was enough to keep her going. But a colder thought keeps creeping in. What if Dad has actually forgotten Ty completely? Worse, what if that means he'd see her as a nuisance now, someone he doesn't need around anymore? She clings to an old memory instead, Dad's hands cupping her face, promising his little Ty that nobody in the world matters more to him. As long as I have you, I can do anything, he told her once. Elsewhere, two grim faces go pale, like that promise is about to be put to the test. Baby, Ty wails through tears. Something has shifted for good. There is no going back to how things used to be. The crying does not stop. It just keeps building, raw and inconsolable, filling the whole room. Somewhere else entirely, a hand slams a table. This non-stop crying is driving somebody up the wall. A dark-haired woman reports the obvious. The kid has been screaming, "Daddy, Daddy," until her throat is raw, and she will not quit. "Lower your voice, Bale," someone warns, while another just feels sorry for the poor thing acting out like this. "What a silly brat," one voice sneers, whining over her dad. "Some death king she is. Charming bunch." Eventually she cries herself out and collapses into sleep, alone on the bed, her little backpack still at her side. Cut to Basto, thinking out loud. The Duke's not too old to have fathered a kid, sure. But something about that theory still doesn't sit right with him. Ty was crystal clear that she lived alone with her dad. No household, no staff, nothing. Meanwhile, Duke Valentus Luminon himself is marching straight through an active siege, purple crystal shards raining down around him like it's nothing. Sieges like that can drag on for months out at camp. Besides, Basto reminds them, the guy supposedly had his memory of the kid wiped by some memory-erasing spell. The black-haired mercenary isn't buying that shape of it either. Who in the whole empire would actually dare mess with the memories of the Luminon family head? Somewhere in a quiet hall, a heavy sigh. In any case, someone mutters, trailing off. One of them isn't ready to just take it on faith that her father is really the Empire's strongest holy knight. Tim Young-soo is surely just an alias too, they figure. The kid's sharp, so she probably wasn't lying, but that still leaves them with zero hard proof. Once she's calmed down a little, they decide. They'll sit her down and press for more details about her father. Back with Ty, she's still sobbing Daddy into Basto's shoulder, worn down to absolutely nothing. But you know, someone starts gently, trying to talk her down off the ledge. If the brat actually finds her dad, Basto says quietly, glancing at the little black pendant tucked nearby. Then somebody drops a name that hangs heavy in the air. What happens to Agabert? Suddenly Ty is somewhere else entirely. A voice roars, "Libya, protect Ty," through the dark, and it stops her cold. That is Dad's voice. A red-haired woman whips around, eyes wide with fear. Who is it? Tiny hands claw at the air. Her own body will not move the way she wants it to. A horned, banged monster lunges out of the dark, glowing yellow eyes locked onto its prey. Someone is down and bleeding on the ground, and Livia is scrambling toward them desperate. A wide, stunned eye takes it all in. Monsters, and people turning on each other too? What exactly is happening here? A bloodied glasses-wearing knight screams for her to stay back. "Don't come any closer, Libya. Take the young lady." And run. "But do you want the young lady to get hurt?" He is not taking no for an answer. His bandaged, bloody hands wrap around the baby anyway, shielding her with everything he has left. Young lady," he murmurs through the pain. "Don't worry, please don't worry about anything." Someone else goes down hard among the rocks, cursing through gritted teeth. Livia has the baby now, refusing to let this be how it ends. "We have to get out of the rift," she gasps. The baby stirs against her, confused. Whoever this is, their skin has gone ice cold. The baby wails, somewhere close, real panic. "What do I do? Tai is Libya." A dark-haired man grabs hold of Libya. "When did you get poisoned?" he demands. Through the haze, baby Ty's eyes go wide. It's Dad. It's actually Dad. Dying, Libya still tries to apologize to him. "Commander, I'm sorry. I promised to take responsibility and protect the young lady." "Libya," he shouts, and she manages one more question through the pain. "Is Alaric dead?" He says nothing. His silence is answer enough. He thinks of the men he used to slit throats in back alleys, who ended up fighting battles at his side instead. It wasn't just him. Everyone here must have felt exactly the same. Lydia keeps listing names as her strength fades. Basto, Alaric, Victor, everyone. "I wanted to see the young lady walk," she manages. One small, aching wish. "Young lady, please always stay healthy," she whispers, "and smile a lot with the commander." He holds the baby close and promises her the same thing back. "Always. May you always be perfectly happy." Livia's hand goes still and she is gone. The baby just cries and cries, and there is nothing left that can make it better. "It's okay," he tells her, magic sparking to life around them. "We can get out of here." The monster comes at them again, and he plants himself squarely between it and the baby in his arms. The nightmare keeps crackling. There are monsters everywhere, closing in from every side. No. Dad is in danger right now, and there is nothing she can do about it. "Danger!" The word screams through the dark just as everything goes white. Tai jolts awake, gasping, heart pounding out of her chest. She sits there blinking in the dark. What was that? What a strange dream. She's never had a dream hit her that hard, or feel that real, in her whole life. Shaky, she tells herself it was just a dream, right? So why does it feel so wrong? Then it hits her. The dying woman in the dream definitely said the name Basto. And Dad, back before everything, once mentioned he used to know a Mr. Basto too. Dad's fellow knights. Was that actually something that really happened back when she was just a baby? Coming here was an accident, she remembers Dad telling her once, a stray line she never thought twice about. Until now. If the accident Dad always brushed off really is this dream, then why did Dad always say he was just a holy knight when that dying woman called him Commander? She doesn't know what to believe anymore. She really thought everything would be fine the moment she found Dad. Blackie, in his human form, sits with her by the water, quiet for once. "What is Tai even supposed to do now? Is that why you've been crying?" he finally asks her, gentle. He crouches down to her level, reaching out, done pretending he hasn't noticed. "Is that why you've been crying?" he asks again, softer this time, waiting for her to actually answer. For once, neither of them says anything else. They just sit together at the edge of the water. Asti sits alone, crying quietly. The tears just will not stop. Tears streak down her face while a familiar dark-haired figure sits close, watching her fall apart. Between hiccups, Asti admits out loud what Black Pang told her. It was right all along. Her dad, the man she's been chasing this whole time, has completely forgotten she exists. She has lost the nerve to ever tell him the truth, that Tyre is really his daughter. But even so, come the words, Tyre misses her dad so much. The two hold each other tight, one small girl and her strange little protector. Curled up together on the bed, Asti finally lets herself be comforted. Black Ping has a confession of his own. Even while he slept, sealed away in another world entirely, he could still faintly hear both their voices, hers and her father's. Her laughter used to make him feel good. Her tears made him feel like more than just uncomfortable. When it all went wrong, he says, It felt like the entire world was shattering into pieces. Something in that memory still hits hard enough to make him flinch. I wanted to make your tears stop, no matter what, Black Pang says quietly. As dear. Then comes the real explanation. In this world, there is a rule called the law of fated regression. Asti just sniffles, hands twisting in her own skirt, bracing for whatever comes next. Fate? She asks. His answer is blunt. Whatever is meant to happen will happen, no matter how many times you live it again. Most people, he says, end up facing the exact same fate every single time. Asti just stares, silent, letting that sink in. Did you understand? Black Pang asks. So, whatever the reason, that man. Asti's stomach drops. You mean Dad is going to fall into Jongyo-gu again? He means the accident. The one that could rip her father away all over again. Is that going to strike Dad all over again? She whispers, terrified. The memory replays in flashes, some monstrous force tearing into the man she loves most. Asti's hand curls into a fist. Whatever it is, she's made up her mind. Tyre will stop it. Dad is not the same dad he used to be anymore, she is warned. But if he falls back into South Korea again... Cut to Gossip Corner. A couple of neighbors are already chewing over the mysterious young man who vanished, wondering how he is holding up all alone. It would not be strange if he sent the kid away somewhere, but he really is diligent, one gossip whispers, then gets caught red-handed talking about other people's business. Shut your mouths, someone barks, and just like that, the gossip dies as Asti is led away by the hand, quietly stewing over what she just heard. Somewhere in her head, a darker thought lingers, that he could just leave, forever. All of this, remember, is happening right here in Dad's own hometown. Asti snaps out of it and declares, loud and proud, that she is going to make her dad live until he is 100-year-old grandpa. Yes, you can do it. If it's you, comes a quiet vote of confidence. There is real steel behind those red eyes when he says it. Back in the real world, a door clicks open. Brat, are you done crying? Asti startles, blurting out a name, Vale. Turns out Basto is busy force-feeding a very reluctant Vale. Can you eat something? You have to eat even if it's hard. The old man cheers him on to get his energy back before Basto turns serious. And, Tyre, there's something I want to ask you. Something you want to ask? Asti blinks, caught off guard. First of all, he says, there are things we need to know if we're going to find your father. Namely, a detailed description of Dad's appearance, and exactly where the two of them used to live. Ooh, why do you need to know that? Asti stammers, while someone off to the side admits they simply do not have enough information to help. Point taken. Dad's file is embarrassingly thin. It finally clicks for Asti. She only ever gave him her dad's name. Time to come clean. The truth is... Everyone leans in as she drops the bombshell. Tyre lived in Jongno-gu with Dad. She throws her arms up like she just nailed the answer of the century. The room short circuits. What? What, Tyre? You said Jongno-gu? Total blank stares all around. Yes, she crows. I bet you Vale and Grandpa Nordiques don't even know it. She is off, rattling out landmarks like a tour guide, a famous palace, dogs by the stream, none of which mean a thing to these fantasy world mercenaries. The story keeps going. Dad, apparently, was some kind of super strong paladin before he randomly ended up in South Korea with her. Then she whips out proof, a kindergarten bag she used to carry, tag and all. Basto squints at the tag like it might bite him. That wasn't a crest, that was actual letters? Nordique strokes his beard. Old man Nordiques, turns out, called this one. She really does not seem to be lying. The whole table just stares at each other, more confused with every detail. But hey, at least everyone agrees on one thing. Tyra's not making this up. I know, someone sighs, before landing on the plan. For now, they keep doing exactly what they have been doing. Which means one thing. Time to head to the Imperial capital and knock on the door of the Paladin headquarters itself. Then Vale drops a bombshell of his own. Ha ha! Yes! Tyre's dad is here, because I saw him earlier. Then, brat, he trails off, clearly working through the implications. Black Pang cuts straight to the real question hanging over all of this. Once you find your dad, are you going to leave Agavert? Asti goes quiet, turning the question over. It sits heavy behind those big green eyes. Once she's out of earshot, the crew hashes it out among themselves. If the brat actually finds her dad, does the whole team just fall apart? There's a high probability of that happening, comes the grim reply. Basto wonders out loud if he will end up a wandering mercenary all over again. Nordiques, what about you? Nordiques shrugs it off. He never wanted to be a mercenary in the first place, so he will just head back toward the gate. A new voice chimes in. Finding her dad and the brat being our leader are two completely separate things. Vale floats an idea. If she flat out refuses to be apart from her father, why not just recruit the dad into Agavert too? Blackpang is already scheming. I can't let this opportunity slip away. I'm not saying we should make the brat work, Nordiques adds, but where else are you going to find a dark attribute mage? Her mere existence is legendary. Keep her on as a figurehead, he argues, and this crew could climb all the way to the #1 rank. The new guy pushes back gently. Wouldn't it honestly be easier to just protect both the kid and her dad? Bastu is not so sure. You have a point, but it's not that simple. Above all, mercenary work is dangerous, plain and simple, and if he were her father, he would absolutely oppose it. I know that, Blackpang admits quietly. Then it slips out. The real reason Vale is fighting so hard for this crew, he cannot go back to living like a beggar again. And just like that, the decision is made. Tyra's not leaving the mercenary group. Back to her own private vow, making Dad live to be 100 years old no matter what it takes. Because she is not just some lost kid. She is the Agavert of the Necromancer King, and it is on her to find her father and protect him. Tyra is going to be independent from Dad now, she declares, done waiting to be saved. Fists clenched, eyes blazing, this tiny girl just decided she is done being the one who needs protecting. One night, out of nowhere, tiny Asti drops a bombshell on her mercenary family. She is ready to go independent. Vale about chokes on the words. Independent is not exactly what you expect out of a 4-year-old's mouth. She just stares, completely floored, waiting for a punchline that never comes. Basto sputters, demanding she spell out exactly what independent is supposed to mean. Are you getting up on your father, Asti? He asks, and she practically launches out of her seat. That's not it. I still have to find him. She just does not want to keep leaning on Papa or on this crew to take care of her like some helpless baby anymore. Basto lets out a long, tired sigh, the kind only a man raising a very stubborn 4-year-old truly understands. Fine then, Basto says. At 4 years old, it is about time you learn to stand on your own 2 feet. Behind him, Vale is already cackling. Vale leans in, smug as anything. I've been raising myself since I was 2, brat. You'll manage. Basto and Gramps both do a double take. 2 years old? But Vale just waves it off with a coy smile. Everyone's got a past, apparently. If you're really going independent, brat, let's get to work as mercenaries and earn some serious coin. Vale grins, already counting imaginary gold. Asti mulls it over for a beat, and you can practically see the gears turning behind those big green eyes. Whenever you need some grown-up muscle, you got me, Basto, and Nordiques, he says. You got Agavert. Right, Asti says softly, because Astier is the necromancer. King now! Astia will do our very best starting today, she beams, and honestly, the confidence is adorable. Vale cheers her on, cackling. You go, girl. Then, since they're on the subject, let's make it official and sign a pledge that none of them ever walks out on Agavert. Gramps reads off the fine print, withdrawal restrictions, no leaving without everyone's consent, while Basto mutters, when did he even draft this thing? Asti just nods along. Uh-huh. Not that a kid's pinky promise contract holds up in any actual court, but Gramps signs it anyway. I'll sign it too. That pledge. This looks like it could be fun. Bawar, Vale sings, sliding the paper over. Just write your name right here and here. The signatures go down one by one, and for a second Vale's smile turns genuinely soft, like this scrappy little family actually means something to her. Later, tucked into bed, Asti casually drops a bigger question on Basto. Do you hate all paladins? Honestly, I don't. Exactly like them, he admits. Most mercenaries don't. Why? Did they take a bunch of bribes or something? She gasps. Basta just shrugs. Who knows? Why, is your father one of? One of Thost paladins? Asti panics before he even finishes. No! Astier's papa is a good person. Vale just smirks in the background, clearly enjoying this. Basto's mind jerks back, names of fallen comrades, and a memory of Asti's dad insisting he really was a paladin, always laughing it up at the commander. Asti's eyes go huge, like the police on TV. Was he working undercover? I'm just curious. Why you hate them? She presses gently. Basto has no answer ready, just silence. Because the Imperial family abandoned us first, he finally says. The mercenaries, I mean. To be precise, they abandoned the citizens. Except the nobles, of course. Here's the history lesson. Mammoth stones started sprouting across the once peaceful continent, tearing open rifts that poured out monsters. The empire got pushed to the brink of extinction and abandoned nearly all its territory, clinging only to the imperial capital. Left to fend for themselves, the people in those abandoned lands rose up as self-proclaimed mercenaries just to survive. It was chaos out there, Manstones spreading their influence while ordinary people fought monsters just to hold their ground. And through all that bloodshed, the imperial family simply looked the other way. No support, no help, nothing. So really, Basto says, it's not so much that mercenaries hate paladins specifically. It's that we resent the choices the imperial family made, and from there, the conflict between the capital and everyone outside it only got worse. Eventually, the imperial family expanded the capital's borders to win back some public favor, but only for the regions they personally deemed necessary. One of those chosen places just so happened to be right here. Pearl City, a place with such a massive floating population that mercenaries have always flocked here, then and now. Gramps picks up the story. Eventually, the imperial family granted this whole region a consecration, backed by the church. Even so, the resentment toward the imperial family here never really went away. Consecration? What's that? Asti asks, completely lost. It means offering something up to make it holy, calling down the protection of the goddess Saradin herself, shielding the city from monastones and monsters. So, did things actually get better? Did it stop the monastones from showing up? She wonders. That's what they say happened after the consecration, Gramps offers, then trails off into an uncomfortable silence. Now then, let's get some sleep, Asti mutters before adding, pouty, the imperial family is mean. Face down in her pillow, she grumbles that even if her papa really is a paladin, she just knows he'd hate the imperial family too. Well said, brat, Basto barks out a laugh. If there's something not good, they should just consecrate everything, she huffs. Doing it for some people, but not the others, that's just what keeps everyone fighting. Gramps finishes for her quiet. Yes, you're right, Astier. Off to the side, Vale has her own private thought. Even if Basto tracks down Asti's father, she really hopes the man won't turn out to be one of the bad ones. Go to sleep, now, Basto yawns. Tomorrow we start special training for our little necromancer king. The night rolls over the rooftops of the city, and by morning the story jumps somewhere new entirely. Down at the docks, the gulls are already up and working the harbor. A little fishing boat sits moored at the pier, waiting for its crew to shove off. Out on the water, a sharp-eyed young sailor frowns at the waves. That's strange, the sky's clear, but the waves are way too high. Meet Enzo, a former knight now working the boats, eyeing the horizon uneasily. So what do you want to do? The other ships are already heading out. And that's Raoul, his partner, restless, itching for a fight ever since he traded his knight's sword for a fishing rod. They say if we go where the captain's pointed us, we'll land a huge one easy. Two ex-knights, now working a boat together. There is clearly more history between these two than a shared job. The boat cuts out across the open water, the two of them falling into an old, easy rhythm. A memory surfaces, unbidden, a voice from years ago asking, Raoul, Enzo, what is a knight's mission on the battlefield? Young Raoul and Enzo, still just knights in training, shrug it off by the campfire. Why ask something like that? It's enemy annihilation, obviously. They fist bump, laughing it off like it's the easiest answer in the world. But the man across from them, Their father has a different answer in mind. My mission, he tells them warmly, is to protect you. 'Cause that's the promise I made to your mother. He ruffles their hair, and for one warm, ordinary evening, the three of them are just a fam. Young Raoul and Enzo grin at each other, completely at ease, no idea how little time they have left with that piece. Then the memory turns violent, blood, and a fight that should never have reached their father at all. It happens in an instant, brutal and irreversible. A young Enzo screams into the fire, reaching for a hand he can no longer save. Father, the family estate stands cold and silent in the aftermath. Their mother collapses in grief before the hooded strangers who bring the news. Father is all either boy can manage. One of them breaks down completely, clutching his father's sword like it's the only thing left holding him together. Grief gives way, slowly, to something harder, resolve. We will be the ones to protect Mother, they vow together, and from that day on, that promise is the only mission that's ever mattered. The memory fades, pulled back under by the sound of real waves. Back in the present, Enzo snaps out of it. Ha! Did something get caught under the boat? Raoul scans the black water, uneasy. That's strange, there shouldn't be any reefs around here at all. And then something down in the deep grabs the boat and does not let go. The water churns violently around them, dark and wrong in a way the open sea never should be. Whatever it is down there, it is very much awake now. And that, dear viewer, is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Somewhere in the dark and pouring rain, a voice screams at a woman named Marianne that she has truly lost her mind. That's Marianne, staring out into the storm with a face like stone, clearly done arguing. She sinks down onto the floor, exhausted, letting the fight drain right out of her. Her mother presses the point. How could Marianne possibly become governor when all she's ever done is minor paperwork for the family? Mom isn't letting her hide in her room forever either, and she slaps some sense into the point, literally, on someone else in the memory. The real gut punch. Because Marianne's been moping, her twin boys Raoul and Enzo are spiraling too, acting out more every day. Raoul's running with a bad crowd. Enzo hasn't eaten in 3 days, and it's all landing squarely on Marianne's shoulders. Her mother lays it out plain. The boys lost the father they trusted at exactly the age they needed him most. And there it is, the line that changes everything. Marianne is now Raoul and Enzo's only parent. Full stop. Cut to the Pearl City Administration Office. Because yes, she took the job. Marianne now stands at the head of an ornate office, looking out over the city she's responsible for, whether she wanted it or not. A tired little phew out of her, being a Viscountess/Governor is apparently exhausting. Meet her in full. Marianne Waverall, Junior Viscountess, Waverall, Governor of Pearl City. Fancy titles. Heavier job. Her advisors say public sentiment's settled thanks to the imperial family's consecration. All she has to do is keep the empire happy. Translation? Per Marianne, they basically want her to be a puppet sitting pretty in a chair. But she's made up her mind. This job is for the twins. Whatever it takes to give them a real life again. And it's working. The boys are sightseeing downtown, laughing more, even picking swordsmanship back up after giving it up entirely. For one quiet moment, Marianne lets herself wish this peace could just last forever. Yeah, about that. The whole building starts shaking out of nowhere. The windows rattle as the tremor rolls in off the sea. Something big is happening out there. Marianne freezes, catching her breath at the sound rolling in from outside. Down in the streets, people are pointing and screaming. It's a mana stone and it's rising right out of the ocean. A massive glowing structure tears itself out of the waves, lightning crackling around it like the sea itself is furious. The order goes out fast, evacuate everyone right now. Terrified faces pack the streets in the downpour. Nobody in this city has ever seen anything like this before. And here's a familiar face in the chaos. Little Asti, tucking on her found family grandpa's sleeve, asking if the consecration just failed. Even the old man doesn't have an answer. He can only mutter that he has no idea how this happened. Officials scramble. Once the sun sets, monsters will come pouring out of that thing, and mercenaries are the only muscle left to call. Hooded figures move through the rain-soaked crowd, heading toward the docks to see the damage themselves. Governor, it's raining hard, someone shouts, throwing the coat toward her, but Marianne's already moving. Then the worst news lands. The twins went out to sea today, and they still haven't come back. Marianne bolts out into the storm without a second thought. Down at the docks, the mercenary crews are already arguing. Nobody's ever heard of a mana stone rising from the sea, and nobody wants to find out first. It's telling us to go out there and die, one snaps back, and honestly, their captain agrees. Nobody's sacrificing everything to help. A red-haired man in the crowd just mutters that this whole thing is a disaster. Word comes in about Trebaga, the Empire's rank 1 mercenary corps, the one crew who might actually be able to handle this. Marianne's whole face lights up with hope. If it's them, maybe they can actually deal with that mana stone. Bad news, though. The red-haired aide tells her Trebaga already left yesterday. Even a telegram would take a full day to reach them. So what now? Nobody's willing to abandon their boats and homes and run all over again. Panic spreads fast. It starts sounding like everyone's convinced they're all going to die here tonight with not one mercenary stepping up. One furious villager spits out the ugly comparison. If mercenaries won't help either, how are they any different from the paladins? An old man in the crowd gets shoved around, thrown right back to the paladins who abandoned this town 100 years ago. Someone in the crowd starts screaming that this old man has finally had enough, and then it turns violent. Someone gets struck hard right in the middle of the mob. One of the mercenaries sneers that he was already on the fence about helping, and comparing them to paladins just made up his mind. A silver-haired, eye-patched swordsman looms in, snarling that he'll make the old man pay for insulting a master of the blade. He grabs the old man by the throat, and someone finally screams for him to stop. That someone is Marianne, storming in with zero patience left for this bully. "Go, Governor," one of her aides gasps, watching her physically grab hold of the man. The word governor ripples through the crowd, and suddenly everyone's paying attention. The swordsman rounds on her instead, demanding to know who the hell she thinks she is. "Governor, you?" he scoffs, not buying it for a second, snapping at her to show him some respect instead. He shoves her right back, not caring one bit about her title. And then he gets nastier, sneering that she looks more like a governor's mistress than an actual governor, classy guy. He goes to strike her, but he doesn't get the chance to finish it. A grunt cuts through the rain as backup finally arrives. One of Basto's crew stepping in front of Marianne. Captain Cal, someone shouts, and just like that, the mood shifts entirely. There he is, Basto himself, fist clenched, absolutely furious at what he's just walked into. The swordsman's whole face drains of color. He clearly recognizes Basto, and he did not expect to see him alive. One of Basto's crew steps in with a crackle of power, ready to back their captain up. "You have any idea what we went through because of you?" one snarls. Apparently their captain blew her entire fortune cleaning up this guy's last mess. "And now we're just here to clean up the mess you made all over again," the crew member growls, standing guard over Marianne. Even little Asti can't resist a giggle from the sidelines, calling him a willy mean person, as one of Basto's crew steps up to formally greet the Viscountess. Marianne blinks, caught completely off guard by the sudden formality. "Wavero," the crew's white-bearded elder repeats, clearly recognizing the name on the spot. "Wavero," someone whispers, "is one of the wealthiest families in the entire empire." "Why is such a noble person standing out here in the rain?" the elder asks gently. Marianne can barely answer. All she can get out are her sons' names. Raoul, Enzo. The red-haired aide snaps into gear, apologizing for the chaos and ushering the governor in out of the storm. The group heads inside together, Basto called along with them. Meanwhile, back outside, that fight is far from over. One of Basto's crew flashes a smug thumbs up at the swordsman, promising their captain's about to make him regret this until the day he dies. Nearby, little Asti huddles under her hood, shivering and welling up at the sheer chaos of it all. The shut doors slam shut against the storm as the beatdown carries on in the alley outside. By the time it's over, the so-called master of the blade is flat on his back in the rain, staring up in disbelief. Bruised, bloodied, and finally out of insults, he's got nothing left but sheer terror on his face. The rain just keeps falling over the wreck of him, the storm not caring one bit who just lost. Word is spreading through the rain-soaked capital tonight, and it has got everyone whispering about some mysterious leader. A whole city is buzzing about a shadowy figure everyone is too spooked to even name out loud. That tiny hooded figure they spotted earlier, rumor says it was the dreaded Necromancer King in disguise. Word is he single-handedly cleared out the Mana Stones in Tenebraeon Cave. People are calling him an absolute monster. Apparently, even tough-as-nails Basto can barely keep up with him, and someone swears they saw him crying in the street yesterday. Little do these gossiping strangers know, the monster they are terrified of is trotting right past them in a little dress. The stories keep getting wilder. They say he even fakes being a poor, pitiful child just to fool people. Then they claim he curses anyone foolish enough to help him with twisted hallucinations. With power like that, some are betting he could crack open that massive Mana Stone all on his own. All eyes are on the looming Mana Stone Tower now, the whole capital holding its breath over who claims it. At this rate, Agabert's cracking the top 10 easy, someone says, which turns out to be exactly the wrong thing to say near this guy. The scarred, eye-patched leader of a rival crew completely loses it, seething with jealous rage. His own mercenaries flinch back, bracing themselves. This man does not handle bad news well. Elsewhere, a couple of officials grumble about meddling paladins getting in the way of their plans. The rival leader fumes that his brides clearly were not enough, and demands to know why Basto's crew is even in the running. Turns out his own gang, the Deathhounds, sits ranked 12th, right behind Basto's crew Agabert in 10th. And now there is this so-called Necromancer King climbing the charts too. He is losing his mind over it. Furious, he swears his Deathhounds will seize that Mana Stone before anyone else even gets close. His crew barely has time to react before he is already storming off to make good on that threat. Someone stammers out a nervous, "Yay?" Yes, nobody wants to be the one who slows him down right now. Meanwhile, in a quieter room, someone's hands clench tight around the story they are about to tell. "Governor, are you all right?" comes a gentle question, breaking the heavy silence. The governor catches herself, apologizes, and asks where she had left off in her story. "It started," she says with a desperate question, "any word yet from the imperial household?" Then an urgent dispatch arrived from her adjutant, and everything changed in an instant. Someone nearby just laughs it off, completely oblivious to how much pain is hiding under that hood. "Your face is just so full of sadness," a small voice says, staring out at the horizon with her. It is little Tyre, gently asking if someone she loves is out there, lost somewhere on the sea. The governor cannot bring herself to answer. The truth is far worse than any rumor chasing it. Her voice cracks. She cannot even get the words out. "I am..." She finally forces out, magic crackling around her as the truth claws its way free. And just like that, the truth collapses down around her, dark petals scattering at her feet. Something dark and breeding tears loose from her, years of denial finally breaking apart. It is just like when her husband came home with nothing left of his body to bury, and now she fears the same fate for her twin sons. She remembers happier days, her husband laughing beside her, long before any of this grief existed. Deep down, she is terrified the only thing coming home this time will be her sons' bodies. Raoul and Enzo. The thought alone is enough to break her all over again. The storm outside rages on, matching the storm tearing through her heart. That is when a small, determined voice cuts through it all. "We have to save them." It is Tyre, ever the planner, already half a rescue plan deep before anyone even explains who needs saving. One mercenary protests that he was already packed and ready to bail on this whole mess. He blames the delay entirely on some guy named Woben showing up and holding things up. Bale cuts in dead serious, asking flatly if the boss has finally decided to turn them all into undead labor instead. Honestly, just surviving that storm and making it back at all would already be a miracle. Nobody knows what horrors that Mana Stone is hiding, and the rift only gets worse once night falls. Tyre is already vetoing the whole Mana Stone siege. Forget the treasure. They are here to get people out safely. She blinks, a little startled by her own outburst, but stands firm on it anyway. The crew is baffled. Wait, weren't they just agreeing to go save the governor's sons a second ago? Tire backpedals fast. No fighting, no looting, just find the governor's sons and get them out. Then, swing back around and talk the villagers into evacuating before that rift even opens. Basto figures they can actually pull that off, while Vale groans that he needs some discretion before agreeing to everything. One of the younger crew members tugs at Basto's sleeve, insisting he actually listened to what Tyre is saying. Back in the present, little Asti reenacts the whole scene, waving everyone over to hear the rest. But the governor's crazy rich though, someone points out, already thinking about the reward. Asti backs it up. She saw it herself. The governor was decked out head to toe in gold. And apparently not a single wrinkle on her face either, because rich people can just smooth those out with money, obviously. Rem and the neighbor are fully invested now, dreaming about affording that kind of maintenance themselves. Asti is already scheming. Help her out now, and maybe she remembers the favor later. Back in the stewery, the real governor looks up, startled by just how far this plan has already gone. She can barely believe it. This ragtag little crew is really about to go find her sons. Outside, the storm keeps howling, daring anyone to actually go through with it. So there they go. Basto, Vale, the old man, and tiny Asti marching straight toward the docks. Asti spots the governor waiting for them and lights up immediately. The old man gestures toward Basto, formally introducing him as the leader of Agaverd. The governor can hardly process it. How could he possibly agree to something this dangerous? Basto just shrugs it off, gruffly admitting he is a little touched, she would even ask. He never expected the little kid who talked him into going independent would end up this dead serious about running a mercenary crew. One of the younger crew members chirps up, telling their leader not to worry about a thing. Basto has apparently piloted boats plenty of times before, and Vale's sharp eyes can spot trouble from miles out. The governor's eyes well up. For the first time in a long while, she actually believes they might bring her boys home. Even the old man admits it. Everything Tyre predicted about this plan turned out exactly right. Turns out every detail checks out. The governor's family, the Waveralls, rank among the 5 richest houses in the capital. And she is set to inherit the whole fortune, on top of her late husband having ranked as high as a knight commander himself. The old man cannot help but grin. Befriending a family like this could set the whole crew up for life. With the deal struck, their ship pushes out into the churning, lightning-lit sea. Everyone left behind on the dock screams after them to come back safe, watching the little ship vanish into the storm. But something out there in the dark is already stirring, waiting for them. And of course, it is the Death Hound's furious leader, blocking their path with murder in his eyes. He lunges straight for them, and just like that, the rescue mission turns into a fight for survival. Out at sea, a storm is howling, and someone on deck spots something in the waves that makes their blood run cold. One of Basto's mercenaries, sharp-tongued Bale, scowls into the rain. Whatever that enemy crew is babbling about, he wants no part of it. His hooded companion just shrugs it off. Bale, don't worry about it, he says, cool as ever. I'll dodge. At the helm, Basto grips something precious in his fist, straining through the downpour. What about the young lords, he shouts. Can anyone even see them? No, comes the answer from the rigging. That monster of an enemy ship is blocking the view entirely, making it even harder to spot anyone. Nearby, an enemy smiles at their good fortune. No necromancer king around to interfere. Perfect timing. A voice needles Basto straight through the storm. You should have just died quietly outside the capital, it sneers. Why do you keep showing up and getting on my nerves? Lightning crackles around a hooded silhouette as he lays it out plainly. If the Vanguard Basto dies right here tonight, everything gets a whole lot simpler for them. Proceed as planned, the enemy captain barks. Yes, sir, his crew snaps back in unison. Dale spots exactly where the enemy ship is headed and swears. Damn it, they're making straight for the magic stone. Sure enough, there is already a ship anchored right at the base of the towering magic stone. Cut to Ty, staff in hand, grinning through the rain. Even if I have to call my bone friends here, she says, she is not backing down. Basto and the crew had told her plainly, it's dangerous, so you two just wait here. But Ty can't just sit still, not while that Bill and Carl is out there bullying her mister again. So much for waiting quietly. Back on the ship, Bale watches the crack splitting the magic stone grow wider by the second. Any moment now, something is going to crawl out of it. Tai clenches her fists. No, she has to help somehow. She just has to figure out how. Something catches everyone completely off guard. Without a second thought, Tai throws herself straight into the churning water. Basto fights the wheel, eyes locked on the stone. If they're headed there, he grits out. That's exactly where the currents get most violent. The current is too strong, Bale shouts. They're about to get swept away completely. To make matters worse, the sun is setting, Bale mutters, and those bastards are clearly still chasing them. As if the storm alone wasn't enough. The crew's oldest hen just sighs at the wheel. This does not look good, he says. Wouldn't it be better to just bail now, Bale gripes, clearly not thrilled about any of this. And then someone quietly brings up something from Bale's past. You said it was when you were 2, they say. When you were separated from your parents. The memory glows warm at first, a small child cradled close, a mother watching nearby. Then it turns cold fast. By the time he turned 8, Carl Woban had him out on battlefields already, and life just got busy. Their rewards were good, so Bale told himself it was all worth it. All for Lilia. But he lost Lilia before he ever got the chance to cash any of that in. In the memory, Lilia turns to him gently. Bale, she says, there are some things where I don't want to be called irrational, she admits, breaking down completely in his arms. Back in the present, someone needles him for zoning out. You sure take your sweet time just saying you're leaving. Bale snaps out of it fast. Get there as fast as you can, he orders, before everyone dies. It's cold is all Bale can think as he sinks. Their ship got torn apart the instant the magic stone surged up out of nowhere. Tying the ship to the stone's pillar to keep from drifting away had seemed like such a good idea, right up until it very much was not. Bale's grip on consciousness is slipping fast, and there is nothing he can do to stop it. Then gasp, he's hauled back up to the surface, choking down air. He manages between coughs, barely able to focus on anything. No time to explain, his companion snaps. If you're awake, get up, now, hurry. An arrow slams into the deck right beside them. Someone out there is very much still trying to finish the job. A voice roars across the water. I told you to leave the songs out of it, you bastard. Someone else just mutters it off as the ship's shaking from the waves. Bale just stares, completely lost. What on earth is this situation? Wait a minute. Why are the enemies even fighting amongst themselves now? A hooded mercenary in a wide-brimmed hat lays it out fast. Listen up, she says. That big guy and I are the good mercenaries hired to save you, and we are currently about to die. Turns out the ones attacking them are a rival crew, the so-called Death Hound mercenaries. Bale puts it together. This must be the mercenary his own mother hired to watch over him. Ah! He blurts, caught completely off guard. He never expected mercenaries squabbling over pay to spill into a moment like this. If you get it, she snaps, hurry up and get on the big ship already. Your brother already made it there, she adds, so move. Bale grits his teeth and pushes forward anyway. The ship is rocking so hard he can barely stay on his feet, let alone move forward. Then the real nightmare surfaces, literally. Monsters are climbing straight up out of the sea. The fighting finally quiets. Ah, someone breathes, it's over. And somewhere in the wreckage, one quiet word slips out. Father. For just a second, a warm, familiar smile flickers through the chaos, a memory that will not let go even now. Somewhere else entirely, someone screams in horror. No, not the designated son. The fight is far from finished yet. Bale hits solid ground, or solid hay at least, and finally lets himself breathe. Phew. Tai catches him clean out of midair, grinning ear to ear. Nice catch, if she does say so herself. I came to save you, she announces proudly, while her ghostly bone spirits swirl around her, murmuring, Master, Master. Whatever you command, her bone friends chorus back obediently. Then the gossip kicks in. Ooh, so this is Basto's sworn enemy. Somebody's already demanding payback. Go scold Carl good, would you? Out on the water, raw green magic suddenly rips through a ship's rigging, glowing brighter by the second. Whatever is tearing through that mast is not natural, and it is only getting bigger. A sailor bolts upright, staring at the horizon. "What on earth is that ship?" he shouts. "It is the Necromancer King," someone shrieks, as the crew realizes exactly whose banner that ship flies. "That ship belongs to the Necromancer King," someone yells. Carl Wobin just about loses it. "What are you talking about?" he demands. "How could the Necromancer King possibly get here?" Carl Wobin roars, utterly furious. "He personally made sure to sink every single boat in the village," he brags. "So of course it is Bosto's crew Agavert somehow still pulling off a siege with one tiny boat anyway." "Basto, you're gonna be the death of me," Carl Wobin snarls, spoiling for another round with his least favorite rival. Steel meets steel in the dock, and the fight is on. Grunts and curses fly as blades clash across the deck. Mercenaries scramble and slash at each other in the chaos, nobody quite sure who has the upper hand. "Hey, look over there," one of the death hounds hisses, spotting a small hooded figure slipping through the chaos. "The brat." "No, the captain arrived on a ship," one of Basto's men shouts back, relief cutting through the panic. A bloodied pendant lies against torn white cloth, a quiet, grim reminder of just how high the stakes have gotten. "I saw it with my own eyes," someone gasps, still staring at the waves in disbelief. The tiny hooded figure plants her staff and starts stomping her feet, mana crackling green around her. A shipwreck rises straight out of the ocean, timbers groaning as it breaks the surface. The derelict hull crashes through the waves, and its boarding ramp begins lowering all on its own. A cold green mist pours out from the empty vessel, curling across the deck. The Necromancer King whispers under her breath, almost like she is searching for a companion for the afterlife. "Who wants to come with me?" she calls out, staff raised, cloak whipping in the wind. "It's a ship of the dead," someone screams. "The Necromancer King has summoned a full-blown phantom ship." And the governor follows her aboard without a single moment of hesitation. In a blink, he vanishes straight into the glowing mana stone, gone before anyone can react. A dark-haired woman catches a young man mid-fall, pulling him close. "Mother." He chokes out in disbelief. "How did you get here?" he asks, stunned, as she holds him tight. "You're safe. Thank goodness you're safe," she sobs. Word spreads fast through the rescued crowd. The Necromancer King's mercenary corps came to their aid. "That person who looks like a mere child," they whisper. "Is that really the Necromancer King?" one young survivor breathes, unable to quite believe it. "Grimnir, what did you say?" she asks quietly. Yeah, I see." Arani, comes the answer, only she can hear. Green energy drifts from the air, cold and quiet, as something unseen keeps building. "Listen up, you lot." Carl Wobin barks at his own crew, bracing for whatever is coming. "Around my sailboat," someone shouts, "the tide of the dead is flowing." A silent, glowing figure watches from the rigging, saying nothing at all. "If they touch it, what happens again?" the hooded girl asks her spectral companion. "The chill of the deep sea will plant pure terror into your very souls," the ghost promises with relish. Skull-faced spirits swirl and tight round the deck, and even the little mage flinches at the sight. "I'm going to die," one sailor whimpers as the skulls close in around him. "We're all going to die," another wails, burying his face in his hands. Carl Wobin just smirks at his own panicking men. "Look at these idiots," he sneers. "No wonder they're all acting so pathetic." "Terror? What absolute nonsense," he scoffs. "Stop it with the empty bluffs," he warns. "Sure, this is all just a scare tactic." Then a cold mist creeps across the planks right behind him, and his smugness starts to slip. Something seizes him from behind, and a strangled gasp is all he can manage. Wobin struggles against the grip, dragging him down, choking out his own name in the pain. Carl Wobin screams himself hoarse, but nothing is letting go. He thrashes helplessly, wrapped tight in glowing green light he cannot escape. A cold voice cuts through his pain. "You constantly pushed your husband toward the brink of death," it says. "Did you enjoy it? In the end, you even turned us into monster bait," the voice continues. "Are you satisfied now?" He chokes out, recognition dawning somewhere under the terror. "Eve," the voice says simply, and the name lands like a blow. The grip only tightens, dragging him deeper into whatever this is. Elsewhere, Basto grumbles to a hooded companion. "Is it really okay for us to be on this ship?" he asks. "If you don't like it, feel free to swim back," comes the deadpan reply. A vision flashes past. A young man thrashing in a storm, screaming, "Save me, Eve." Basto's expression tightens. Eve, he repeats slowly, that name clearly meaning something to him too. Captain, what's going on? The little hooded girl calls out, rushing across the deck toward him. It's Big Brother Vale, someone cries out happily as familiar faces start turning up all over the ship. Mother, a young man shouts, sprinting across the deck. Enzo, the others cry back, and another family finds each other safe. Tyre got a new vroom, the little hooded girl beams. No, wait, I mean a sailboat. You crazy, someone laughs, hugging her. No, good job, you did so well. What a terrifying kid, someone mutters, half proud and half genuinely spooked. Tyre, they add fondly, was what Carl is seeing right now. Someone murmurs, actually the souls of the dead. Yes, the little mage answers quietly. Grimnir told me everything. I am Grimnir, the phantom booms, the phantom and true master of this ship. Powered entirely by the master's own mana, Grimnir adds as the little girl's eyes widen. You're translating for the ghost right now, aren't you? Basto asks Bale. While the ship is moving, Bale explains, the vessel and everything around it becomes the master's domain. Within that domain, the tide of the dead flows, Bale continues. Touch it, and you fall straight into a silent state. No, I don't want to die, Carl Woban screams, still caught fast in the ghost's grip. And your soul gets linked to the spirit world just like us, is what he's saying. Bale finishes grimly. Are you saying my wife has become a ghost? Carl Woban asks, voice barely above a whisper. A small cloaked figure drifts closer to the mist, watching quietly. He has just learned the person he loves could not move on to heaven and is trapped in the abyss instead. Carl Woban crumples under the weight of it, swallowed in ghostly light. The ghost's face finally comes into full view, aching and painfully familiar. You poor, pitiful soul, she murmurs, looking down at the bloody man before her. Just like this place where I am, she says softly, letting the words hang. The place where you stand must feel like hell too, she tells him, reaching out. But Basto, she goes on, her tone softening. At least our Lilia isn't suffering like that. I was trapped, she admits, her ghostly form finally opening up about her own pain. Trapped here by a terrible grudge, she says. But Lilia, on the other hand, a memory surfaces. A small red-haired girl walking calmly into golden light. Lady Eve told me not to worry, she says gently. She says Lilia went to a good place, the news finally lands, and years of grief start to loosen their grip. Lilia, Carl Woban breathes, the name barely making it out of him. Eve, Lilia, he sobs, finally pulling her ghostly form into an embrace he has waited years for. Quiet, broken cries are all that fill the ship for a moment. I don't want to burden this child with anything else, Eve says gently, looking toward the little Necromancer King. Thank you, Necromancer King, she says, bowing her head in genuine gratitude. A final surge of energy tears loose across the deck as everything lets go at once. Carl Woban plunges from the deck as the tide surges beneath him. He keeps falling, streaks of light trailing behind him into the dark. Please take good care of Basto, Eve's fading voice asks. One last request before she lets go for good. Her spirit dissolves into light and drifting petals finally peacefully at rest. Out on the open sea, rain lashes, Basto's ship, and below deck someone is already begging him for mercy. On deck, a handful of bound men kneel in front of Basto's crew pleading to be spared. One of them insists they never wanted any part of this in the first place. Another tries getting chummy with Basto by name, but a crewmate just tells him to save his breath. He talked way too much. A cold warning cuts through the rain. Shut up and keep moving, unless they would like to end up like the monsters they were caught running with. Out on the water, little Asti is having the time of her life, humming a tune while she works her strange power over the waves. Any monster that so much as brushes these glowing currents loses every ounce of its strength instantly. And once they die like that, she chirps happily, they become Tyre's friends again, which is either adorable or deeply unsettling depending how you look at it. A massive purple monster shrieks as her power tears through it. The sea erupts in a wall of spray and light as the creature finally goes down. From a distance, someone watches with a rueful little smile. That crazy brat is clearing out mana stones single-handedly like it is nothing. Before she can push herself any further, the Asto scoops her straight out of the fray, and she yelps in surprise. Elsewhere, Marianne cannot believe her ears. What did you just say? She demands. Raoul, she says, voice shaking, you have lost your mind. Her face crumples, shock and fear written all over it. Raoul holds his ground. He has not lost his mind, he says quietly. He feels exactly the same as his brother, and he is sorry it has to be now. I am completely serious, he tells her. We want to pick up the sword again. Marianne's mind flashes back to everything she gave up, leaving the capital and dragging her whole family out to Pearl City. All of it, she remembers, just to protect them. A memory surfaces of the day they lost their father, a shock that nearly broke her completely. That's not true, Mother, one of the twins says gently. The three of them hold each other close, tears falling freely. Warm golden light washes over the memory, like it is reaching back for something long gone. The twins finally explain the real reason they walked away from the Knights and followed her all the way to Pearl City. It was never really about duty, one of them admits quietly. It went a lot deeper than that. You panicked just holding a sword, he says gently. We know. Their grandmother had noticed it too and gently called Marianne out for pushing so hard, terrified her sons would end up just like their father. In an older memory, their grandmother sits the whole family down at dinner. Raoul, Enzo, she says, you two are the only hope left. Even if it means using the children she loves so much, she admits to herself, clearly hating the plan already. I must save my daughter Marianne no matter what, she says. This old woman is begging you. The boys just stare back at her, stunned into silence. It was not exactly a graceful way to handle it, the twins admit now, looking back. But watching them fall apart was what finally snapped their mother out of her spiral, and secretly, she was relieved the day they walked away from the Knights. We were scared too, Raoul admits, just like grandmother was. The grandmother had personally vetted every magistrate posting she could find for them. Marianne can only listen in silence. She clutches something tight in her hand. These children are right, she realizes. We are not resenting you, Enzo tells her softly. We are not saying we hung up our swords because of you, he adds as she cries harder. I know, she whispers. I know better than anyone. She remembers the twins as small boys standing proudly beside their father, always so upright, so steady, just like him. But after losing him, it was as if they had lost every bit of that will to keep going. I knew, she admits, but I could not stop them. And I could not find it in me to push them forward again either. Alone with her thoughts, lightning cracks across a stormy sky that mirrors exactly how she feels. She pictures her late husband watching all of this unfold. He would be so disappointed in me, she sobs. Instead of being the pillar you all needed, I just forced my own fear onto my own children. No, they tell her that is not it at all. Just having you is enough. They pull her into a tight hug. That is why we want to pick the sword back up, they say. I thought everything would be fine if we just stopped fighting, she says through tears. But look at us, Mother. A single tear rolls down her cheek as the weight of it all finally settles. Are you going back, she asks carefully, to prepare to rejoin the Holy Knight Order? Comes the answer with a small smile. We are going to follow those people instead, and high above them, tiny Asti soars through the sky as Basto's crew reaches up to meet her. Someone below can only watch, baffled. What? There's something I have never told you before, one of the twins says, about why Father really died at the capital's border. His expression turns serious as the memory takes hold. It happened on a battlefield where 4 units were jointly besieging a massive mana stone. Near the very end of the siege, a smaller fragment broke off from the main stone, and it just so happened to come down right on top of a residential district. Getting permission to siege a mana stone outside Imperial territory was never easy, but their father kept insisting they finish the job before pulling out. Even the higher-ups seemed to agree they should step in and protect the residents. But the Imperial family flatly rejected the request. If only the support permit had come through sooner, someone murmurs, gripping a ring so tight it leaves a mark. It is the exact same thing happening now, they realize, with how slow they have been to respond to the Mana Stone in Pearl City. If protecting people and clearing out monsters is really supposed to be a holy mission, then, at this point, mercenaries are acting a whole lot holier than the actual holy knights. The memory softens into something warmer, Basto laughing as he holds a delighted little Asti in his arms. I feel exactly the same way, comes a quiet reply. Back in the present, a lookout spots a familiar ship cresting the waves. It's the Necromancer King's ship. The whole dock erupts into cheers. Agaver's coming home from besieging the Mana Stone. Basto and his crew touch down to a wave of gratitude. The mercenaries protected us, someone shouts. An old man breaks down sobbing his thanks over and over. One of the crew calms the crowd, gently explaining that the so-called Necromancer King used up a huge amount of power today and needs to rest. Tyre's fine, though. Someone reassures the crowd. Or maybe not, Asti chimes in woozily. My arms and legs feel all wiggly-wobbly. She is promptly reminded that mages have to watch out for mana depletion. Just to be safe, let's get her some proper rest, someone decides, as the grateful crowd looks on. Marianne steps forward formally. As Magistrate of Pearl City, she says, I want to express my deepest gratitude to Agavert. Basto just holds tiny, exhausted Asti a little closer, beaming like a proud parent with absolutely no idea how much trouble she just caused. The ship pulls away from the docks, spray catching the light. It sails off toward the golden horizon, lightning flickering somewhere far behind it. And somewhere on deck, two hands quietly find each other. Standing tall as the Archon of Pearl City, Marianne steps up to make things official. She publicly thanks the mysterious mercenary corps Agavert for saving her city, and the hooded little king in the crowd can hardly believe her ears. Word spreads fast. This is the Archon paying back a debt she owes with her whole heart. Even her tiny undead sidekick shrugs it off, while the old mercenary at her side just mutters, Let's get out of here before this gets any more awkward. The whole crowd roars its thanks up at the mercenary corps and the dreaded Necromancer King alike, sunset lighting up Pearl City's tower behind them. Strangers who would normally run screaming from that name are cheering their lungs out instead. Underneath that hood, our tiny terror is blushing so hard she can barely keep her cool disguise together. But even mid-celebration, one word keeps bubbling up in her heart, Daddy. Tyre protected everyone today, she thinks to herself, eyes shut tight. And somewhere out there, she just knows her daddy is going to protect her right back. Meanwhile, far across the water off the central continent, the story picks up somewhere she has never even seen. A lone ship cuts through the sunset waves, heading who knows where. On deck, a sharp-eyed captain stares out at the horizon like it just said something to him. What was that just now? He mutters, completely unsettled. He cannot shake it. Something about that moment rattled him down to his boot. He swears someone just shouted Daddy straight at him, sobbing like their whole world was breaking. In the memory, the crying child looked up, saw him, and just smiled like she was overjoyed to find him. Rattled, he turns to his crewmate and blurts out, Alaric, you don't happen to have a kid hidden away somewhere, do you? Alaric just blinks at him. What are you even talking about? Right, that's ridiculous, he mutters, not sounding fully convinced himself. His mind drifts back to his own mercenary days, a life built for people who had nowhere left to belong. But why, he wonders, gripping his sword, is that one voice shaking him this badly? A child he has never even met, and yet he cannot get her out of his head. That crying, tear-streaked little face keeps haunting him. He snaps to his feet, suddenly furious with worry. Even for an orphan, it's way too dangerous to be wandering the docks alone. What if she falls into the ocean? He is already sprinting before he even finishes the thought. He skids up to the dockmaster demanding to borrow a communication orb, manners entirely forgotten. Getting real answers means calling the Imperial Court, and he hates every second of that given how bad things are between them. Alaric quietly hands over the device anyway. Must be urgent, ho-ho. Please, use this, he offers. I have just been so uneasy I cannot shake it, the captain admits, snatching up the receiver. The call connects, and answers start pouring in. By the way, Captain, have you ever actually seen the Necromancer King in person? The voice on the other end asks. Yes, I heard the Agavert Mercenary Corps just visited Pearl City. comes the reply. And the young sailor I sent on an errand there swears he actually laid eyes on the necromancer king himself. Forget this. He said the almighty king looked exactly like a little child. Apparently the hair is bright yellow and the face is just clear and adorable, the voice adds, totally oblivious to what that description is doing to the captain. Somewhere far away, that exact bright yellow-haired little terror has absolutely no idea she's being described right now. The captain nearly crushes the receiver in his fist. Agaverd, he chokes out. He slams the call shut, and Alaric just sighs. This guy is a real piece of work, isn't he? Across the continent, that same rumor is landing very differently in some much shadier company. Right, I already knew all that from the report Pep sent over earlier, someone smirks, papers in hand. Then the smirk drops. I've been played, he realizes, and it is not a good look on him. Behind him, someone with a much nastier grin and crackling power to match is clearly enjoying this a little too much. You've got a strange way of starting a power struggle, Necromancer King. He laughs darkly into the storm. Back with the actual terrifying king in question. Sheecha sneezed and has zero idea any of that is happening. Elsewhere, Basto squares up to two very familiar faces with a raised eyebrow. You want to join Akavir? It's Marianne's twin boys, Raoul and Enzo, practically vibrating with excitement. Yes, please let us meet the captain. I don't know how we looked out there, one insists, but in our own way, we both know how to handle a sword. Vale is not buying it for a second. You say that, but you both looked pretty helpless drowning in that sea yesterday. We are aware, the twins admit, chastened, and we know we're only alive today because of you. One of them still can't quite believe what he saw. She only joined the fight for a second, but her movements were unreal, faster than anything. The old mercenary strokes his beard. Dead serious. To reach that level in such a small, delicate build, I wish to take her as my master. Vale just smirks. Glad it's not me who has to explain that one. Basto says absolutely nothing. Those mercenaries never stood a chance, Vale adds. Natural build, heavy strike, the whole package. The twins trade a look. They want in, badly. One finally works up the nerve to ask the real question. Does the captain just not like them since she hasn't shown her face all day? Of course, we probably mean nothing to her, someone sighs dramatically, while her tiny dragon familiar just snoozes on, oblivious to the drama. No, comes the deadpan answer, it's just nap time for 4-year-olds. Every single member of Agavert nods like this is completely normal. Vale cannot resist bragging. The Necromancer King listens to everything I say, you know. Because I am the one who has completely monopolized the captain's favor, he says, striking a very smug pose. The twins are eating this rivalry up like it's the best show in town. Basto just grunts. Speak honestly, Vale. The one she actually relies on, the one she likes most, that's me, Basto declares, positively glowing. The old man raises a finger, but surely the most reliable one here is me. You cannot just ignore decades of experience, he adds, thoroughly pleased with himself. Why is the old man even jumping into this? Vale groans, while the elder just chuckles. Ho ho, merely stating the facts. Basto cuts back in. The two of us are the ones who actually fought, so let's talk contribution. The twins just stare, sweating. To think these are supposed to be elite, highly skilled mercenaries. Squabbling like palace concubines fighting over their lord's attention, they finish, deeply unimpressed. And yet, watching the raw magic still crackling in the air from her fight, they can't help but wonder, does she really command that much loyalty from people this strong? The Archmage, the Necromancer King, is clearly a bigger deal than anyone in that room wants to admit out loud. That night, fast asleep, Asti drifts into a very silly dream where everyone is demanding to know who her favorite is. Dream Basto and Dream Elder Mercenary have apparently turned into an actual pizza and burger for the occasion. Come on, Tyre. Back in the real world, her little dragon familiar just tosses and turns beside her, blissfully unaware of the chaos in her head. But then the dream shifts and something far more otherworldly starts drifting in. A voice echoes softly through the light. Our Savior. Asti's eyes fly open inside the dream. Huh? Who is there? A stunning figure made of light and flowing hair rises up before her, radiant as the sea itself. Saradin, the sea goddess, greets her life's savior, the figure announces with a warm bow. Asti just gapes, completely starstruck. P is about all she manages. Princess, the goddess laughs warmly, clearly delighted by her. Wait, is this actually happening? Or is Tyre just having a really weird nap? Last night, the goddess explains, you pulled me free from the mana stone I was trapped inside. The memory replays around them, stone and light shattering apart the moment you broke it open. Asti frowns, puzzled. That's weird. There wasn't a single person inside that mana stone during the siege. It's only natural you didn't see me, the goddess says gently, power crackling around a half-buried temple. Because I wasn't trapped inside the mana stone, I was the mana stone itself. Asti's jaw hits the floor. She bolts upright in bed for real this time, gasping. The goddess was an actual mana stone? Dream or not, something about that night is clearly not finished with her yet. Deep in the dead of night, a glowing figure rises beside a sleeping child, claiming to be the sea god who once ruled the entire Western Sea. Simply put, she says, she is something like a spirit. And right now, she looks like she is fading fast. Is Piz spirit? Little Asti bolts upright, coming face to face with this glowing stranger. Quick aside, on modern-day Kid Hyunwoo's phone, spirits are just cute cards in his favorite game. Asti is about to learn they are a lot more real than that. His collection even brags an immortal S-Class, and a strongest S-Class flex cards for a kindergartner apparently. See, Hyunwoo's big brother spoils him with new skins constantly, so he never shuts up about his spirit collection. Asti, hearing all this, can only think, to imagine those cartoon spirits turning out to be real. Because right in front of her stands the genuine article, and she is dying. The sea spirit's true source of power, she explains, is a glowing mother tree, and it is not doing well at all. Its roots have been poisoned and its power is draining away with every passing moment. The mother tree lost power? Asti gasps. Why? Was she hurt? Oh my, I have delayed far too much time, the spirit murmurs, already running out of it. Her form ripples, magic gathering as she braces herself for what she has to do next. Now, even manifesting like this has become difficult, she admits, her voice fraying at the edges. A tree with rotten roots is bound to wither from the leaves, she says softly. Here, please, accept this. Her hand reaches down to a shimmer of light, magic gathering around her fingertips. A small bracelet settles gently onto tiny Asti's wrist, glowing with quiet power. Ancient humans called it the sanctity of oblivion, the spirit explains. Touch anyone while wearing this, and you can erase any memory you choose from them. Asti's jaw drops. A bracelet that erases memories? Isn't this like a totally legendary tier item? She squeals, already starstruck. It will definitely be helpful to you, the spirit tells her almost sadly. And lastly, she adds, there is one more gift still to give. The young spirit inside your bag will show you the path to meet the person you are looking for. A small golden pendant glows faintly on its chain, a second gift tucked away for later. The room settles into quiet again as the spirit's light fades away. Toddler Asti is left alone on her bed, staring down at her strange new gifts. Turns out Blackie is not just some cutesy puppet mon. The pendant twitches, and a tiny black bat-winged creature steps out, very much alive. And Fairy is in full, a small, sparkly, very real dragon imp, freshly hatched into her life. A spirit who can actually find Tyre's dad? Just like that, hope sparks in tiny Asti's chest. Cut to the present. Asti is whipping out her battle plan notebook again. Step 1, meet Dad, make him proud back home. Yep. Finding Dad is going great, she says, giving herself a very confident nod. Step 2 on the list. Figure out exactly what Blackie and these mana stones actually are. If a mana stone gets hurt, she reasons, the baby spirit inside should lose its power too, right? So does that mean every single mana stone out there is secretly a spirit? No, I still don't know about this one, she groans, flopping face down in defeat. So far, every other mana stone Tyre has checked has come up completely empty. Her to-do list keeps growing. Find the mother tree and check whether the other mana stones are secretly spirits too. Done, she declares, snapping her notebook shut like she just solved everything. All that thinking wears her right out. She conks out at her desk mid-thought. notebook still open. Deep in her dream, a warm voice praises her writing. Tyre's dad must be so proud of her. Still dreaming, she admits quietly, I want to go to kindergarten again. She misses the old neighbors too, the grandma from room 107, the auntie from room 203. Back in reality, she is still face down asleep at her desk, drooling just a little. Soft morning light drifts quietly into the room while she sleeps on. She is still curled up at her desk, dead to the world. Then, all at once, her eyes snap open. Something just clicked. She bolts for the door at full toddler speed, notebook forgotten. Mr. Vasto, Quibo Nordics, she hollers, tearing down the hall to find her crew. Listen, Tyre figured it out, mana stones are. She starts, already mid-sentence before she even lands. She launches herself into what she thinks are familiar arms and gets a very startled gasp in return instead. Turns out it is not her crew waiting to catch her. It is a much rougher-looking bunch entirely. Two sharply dressed young men freeze, staring in open-mouthed shock at the tiny girl who just landed among them. Administrator's sons? Asti's blood runs cold the second she recognizes exactly who was watching. I forgot, she realizes, way too late to fix it now. I have to always pretend to be the necromancer king here, she had told herself, and just completely blew it. One of the crew snatches her back fast, but the damage is already done. The two young men can only stammer, completely thrown by what they just witnessed. They stand frozen, still trying to process it. The silence stretches out, heavy and awkward. Nobody quite wants to be the one to say the obvious thing out loud. It was a child, right? One finally asks. It was dark yesterday, so I figured it was just part of the disguise. It was a child, the other confirms, and there she is, unmasked. Sweet little blonde Asti. A very cute one, at that, one of them admits. Honestly, fair. Overwhelmed by it all, Asti's composure finally cracks completely. Tyre messed up. Huh, she wails, the tears finally spilling over. Behind her, someone on the crew winces hard. I was told to act perfectly. I forgot for 1 second, and Tyre. Realistically, a 4-year-old's acting was always going to have its limits. Keeping her exposure to a minimum was the whole plan. And now that plan is in ruins, the crew can only facepalm at what nobody saw coming. The tears keep streaming down Asti's face as the panic really sets in. If the administrator's sons start spreading rumors, what happens to the mercenary corps then? What is she even supposed to do? Her imagination runs wild, the whole capital turning on Agavert, furious at being deceived. In her head, an imagined mob is already demanding answers. Agavert, disband your mercenary corps, the imaginary crowd roars. Back in reality, Asti curls up tight, absolutely terrified of what she has just done. Her eyes narrow, one thought starts crystallizing through the panic. She remembers exactly what that bracelet on her wrist is capable of. Should Tyre just get rid of them? The question hangs there, and it is not a joke. Alone and shaking, she stares down at the memory-erasing bracelet working up the nerve. Before she can act, the whole crew scrabbles backward, baring teeth and yelling for her to stay put. Everyone freezes mid-scramble, eyes wide with alarm. Magic sparkles swirl through the room as the scene fades out. We will have to wait to see whose memory, if anyone's, actually gets wiped. Years before Asti ever set foot in the capital, the whole Agavert crew is already losing it over their newest, tiniest problem. Hey brat, absolutely not. Basto bellows, and he clearly means business. Turns out this is exactly the kind of stunt only a 4-year-old with zero self-preservation would pull, and the room is basically one collective panic attack. Somebody points out, not wrong, that this kid has already seen way too much violence for her age. Doesn't matter. Tiny Tyre insists she has to test the strange new power she just got. So she just lunges herself into midair to see if the effect wears off properly. Bold safety protocol, coming from a toddler. Bale dives to catch her out of the sky, absolutely losing it. Brat, why are you like this? He yells, hauling her back down before round 2 can happen. Even mid-meltdown, he can't help but soften. She's a good kid underneath all this chaos, which somehow makes it worse. Tyre isn't budging either. She clings on stubbornly, insisting she absolutely will not let go, and that she can't just stand there and watch someone get hurt. It turns into a full-on wrestling match, all screaming and flailing arms. To anyone walking by, this looks exactly like a crime scene in progress. Bale actually freezes solid, horrified thought and all. Tyre is killing a person? Spoiler, she is not. She is just gnawing on someone's hand like a teething ring. He just stands there holding her, completely baffled, while Basto and old Gramps linger behind him like they walked in on something they can't unsee. Is that not it? Somebody finally asks. Nobody in this crew has a good answer left. With the chaos finally settled, the crew sits down to actually figure out where this new power of hers came from. Bale rubs his chin, turning the pieces over in his head, because whatever that bracelet on her wrist is, it clearly isn't a toy. All eyes land on the glittering bracelet clasped around her tiny wrist. That is definitely not something you pick up at the corner shop. Someone finally puts a name to it, the Sanctity of Oblivion, a relic that can erase a person's memories at will. And apparently the spirit who handed it over had long flowing hair and sparkling eyes, a total princess type by all accounts. Thrilled with herself, Tyre chirps that the spirit who gave it to her introduced herself as Saradine. Turns out Saradin isn't just some random name. She is the local deity Pearl City has been quietly thanking for its divine protection for generations. Wait, hold on. You are telling everyone that goddess got turned into an actual mana stone, and this kid just pulled her straight out of the ground? Yep, Sanctity of Oblivion. First she's chatting up ghosts, now she's on a first-name basis with elemental spirits too. This kid's resume is getting a little concerning. Old man, this is... Bastos starts, trailing off as he stares at the bracelet like it might bite him. Gramps just chuckles darkly. Indeed, he says, it seems Astier has stumbled onto a relic. A relic? Gramps explains that, very rarely, cracking open a mana stone hands you something other than a monster's core. Real, honest-to-goodness loot. Flashing back to the actual siege, blades tear into the stone in a shower of sparks. This is the fight that cracked it open in the first place. That kind of loot gets called a relic. The problem, Gramps warns, is that there isn't a single mercenary group out there that gets to just privately keep one. Not for long, anyway. Tyre gasps, scandalized. But Tyre got it as a gift from the princess? Bale, unimpressed, points out that even holy knights don't get to keep a relic. The order always takes it. Bale grabs the old man by the wrist, dead serious. They said they retrieve every single one. History backs him up. Only one crew has ever pulled this off before, the #1 ranked guild, Travaga. Word is, Travaga voluntarily handed their relic back to the Holy Order. Nobody actually believes that was voluntary. Even Travaga, famously too self-righteous to bend for anyone, folded the second the Order leaned on them. Which means, obviously, they're coming for the brat's bracelet too. Tiny Tyre's face goes pale. She grips the bracelet tight, resolve setting in. Can't let that happen, she thinks. I have to use this to erase the intelligence officer's memories. Someone nearby about chokes at that plan, eyes going wide. Time skips forward a little. Tyre's a bit older now, braids and all, tilting her head at whatever is about to be dropped on her. Bale gets straight to it. Brat! Those two guys, Raoul and Enzo, they came looking because they want to join Agavert. Gasp, really? Tyre lights up. Yeah, Bale says. So for now, we take him in no matter what they know or don't. And here they are, all grown up. The governor's long-lost twin sons, Raoul and Enzo, looking every bit like trouble waiting to happen. And if it ever looks like they're going to walk away from the crew, Bale adds, that's your cue to erase their memories of you. Tyre's whole face freezes up. That is a lot of responsibility for someone who still gets carried around everywhere. Bale lays out the logic plainly. Do this, and Agavert finally gets to grow past a skeleton crew. And her identity never leaks either. Sounds fine to him, no? Basso just shrugs. Yeah, I think it's good. Tyre still isn't sold. But what if they just run off in secret? Basso smirks. You really think we wouldn't notice a single guy sneaking out the door? Bale flashes an absolutely wicked grin. We'll catch every last one who tries to run, no exceptions, and drag them right back in front of you. Don't worry about it. Tyre melts a little, all the tension draining out of her at once. Okay, she chirps, fully back on board. Cut to later, back in the reception room of the administrative office. The real meeting's about to start. The whole crew settles in across from their two guests, everyone dropping into their seats with the weight of what's about to be said. I understand, comes a quiet reply. Somebody's already agreeing to whatever's about to be laid out. The official story goes like this. Lord Aster awakened Mana young and grew into a darkness attribute mage. Rao and Enzo listen closely as it's explained. Given the family situation, if word gets out about their young leader, people with bad intentions are bound to come sniffing around. Bale cradles tiny Asti close through all of it, the picture of protective devotion. Now that they know the truth, the twins are somehow even more charmed. Knowing this, she's excessively cute, one coos. Heartwarming, the other agrees. Bale clears his throat and gets back to business. So, in exchange for accepting your enlistment? To keep the leader's identity from ever getting exposed, you'll both have conditional magic cast on you. One twin finishes, already resigned to it. As for how the Sanctity of Oblivion actually works, we already confirmed it firsthand through Basto, Bale adds. Basto grunts the key detail. The bracelet answers to nobody but the brat herself. That's the condition. Baby Asti chimes in proudly. She says they get to set conditions too since there's a trigger built into the spell before any memory actually gets erased. Grants whistles low. At level of precision on a memory wipe, a relic really is a relic. No wonder the Order goes feral trying to get these things back. That's the one and only condition for joining. Kimbe accept it. Basto grins way too fiercely for comfort, and little Asti leans over to stage whisper. He seems like a bad person, Bale. Bale just smirks. Of course he does. Raoul and Enzo, both smiling easily, tell her to go ahead and cast the spell. So cool, Asti breathes, awestruck by her own magic. Here, brat, go do it, Bale tells her. Their hands meet, and the bracelet flares to life. Asti scrunches her whole face up in concentration. Sorry, intelligence officer, she blurts, right before the spell hits. Magic floods the room in a wash of blue light. These, apparently, are the intelligence officer's actual memories laid bare for a second inside the spell. Enzo's face lights up under the glow, caught completely off guard by the sensation. Shall we set the condition? Asti asks, all business now. Just like Bale and Uncle Baster told her earlier, the trigger is simple. The moment they hate Tyre, or the moment they leave Agavert. She bumps her fists together like she's sealing the deal. Make them forget all of Tyre's identity, she declares, and the magic locks in. Raoul and Enzo slump against the couch, out cold, the spell doing its quiet work on them. From above, a tiny figure claps her hands together. Done. Bale pinches her cheek, teasing. Honestly, compared to what I expected, I don't feel a thing. Basto pokes his head in, practically begging. Do me too, leader. Little Asti beams. Yes. Brat, he asks, hopeful. Are you going to cast that on me too? Bale leans in, all confidence. You can cast it on me too. Even Gramps offers up his arm, a little flustered. You may cast it on me too, Tyre, since it seems that magic will never have a reason to actually trigger anyway. Basto reaches his hand out warmly, sparkles and all, fully on board. Asti tears up, completely overwhelmed. Uncle Basto and Bale, you really do think of Tyre as a lifelong comrade. Yep, she giggles. We're doing the Oath of the Peach Garden. Then she pauses, confused, reaching up for one more hand that isn't there. Huh? I don't see Grandpa. Horda Wheats! She calls out into an empty room. The celebration's suddenly very quiet. He was here with us just a moment ago, she says, eyes going wide with worry. The room fades into a scatter of cold, silent starlight, and somewhere in it, Gramps is just gone. The next day rolls around, and toddler Asti is already elbow-deep in a plate of tea cakes like nothing happened. Someone calls her name from the doorway, and she freezes mid-bite, cake halfway to her mouth. The second she spots the visitor, she lights up completely. It's Grandpa Nordiques. The old maid shuffles in, cane and all, looking like he's got something heavy on his mind. She barrels straight into him, demanding to know where he's been, but he skips the small talk. There's something he's been turning over in his head. His idea: it's time to let Marianne Waverill in on exactly who Asti really is. The woman in question, Marianne Waverill, the governor who already owes this ragtag crew her own son's lives. Asti mangles the word administrator adorably, but Nordicay's warning is dead serious. Her power is far too big to keep hiding anymore. If the church ever finds out she's carrying a relic, they will absolutely dig into who she really is. And if the church and the imperial family both turn their eyes on her at once, He doubts the power she has right now would be enough to protect herself. Tyre, he admits, probably doesn't even understand what that really means yet. She just blinks at him, the whole concept sailing clean over her head. So he tries a language she actually speaks. Think of it like her beloved puppet mon. Catching a strong one makes the trainer stronger too, right? Her eyes go huge. Right! Legendary puppet mons make you even more super stronger. Which means, he says gently, that she could be the legendary puppet mon someone out there decides to go catch. Her brain jumps straight to the worst possible metaphor. Is she about to become manga's answer to Team Rocket bait? But Tyre isn't the puppet mon, she stammers. How do you even catch a person like one? Easier than she'd like to think. Hostages, threats, straight-up hypnosis, he says, holding her tighter. Mind control, drugs, you name it. And if somebody actually tried all that on her, could she really fight it off completely alone? The question actually lands. For once, Asti's usual sparkle dims into something a lot closer to real fear. No, she finally admits, quietly. Which is exactly why, Nordique says, they need the Wavero Marquis family's backing. Cut to the governor's office, where Basto struts in, announced as none other than Captain Agavert. Marianne gets right to it. You said you had something to tell me, she says. So they're really asking her to cast conditional protection magic over every single member of Agavert. The room goes dead quiet while the ask sinks in. Then Marianne clasps their hands. All right, she says, I will support you, Captain, as much as I possibly can. Really, she asks, a little in disbelief herself, cradling Asti close. Of course, better to do it quietly, without drawing attention, she says. After all, Raoul and Enzo chose to follow their captain. We're basically in the same boat now, she says, smiling. From now on, she tells Basto, I'm going to consider you my own child, too. And she pulls Asti in for a real hug. It's not just Marianne either. Tyre is practically family at this point, Grandma laughs, and her neighbor just about melts, calling Asti her own daughter. Our granddaughter, our daughter, the chorus keeps going. This kid has collected an entire family without even trying. You're doing so well, Astier, Marianne tells her softly. You'll be all right from here on, too. It's been hard, hasn't it? Marianne can't help but laugh, remembering how even Tyre got scared catching monsters out at sea. Yeah, the Rim agrees, laughing along with her. One of the boys admits he's always known he'd have to send them back to the battlefield someday. He'd braced for it, but the anxiety never really left. The fact that those kids get to stay with Astier, with Agavert of all people, actually makes her very happy, Marianne admits. Tyre promises she'll take real good care of Raoul and Enzo, no matter what. Marianne just smiles, quietly relieved down to her bones. Thank you, she says at last, using Asti's other title. Thank you, Necromancer King. Somewhere in her dreams, a small voice resolves, I want to become stronger. The dream drifts into someone else's old grief. How nice would it be if this world just didn't have mana stones at all? Then Mr. Basto and the administrator's family too would have been just fine. Asti sleeps right to it, clutching her little pendant, none the wiser about whose sorrow she just borrowed. The city sleeps on below, completely unaware of any of it. A few days later, and someone's already hollering about something off camera. That someone is Asti, practically vibrating with excitement over whatever's coming next. The whole crew rolls out by carriage, and she can't stop gawking at every single thing they pass. Hey kid, that's my seat, someone protests. Finders keepers, Asti fires right back, already settled in. Since they're heading to the Popolrosa Armory District anyway, one of the boys figures he'll finally get a new sword custom made. A sword, Marianne repeats, something clicking behind her eyes. Then, hold on a second, she says, and takes off. Mother? The boys ask, completely baffled by the sudden exit. She comes back wielding an actual sword like she was born holding one, and honestly, it suits her a little too well. The blade's gone dull, she notes quietly. It must have happened in his last battle. The weight of what she's holding isn't lost on her son at all. You're left-handed, just like your father was, aren't you? She says, pressing the sword into his hands. Your dad wouldn't have wanted the sword carrying his will. Stuck gathering dust in a display case either, she finishes, and pulls him into a laughing hug. Yes, mother, he answers softly. I'll be back. Asti hangs out the carriage window, hollering that she'll definitely be back too. Administrator. Marianne just waves them off, watching the carriage go, looking a little less alone than she did that morning. Meanwhile, a letter gets sealed shut. "There's something I need you to look into," it reads. "I'm looking for a holy knight who made a name for himself, whether currently or in the past. A one who made some great contribution," the letter continues, rolling out toward its destination. "They say he has black hair and eyes that are a mix of green and brown. Sound familiar to anyone?" While that letter travels, Basto's crew is out grounding monsters for corn, same as always. Steel flashes, and another beast goes down. The captain's in awfully good spirits today. Someone laughs while the letter's message keeps going. This name's unique enough that it should be easy to track down fat. "Grind them all up." Someone bellows over the chaos. One of the crew is grinning ear to ear, clearly having way too much fun with this. "Please find out." The letter finally spells it out. "If anyone in the imperial capital knows a holy knight named Kim Young-soo." "A letter up from Marianne?" someone asks, surprised. Whatever this is about, it's clearly official business. Back at her desk, Marianne can't help but wonder what that kid is even up to right now. The letter finally catches up to Basto's crew, still bouncing along some forest road. "Kim Young-soo," Basto reads aloud, brow furrowed. The name doesn't ring a single bell for him. Asti just shrugs it off too. She's never heard of a holy knight by that name in the whole imperial capital, she says. If only she knew exactly whose name she'd just read. Before any of the chaos kicks off, we catch Basto just sitting alone at first light, staring out the window, lost somewhere in his own head. Little Asti's right there beside him, backpack and all, just soaking in a quiet morning with her found family. Bale catches the mood immediately. Something is clearly weighing on Basto, even if nobody has said a word yet. Turns out Asti's got something on her mind too. We slide right into her thoughts. Her worry is a simple one. She is not even sure her dad ever told her his actual name. That thought alone is enough to pull us into a flashback. Cut to years earlier, a chubby kindergarten teacher checking in on her class of tiny artists, little Asti included. "Time for the next assignment." Teach wants everybody trying their hand at writing names. She checks that everyone showed their parents yesterday's notice, and Asti practically shouts her answer all in. The task: draw your family, then write down each name your parents filled out on the paperwork one by one. Qui, a roomful of kids hunched over crayon masterpieces, tums out in full concentration. Asti glances around and realizes everyone else seems to have a whole list of family names to fill in. She is stuck wondering why hers feels so short. Her drawing is simple and sweet, just her and her dad, hearts and all. Teach leans in, gently nudging her to fill in Dad's name on the page too. And that is the problem. Growing up, he was just Dad to her, full stop. We flash back even further to him moving in with baby Asti in his arms, greeted warmly by the old woman next door as the bachelor from room 106. Back in the classroom, Asti admits Dad got home so late last night she was already asleep, so they never got around to filling out the form. Teach's whole face just melts into an "oh my." No worries though. Teach takes her by the hand, promising they will go dig up Dad's name together. Asti is stunned the school would even have that info, but Teach explains every parent filled out a registration form with their name on it when she enrolled. Straight into the principal's office they go, Teach digging out the paperwork and asking if Asti is ready to sound it out herself. She holds the page out for her to see. "I can." Asti sounds it out slowly. "Kim Young-soo," and Teach, half teasing, garbles it right back as something like "Kim Young-jao-soo-ja." Asti does not care how it got mangled. She is just thrilled. That is it. That is her dad's actual name, Young-soo. Teach asks if she is ready to head back and finish the assignment, and Asti's answer is an enthusiastic yes. For once, Dad actually makes it home early, and Asti proudly shows off her finished drawing, his name written right there next to their stick figure hug. He crouches down to her level and confirms it with a smile. Yep, Dad's name really is Kim Young-soo. Then she points out her own name scrawled underneath. Since Dad is a Kim, Teach told her to write herself down as Kim Astier, too. His smile flickers into something a little more complicated for a second, like he is turning that name over in his head. All he says out loud is a quiet Let's just go with that for now. We're just doing a lot of heavy lifting for a bedtime line. Turns out Kim Astor was never her real name, just the one stitched together for local paperwork. She tilts her head and asks if she has even got another name out there somewhere. Dad's answer is the real bombshell. Once they go back to his hometown, she will be carrying a whole different last name. He says it so lightly, like it is a fun little secret and not, a completely different identity waiting for. Asti's brain immediately jumps to the wildest possible guess. Wait, is she secretly a park? He just laughs and scoops her into a hug, way too charmed to actually answer. Back in the present, older Asti sighs. She had no idea what that hometown comment even meant at the time, and now she wishes she had just asked him straight out. The memory fades, and we are back on the road with her, the questions still nagging. If only Pastor had pressed him for that other last name when she had the chance. That thought carries her right back to the rest of the crew, mid-huddle over the very same mystery. While she sleeps soundly in someone's arms, the grown-ups are wide awake, turning the case over. The million-dollar question hanging over the whole crew: who is this kid's dad, really? Bale is stuck on an even weirder detail, baffled by this Republic of Korea place Asti keeps mentioning. Best guess so far, some obscure little principality nobody has heard of. Their only clues are her weird lettering, that little pink backpack, and her oddly styled clothes. The real snag in all this detective work, her dad apparently lost his memories entirely. Bale lays out their leading theory. Whoever wiped those memories, they suspect it traces back to the Luminen family. Specifically, its head, Valentis Luminen. Which is exactly why they are steering the whole crew toward the imperial capital, to start asking questions. Just saying the name out loud seems to rattle Bale all over again. Valentis is not just some noble, he is the guy every paladin in the Empire practically worships, a legend who wrecks a battlefield wins like it is nothing. And his sons all followed in his footsteps as model paladins, all except a mysterious fourth son nobody can actually place. Bale is not fully sold, though. Would a family with that kind of reputation really go to such extremes just because a kid with unusual power was born into it? It is the kind of accusation nobody in the group can confidently prove or dismiss. As one of them puts it, you never really know what is going on behind closed doors until you force your way in. And with that, the carriage rolls on into the night. Old Nordiques rides along quietly, turning the whole theory over in his head too. Basto pulls him out of his thoughts. Practical concerns win out over conspiracy theories. For a second, there is a lake nearby, and it is time for a water break. The carriage pulls over, and Nordiques immediately decides he has got his own errand to run in the bushes. Vale, grinning way too much for the occasion, admits he has been holding it in for ages too. Basto's face says it all. He can already tell this pit stop is about to get chaotic. Bale announces he is tagging along too, and little Asti, ever the innocent, pipes up asking where exactly everyone is off to. Without missing a beat, she parrots the phrase right back at them, completely deadpan about announcing she needs to pee. Bale nearly chokes trying to correct her, and Basto just scoops her up, barking at everyone to hurry it along before this gets any more awkward. He at least insists they find some cover so nobody's flashing the forest. Cue a very undignified search through the underbrush for bushes tall enough and trees wide enough to actually do the job. Basto cannot resist needling Bale for suddenly acting shy, pointing out they are all about to see plenty they cannot unsee anyway. Bale just shrugs it off, claiming he and Basto are well past that particular bridge already. That comment lands like a bomb, and the reaction is pure, screaming disbelief. Asti, catching just enough of the conversation, gasps that they must actually bathe together. Then she drops the real bombshell of her own. Wait, isn't Sir Vale actually a woman? Bale, more than a little offended at being mistaken for a woman yet again, groans about how nobody ever seems to double-check. Basto just shrugs it off, reminding the group that camping life does not come with hot showers on demand, before someone else pipes up that the spot is actually pretty nice. Whatever Bale says next earns him an immediate smack upside the head. He is quick to apologize for acting like such a rookie, hair and all, as Basto hauls him off. He's dragged along protesting the whole way, insisting Basto did not have to escalate quite so suddenly. Basto is not in a listening mood. He marches him off deeper into the trees for a very stern talking to. Basto lays into him. How does a guy who used to serve in a night order not know basic restroom manners? Did he seriously just stare that hard at his own captain? Bailbat chokes on his own denial, fumbling to fix his clothes and his dignity at the same time. Someone just mutters under their breath about what an absolute lunatic this guy is and keeps walking. By the time Basto circles back with Asti in his arms, he finds Bale just standing there alone and has to ask what exactly he is doing. Bale has got nothing to say for himself, visibly mortified, while Basto keeps needling him about his weird little standing pose. And there it is, the punchline of the whole detour. Turns out he did have one after all. Mystery solved, dignity lost. The crew rolls into the Pulperosa Armory district, and even the sky looks like it is spoiling for a fight. Smokestacks and forges tower over the skyline, belching black clouds into the blue. Tiny Asti cannot get over it. Wow, there are so many super big buildings. She squints at the horizon, asking why those black clouds keep rolling in. Old Nordics explains it away. There is a legendary furnace here called the Furnace of the Beginning, and it is always smoking while it forges weapons. All Asti can manage is an awestruck, "Whoa." Basto tells the group he is heading off to drop his warhammer for repairs and he will be right back. The plan is simple. Rest up at the inn. Do not even bother unpacking. They will not be here long. Except barely any time later, Asti is baffled. They only just got 4 nights into this carriage ride, so why is everyone suddenly packing up early? Turns out the factory manager running this place is famous for one thing. An ego the size of this forge when it comes to his weapons. And his temper matches it. Nobody with sense picks a fight with the guy. Basto, looking thoroughly done with all of it, mutters, "It would be smart to get out of town sooner rather than later." Then somebody bellows, "Wait," and poor Asti about jumps out of her skin. Asti is already spinning theories. Mr. Basto must really hate this factory manager guy. Funny though, his name is actually kind of cute. Cue the outrage. "He told you to wait 2 months?" Someone practically shrieks. Basto shrugs it off. He was not about to wait 2 whole months, so he just went and asked for the hammer back early instead. Cue the tantrum. The factory manager cannot stand the thought of his handcrafted weapon getting patched up by, in his words, some low-quality blacksmith. So he does the only reasonable thing and storms off with the hammer himself. Asti cannot believe they just let it happen. Even Vale is stumped, throwing up his hands. Why would the guy just take it away like that? There is a very good reason nobody argued back. This district's factory manager answers to exactly no one, not even the emperor. Asti's mind is blown. Even the emperor is basically just a king to this guy? Is he really that amazing? Nordic steps in, calm as ever. He will try meeting with the factory manager himself tomorrow. Turns out the two go way back. Since nothing is budging him tonight, why not spend the day browsing the armory instead? Basto is on board. He needs a weapon to hold him over anyway. Nordics turns the question on Asti next. Should Tyre get a weapon too? Vale immediately shuts it down. What weapon is a little kid supposed to use? What if she gets hurt? Nordics counters with a suggestion. Something like a small poison dart gun loaded with paralyzing poison should do just fine. Asti's eyes go wide. A poison dart gun for her? Vale actually stops to think it over. Okay, hearing it out loud, maybe that does make sense. Asti is thrilled. 4 years old is plenty old enough to carry a poison dart gun, thank you very much. Basto cannot help but ask, did Raoul and Enzo carry poison dart guns too, back when they were that age? And Vale just laughs it off, pinching Asti's cheek and teasing her about handling real weapons at 7 years old. It stirs up an old memory, a promise once made to look after the commander like family, and a quiet vow from Asti to watch over Raoul and Enzo the very same way. Decision made, Asti is getting her own poison dart gun too. She's already darting around the room buzzing with purpose. She is going to protect everybody. And she has the ammo cupboard. The Reaper handed her a stash of darts back on the ship, and she is ready to fire off every single one. She proudly shows off her sparkly little backpack, stuffed to the brim with treasure. Somebody dryly notes they would love a backpack like that too. Unlike certain rich young masters, they are dead broke. Lakpang slips into his human form and crouches down to Asti's level for a sweet little moment, while everyone else just laughs nervously in the background. Basto chimes in that he is not turning down the idea either. Asti cheers. The Necromancer King is going to be one reliable commander. Since they are all family now, nobody is allowed to get hurt. Vale blinks. Family? Because family is not just about blood. Some of it gets built by choice. Basto says it plainly. Everyone here is Tywire's family, and he loves every single one of them. Asti, dead serious, declares she will buy 100 poison dart guns to protect them all, because if her beloved family got hurt, she would be devastated. She's suddenly on the verge of tears, hugging her backpack tight. It gets veiled right in the chest. You kid, you! He covers it up by roughly noogieing her, grumbling that she is being ridiculous. She fires right back. How can a mercenary not get hurt when he almost got hurt himself? Tyre does not get hurt nearly as much as you do. He shoots back, while she insists he is the one who needs to be careful. The bickering just keeps going. Got it or not, whoever gets hurt first is officially the idiot. Somebody quietly notes that their commander sure is an affectionate one. Basto finally waves everyone toward the door. Time to go, all of them. Zale and Nordics file out right behind him. For a beat, nobody says anything, just a quiet, comfortable silence before the shopping trip begins. They step out through a quiet foyer lined with polished blades and shields, headed for the market proper. The group wanders into the Armory District's bustling market, stalls packed with armor and weapons as far as the eye can see. Asti is already grabbing things off the shelves. This too! Let's pack this too! A grappling hook and rope, no less. Vale can only ask the obvious question, why exactly is she packing rope? Asti, completely deadpan, obviously, for when they need to escape out a window? Then they stop dead in front of a massive suit of armor on display. It is labeled Core Crateries, and set right into its chest is a glowing red gem. Asti completely loses it. You what? She dubs it on the spot, the heart of Core Craris. So pretty, she squeals. Vale agrees it is pretty, and Asti immediately wonders how expensive it must be. A sign spells it out plainly, not for sale at any price. Asti's jaw drops. She pouts anyway. It is still so pretty, and she still wants it. The gem just keeps glowing, completely unbothered by the tantrum brewing in front of it. Somebody finally asks the obvious question. What is she even planning to do with armor that huge? Before anyone can answer, a sharp throat clear cuts right through the noise. The whole group tenses up as a stranger closes in on them. Straight up, no preamble. Are you the commander of Akavert, the Necromancer King? One of the crew's expressions goes cold, instantly on guard. They move through the haze carefully, watching every angle. Off in the workshop, Nordics and Basto are none the wiser, still browsing weapons. Asti does not flinch, yes, but why? The air goes tight, everyone holding their breath. To explain how it even got to this point, rewind a little while. Word had already spread fast. Basto Parisias had shown up at the armory with the rest of the Agavert crew, and the factory manager clocked exactly what he was doing, trying to line up a replacement weapon in the meantime. That is all it takes to set him off. This guy deserves to be beaten to death. How dare he abandon a weapon the manager crafted himself just to go get a new one? He orders his own staff to throw the whole crew out of his exhibition hall, no exceptions. An employee tries to push back. They've been losing important customers over this kind of thing lately. He does not want to hear it. Anyone careless with his weapons gets zero mercy. He is completely lost it at this point, screaming the order all over again. And just like that, the crew gets told flat out to leave right now. Back in the present, the confrontation reaches its breaking point, and the whole crew freezes, bracing for whatever comes next. At a legendary armorer's shop, a top disciple breaks into a cold sweat, bracing himself at the door. I must not be fooled, he mutters, dreading what just walked in. The opponent terrifying him is apparently a man wrapped head to toe in fur, 3 times the size of a normal person, and little Asti, peeking from her hood, looks just as spooked. But his real nightmare is the small girl standing right beside that giant. Whispers already call her the rumored necromancer king. He reminds himself Elder Barugan has always had a temper, sure, but he's never been nasty enough to chase off every paying customer. So why start now? Across the shop, a massive fur-covered silhouette rears up in a shower of sparks. Elder Barugan himself, mid-tantrum, and nobody can figure out what set him off. Other disciples pile on the pressure. Get the mercenaries out right now or the whole lot of them lose their top disciple rank. 10 years of training and he's not about to blow his rank over one bad customer. Creative tools in hand, he steels himself to do the deed. Before this turns into a full-blown brawl with armed mercenaries, somebody has to defuse it fast. The plan: just chase the whole crew out the door with pure momentum before anyone draws a weapon. One of Basto's crew rounds on the staff, furious. "What are you doing? First you kick us out, and now you won't even sell to us. What kind of place treats its customers like this?" Tiny Asti's eyes go just as wide beside him. Then the scene dissolves into memory. A cold voice cuts through the dark. "Hey, I told you to get out." A shopkeeper snaps at a small customer. "Didn't you see the sign? Kids aren't allowed in here." It's a memory from Asti's old modern life. A lonely little girl at an apartment door brushes off a call. "Yeah, Appa, I'll call you back." Behind her back, adults grumble that alleyway kindergarten kid came around again, griping about fingerprints on the display case. Business is bad enough without this, one sighs, while the girl, unmistakably young Asti, just stands there with her eyes welling up. "Can't you read the No Kids Zone sign right there?" Another voice snaps, shutting the door on her again. All she'd wanted was a scoop of the chocolate ice cream her friend Hyun-woo's mom once treated her to. That memory of Hyun-woo grinning in his mom's arms over a treat only makes the sting worse. Some kids never have to beg for kindness. Tyre wasn't being loud. She insists to nobody. "I didn't touch anything. I didn't run around." An adult scoffs down at her, completely unmoved. Just another grown-up ready to write her off. Elsewhere, a market vendor barks at some kids to hurry up and hand over the carts. The world's just full of impatient grown-ups today. "Why us?" she asks quietly. "We weren't even being loud." Little Asti, backpack and all, stares down at nothing in particular. "We didn't do anything wrong." A shadow looms over her, unmoved. "Can't you hear me telling you to get out?" The same ugly line rings out again, drowning her out completely. Through the haze of memory, a warmer voice finally answers her. Our princess. It's her real father from her old life, dark-haired and gentle-eyed, sitting her down for dinner and telling her plainly she didn't do anything wrong. "It's not your fault," he says. "Sometimes mean adults just act like that. They get angry somewhere else and take it out on easy targets. Young Tyre sniffles. That's bad." "That's right, so don't just accept it like it's normal." She looks up at him. "Then what do I do?" Her father's answer lands like a lesson for life. "It's okay to resist unfairness, Tyre." The memory glows warm around her, a rare moment where somebody was actually on her side. Back in the present, hands bind her wrists as the disciple stammers an apology. "I understand how you feel, but it's the elder's decision. Our hands are tied." Asti doesn't take it lying down. Rope and all, she screams her verdict. This is discrimination against children. She hauls back on the rope with everything she's got. "If you make this whole place a no-kids zone, even the good kids can't do anything about it." The crew looks on, totally baffled by her tangent. "Wow, wait, Commander, what are you even talking about? No kid zone?" One groans. Seriously, just let go already." "No, Tyre won't let this go," she bellows. "Give Mr. Basto's hammer back first, you dummy." A straining arm, reins popping, begs her to just let go of it already. Then the rope gives way all at once, and a hand shoots out in surprise. Steve's hood flies back as the whole tug-of-war goes flying sideways. One of the crew yelps mid-scramble, choking on the start of a word. "Calm!" Behind him, a hulking suit of armor with a glowing red gem set in its chest lets out a violent, metallic groan. Pink-white flares off a gloved hand as someone else shouts in alarm. "Commander!" Somebody rounds furiously on the culprit. You bastard! Though nobody's quite sure yet what actually happened. I didn't expect her to go flying like that. Someone stammers, just as stunned. Elder Barugan's face twists in fury as the truth dawns on him. The heart of the core of Cryaurus. Elder, a disciple squeaks, realizing far too late what's about to happen. A gauntleted hand grips the now empty armor. The core of Cryaurus. It's vanished right out of the suit. Cracked shards of light scatter across the darkened armory floor. Whatever happened here, it wasn't small. Elder Barugan roars the order. The core Cryaurus is gone. Lock down the armory hall and find it, now. Panicked disciples scramble to obey. Yes, sir. Amid the chaos, Basto crouches by Asti, worry breaking through. Tyre, are you okay? Then Asti freezes. Tucked against her pink backpack, glowing faintly red, is the missing core itself. Sure enough, the suit of armor across the room sits with an empty gem-shaped hole where its heart should be. She holds the stone up, eyes wide. Is this it? Someone nearby freezes mid-step, staring down at it, the core of Cryaurus. Before anyone can grab it from her, the stone splits apart in a burst of searing red light. A hand yanks roughly at her hair in the chaos as blood-red light sprays across the room. Elder Barugan's face goes rigid with shock at what's just been unleashed. Assie's own face lights of gold, her eyes blown wide in alarm. Suddenly, my strength is draining, she gasps, feeling something pull straight out of her. A wall of red mist boils up out of nowhere, swallowing the room whole. A deafening magical shockwave tears through the armory. Armor and weapons go flying everywhere as the blast levels half the room in an instant. Swords and gear rain down into an overturned weapons rack as the crew scrambles for cover. One of Basto's crew grabs a stunned ally by the shoulder, the word catching in his throat. Ko! Two of them stare, both slack-jawed at the same impossible sight, and finally get the word out together. Commander? Standing in the wreckage is a bearded, bandage-wrapped figure who has the whole crew frozen in disbelief, like they're staring at a ghost out of Basto's past. Jagged streaks of crimson and violet light tear across the darkness as the surge keeps building. Asti clutches the shard tight against her chest, teeth gritted against whatever's happening to her. Lightning splits the sky open in a torrential downpour, a storm that doesn't belong to her world at all. A car's taillights glow red through sheets of rain on a wet city road, the unmistakable look of somewhere entirely modern. A lone hooded figure trudges through the downpour down an empty rain-slicked street, and right in the middle of it, small and soaked, stands Asti herself, gasping out a bewildered "what?" as car horns blare past her. Where is... she starts, staring down an unfamiliar rain-soaked street lined with headlights and traffic cones. A flash of pink light ripples out over the city below as she makes out a street sign. Jongno-gu! A storm rips the night sky wide open, lightning forking through black clouds. Thunder slams into the skyline, wind and rain hammering glass and steel towers. Down on the flooded streets below, the whole city rumbles under the storm. Up on an empty rooftop, rain lashes sideways, drumming on bare concrete. A stray bucket rattles in the wind, forgotten on the soaked rooftop. A battered old radio, left out in the rain, crackles and sputters to life. KU current. A weather report cuts through the static. Due to the effects of the typhoon, across most regions of the country, strong winds and rain continue, the broadcast warns, static swallowing half the words. A hooded figure mutters to herself, "This is definitely a street tire nose, but something's off." "It's Jongno-gu, but it's like a maze," she says. "The streets have gone weird." "If I turned that corner, a different store's supposed to be there," she frowns, soaked to the bone. "But if I keep walking, I just end up back at that radio again," she realizes with a chill. She calls out into the empty street, "Mr. Basto, Brother Vale, Grandpa Nordiques." Her voice cracks, calling for a family that isn't there. Asti stands alone in the flooded street, drenched, her hood dripping, utterly lost. Back at camp, Nordics picks up a grim account. "The factory manager suddenly lunged at the commander," he says. In the retelling, fire erupts as the factory manager, twisted with rage, lunges for the throat. Flame licks across the scene as the fight turns deadly in an instant. A man screams through blood. "Cryaurus!" They've both been swallowed by Cryaurus' subspace. Vale can't believe it. Swallowed by a subspace? Explain it properly. A purple magic circle flares as Nordics asks. Does anyone here even know what kind of monster Krajaris was? A crewmate goes pale, choking out, was the one that attacked this place 35 years ago. Nordic says. Basto, cradling Asti's little pet, grits his teeth. It wasn't just difficult. The second company of the Paladin Order came back as nothing but white bones in an instant, Nordic says. Trapped in a subspace, Krajaris tore into being. The Paladins went delirious and destroyed each other. Blood-red mist rolls over the memory, swallowing it whole. Back in the storm, the hooded searcher keeps moving, drenched and alone. A voice rings out. Found you. A menacing shape looms over her. Necromancer King, what on earth did you do to Krajaris? But it's Basto, alive, gripping her little pink backpack, relief and fury fighting for space on his face. Rain keeps hammering the flooded street around them. The figure beside them finally names himself. It's me, factory manager Barugan. Subspace? Someone repeats, stunned. So what are you saying right now? A crewmate demands. Are you telling me our commander's gonna melt away in there? Two knights square off, shouting. If it was such a dangerous item, you should have warned us. A wide-eyed young mage clutches the glowing red core. Then the commander wouldn't have even touched it. I'm saying I didn't know this would happen either. Comes the defensive reply. Because the core of Krajaris isn't something that shatters that easily. Back then, the red fog that swallowed 200 paladins? The story continues. The only one who tore through Krajaris' subspace and came out alive was Valentis Luminen, alone. A lone silhouette strides out of the fire and light, sword in hand, the sole survivor himself. A core he donated afterward, the story goes, the emperor and even the archbishop stepped in, demanding it be forged into a weapon. An ornate blade is raised in the firelight, the relic bound to its hilt. Calling the essence of something that devoured 200 men ominous, Luminen defied the imperial order and threw it into the furnace. The core glows, untouched, inside the roaring flames. Years later, the core everyone assumed destroyed turns up perfectly intact at the departure door. Rosa was turned upside down all over again. No matter how Elder Barugan worked it, Krajaris' core came out without a single scratch. No choice but to forge that weapon out of it after all. But the core didn't just slip loose from the finished weapon. It brought a knight crashing down, blood on the floor as the others scramble to help. We're just as distressed about this as you are, someone insists. Shattered armor lies scattered in blood. The weapon has failed one too many times. Back in the present, a crewmate panics. They say the Necromancer King's an archmage. We're starting to think she used magic on it. The only way out of that thing is to tear it open from the inside. So what are we supposed to do? The Necromancer King's the strongest of the newly risen, someone says. Maybe she can come back alive, just like Luminen did. But what about our factory manager? Comes the anxious cry. Our elder's going to come back a corpse. He wails. Someone just stares, silent, tears welling up. Inside the storm, Asti mutters, since there's no way out of the subspace from outside, what on earth are we supposed to? A memory surfaces instead. Her mercenary family cheering, now we're Pryor's family so you can't get hurt. Back at camp, Vale snaps. Even so, we can't just sit back and watch. At least something. Then pauses. Then how about? A glowing circle answers, how about sending a rescue request to the mercenary union? A young knight sets off with his companions, sword in hand and a small crest stitched to his cape. The scene fades into hazy, glimmering silence. Footsteps splash through the flooded street. Then this isn't the real Jong-no-gu? Asti asks. Yes, technically speaking, this is an illusory space, comes the answer. A place built from your own inner fear. I had a gut feeling we'd end up trapped in a subspace, Basto admits, eyes wide. That Krajari shows its targets exactly what they fear most. I figured it was about to drag me straight back to that day, he says. A heavy thud echoes through the rain. But a masked figure stands unfazed in the flooded street. I was wrong, though. This isn't a space built around me. That's why I came looking for the Necromancer King. Basto rounds on him. Factory manager, then how do we get out of here before we get eaten? Asti throws up her hands. How should I know? Why does your inner fear look like this? She rounds on the pair of them with an indignant shout, backpack clutched tight. Basto stares up, baffled. Just what are those bizarrely styled buildings? And what are those things flashing lights as they pass by? The situation's dead serious, he mutters, so why's this kid just standing there so blankly? Tell me, Asti demands, where even are we? She puffs her cheeks out, thoroughly done with the whole situation. I don't know, she huffs, thumping her poor backpack in frustration. Tire's not telling you anything, she declares to the factory manager, sticking her tongue out. Basto sputters, What did you just say? And that thing over there's a Hong Kong. Dead's a streetlight, obviously. Apparently the factory manager doesn't even know that. Basto roars in mock outrage. This is how it ends up. We didn't even cause any trouble. Whee! Self-defense! Self-defense, he insists. The mood flips cold in an instant. What exactly is your true identity? The entity demands. Asti freezes, clutching her backpack, rain running down her face. Even if I'm just an old man cooped up in Poporosa, the voice says, I'm well versed in the rumors going around the world. Like how the mana inside you runs 3 times what any ordinary mercenary carries. Or that you're some vicious witch, toying with people through dark magic. Is all Asti manages. But I am afraid of you, the entity admits. Do you know why? Because inside Krajaris' domain, magic simply cannot be used. Asti's eyes go wide. There's a red fog around the factory manager. Red fog swallows the factory manager whole, his shape twisting into something else. Just have you shattered Krajaris' core? It roars. Drop the act and state your purpose. Necromancer King? Asti's eyes go wide with pure shock. Her backpack straps gripped white-knuckled. The rain just keeps falling. Nobody breathes. First, a quick history lesson. Meet the Frost Mercenary Association, the middleman between the Empire and every mer crew on its books. It connects mercenary groups with state jobs and guarantees the safety of anyone registered with them. Sounds nice, right? One old knight remembers hearing about it way back when he was still just an apprentice paladin. An organization I'd forgotten existed, Basto mutters, dredging the name back up. Turns out at its founding, this association signed a contract straight with the imperial family itself. And now a massive public notice just dropped. The association wants to monopolize every state commission from here on out. They get first pick on every state job now? One of Basto's crew explodes. Those commissions were brutal enough to land already, he grumbles. And obviously they'll want a small fortune just to let us in. How can we trust this association? Someone shouts into the dark. I refuse to join. Fair enough. Overnight, this association had scooped up more state power than anyone was comfortable with. Basto just watches the crowd argue, turning the whole mess over in his head. Plot twist though, those fears turned out groundless. No rampant corruption, no backroom bribery. The registration goes smooth. Contracts signed, seals glowing, paperwork actually processed the way it's supposed to be. The Frost Association really does distribute mission rights fairly across every crew on its books. Trust, it turns out, gets built the boring way through rules everyone actually follows. Joining doesn't sound so crazy anymore. If there's any chance this helps us find Tyre, Basto says, dead serious, there is no reason to hesitate. Let's contact them right now, someone shouts, already grabbing for the communication orb. Cut to a manicured private garden. Clearly somebody with money and influence is about to weigh in. Keep talking. I am listening, comes a voice from the garden seat. A gloved hand grips an old communicator. Given the gravity of the situation, we're considering a mobilization order for the top-tier mercenary crews. If this really is a reaction from the core of Krajaris, we don't know how bad it could get. Best to move fast. A white-robed figure paces off with the call still in hand, already thinking 3 moves ahead. However, the voice trails off. You just know a but this big is not good news. The real question, will the leaders of those 3 top-ranked crews actually just fall in line with the association's request? One sharp pair of green eyes narrows, especially since we have to actually perceive the subspace of Krajaris to do anything about this. The eye the leader of Travaga carries is going to be crucial here, comes the reply. Meaning, the Satan himself is the key piece. We have to at least press them on it, someone says, watching a hooded figure cross the frost, though that arrogant bastard will probably throw a fit and refuse, especially him. The legendary weaponsmith Barugan is the one trapped in there. We just have to hope they'll listen. Right. Let's issue the mobilization order, one official decides. Publicly, this time. Understood. Since we need to win over that man the Saturn first, I'll contact the Travaga side right away. Somewhere else entirely, a hooded fighter stumbles through a rose garden, dragging a trail of blood behind him. A window shatters as the fight spills straight through the manor glass. I really should have listened, he winces, blood soaking his cloak, when they told me holding down multiple positions isn't for everyone. Elsewhere, a blade stands buried in the corpse of some hulking beast. One problem down, plenty more incoming. Tell them I'm not going, a voice cuts through the smoke. I don't have time. Blood and tears streak his face, but there's zero hesitation in his answer. This is the commander himself, digging in his heels. Alaric, silver hair, round glasses, one of the only guys who actually tell this man no, steps in. Commander, you cannot do this. The stakes spelled out. Barigun, the legendary weaponsmith, is the one trapped in Krajaris' subspace. Somewhere in the storm, a hulking, fanged mercenary roars a name that's become a real headache lately. Annie-Ra Matcher King! He's sprinting now, screaming into the dark. Show yourself before me this instant. Alaric doesn't let up. What if Brugon dies because you, the commander, refuse the mobilization order? Commander. Alaric presses again. This isn't such a simple matter. Matter? He snaps back, fist tight on his blade. The problem was never me. It's that damn Frost Association. Cut to the Seton, crackling with power and thoroughly done. They took Travaga in as an affiliate and never gave us one single state job. Now it's mobilize, come here, do this, do that. He's smirking through blood on his own face, somehow making irritation look like a threat. Am I some kind of pet dog? He mutters. Since when did I sign up to be one? Back in the storm, that same furious voice screams into the rain. Get out here and show yourself. And then, somewhere far from any of that, a little girl in a hood clutches her backpack, absolutely terrified. This is Tyre, small again, hiding. It's clear the factory manager got hit by that fog, someone realizes, as the massive man draws a wild punch. He must have gone strange because of Korkrauis, and it happened right inside the kindergarten. Somewhere close, that same monstrous voice bellows. And he see Ramen Sasher Kim! A shadowy, jagged shape licks its lips in the rain. It'll be delicious, it purrs. Come out right now, it coaxes. It'll be really delicious, won't it? Tiny Tyre trembles, recognizing that voice instantly. It's definitely Korkrauis, she thinks. She's held tight against someone, mind racing. I need to steal that core, but I can't even call my friends here. What should Tyre do? She asks herself, small and alone with the question. The scene shifts. A laptop screen glows quietly in an empty room waiting. Startled, Tiny Tyre looks up sharply. Ty. Father, she starts to say, and stops herself. If you could just answer first, someone asks gently, then we'll read the letter you prepared. Ah, there are questions too, comes the reply, green eyes already welling up. It's fine, he adds, steadying his voice. Tyre will be off playing with her friends while we film this. That is, he starts. It's a video message of love, recorded for his child. There he is, dark-haired and dead serious for once, camera rolling. Asti's father getting ready to say what he never got to say in person. Because Dad hadn't come home in 3 nights, and for 3 nights straight, Tyre couldn't bring herself to go to kindergarten either. Grandma fusses over her anyway, tugging her into her uniform. Oh my, still, you wouldn't want to miss kindergarten. Because honestly, her dad crying over her staying home was exactly the thing that would worry him even more. My friend said they had an observation class while I was gone, she recalls. Then it hits her. A video message. Our classmates come running. Teacher, let's watch Tyre's dad's message again. Tyre's dad is so cool. Let's watch it again. Tyre, do you want to watch the video your dad left for you? But while the other kids crowd around the screen, little Tyre quietly walks the other way, alone. A crayon drawing sits forgotten in the dark, hearts and stick figures, a kid's version of a happy family. That night she sits by herself under the moonlight, small and silent. A single tear falls. I won't watch it, she decides. Tyre won't watch something like that, she cries, the sound finally breaking out of her. So Ty's video messages never got watched, not back then. Years later, Something like her own memory stands in that same quiet room, finally asking the question out loud. What kind of existence is our tire to you, father? Somewhere, someone answers that question, and it is not a comforting voice. A slow, wicked smile spreads across a face, half lit, half shadowed. Black hair bleeding into white, a grin that promises absolutely nothing good. Honestly, the voice finally says, she's a burden. Lightning cracks through the dark as the name behind that voice starts to take shape, and it spells trouble ahead. Out in the wilds, a silver-haired knight lays out the plan bluntly. Skip the government contracts, just clear mana stones and take general jobs. That alone can keep the whole crew comfortably fed. As he talks, the scene cuts to a battered, bloodied warrior slumped on a rock, sword planted in the dirt beside him, proof of just how rough that sufficiently affluent life really gets. Still, he admits, this fight isn't only about pride anymore. Something bigger is riding on it. Every scrap of weapons and armor the Holy Knight Order uses runs through one single factory, the only place on the continent that can forge a blade able to hold holy power itself. That kind of sword doesn't come from just anyone. It takes a true mastersmith to pull off something this demanding. Only a handful of people alive can do it, and Baragon is one of them. If he dies and the paladins lose their weapon supply, the blame is going to land squarely on the mercenaries who failed to save him. And right now, Barugan himself is in bad shape, bloodied, on his knees, sword the only thing holding him up. Somewhere in the dark, a bloodied stranger grins wide, snarling that he doesn't give a damn what happens to the Empire or its precious order. If they're so unhappy with him, he sneers, what exactly are they going to do about it? Has he just been playing nice this whole time? Cut back to Alaric, worn ragged from his own workload, clearing the massive mana stones that just appeared out of nowhere at the Empire's border. A scarred blue-haired crewmate isn't impressed. The actual paladins bailed on the job, he grumbles, claiming there was nobody left out there worth protecting. We're the ones who actually cleared them, he grumbles, though he grudgingly admits it's no wonder their commander is running on empty. The schedule's been brutal all month, Alaric adds. 3 straight days clearing mana stones without a single break. Exhausted, their commander trudges off, muttering that he's filthy and needs a wash, and that he plans to sleep for 2 whole days, so nobody better wake him up. Someone trails after him anyway, clearly not ready to let him just disappear yet. Later, a cheerful red-headed crewmate slings an arm around Alaric, teasing him about what he's even going to wear to the factory manager's funeral. What? He blinks. She just grins. She'd been eavesdropping earlier and heard something juicy. There's somebody trapped in there with Barugan, she says, and then drops the bombshell. It's the Necromancer King. Word spreads fast, and not everyone's impressed. One voice scoffs that the so-called Necromancer King is just some weirdo running around pretending to be a 4-year-old. Cut to the weirdo herself, Asti, wide-eyed and clearly in way over her head. Close by, Barugan lies bloodied and barely conscious, his situation far grimmer than anyone joking about funerals realizes. Back with the crew, someone finally asks the obvious question. Who exactly is trapped in there with him? Alaric's grip tightens on his pendant, bracing for whatever answer is coming. And then, out of nowhere, 4 words crackle through the dark like a curse. Tyre is a burden. Inside the subspace, a small hooded figure clutches a keepsake close, and it becomes clear. Asti isn't facing a monster, she's facing her own worst memories. The illusion drags her back to her old apartment building where a gossiping neighbor tuts that the poor young bachelor in room 106 really suffered because of that kid. She doesn't listen at all, the woman clucks. That kid is just so cunning, and little Tyre can only sit there and take it. Tyre is. Someone starts to ask and gets cut off fast. Don't even mention it. They say that Bachelor never had a single day of peace since she came along. The vision lingers on tiny hooded Tyre, sitting utterly alone in the dark, silently crying. That's a lie, Asti insists to herself, right as a twisted, glitching version of her own father steps out of the static. The fake father sneers that with everything going on, her constant whining for toys and snacks was the single most annoying part of his day. Tyre is really immature, the illusion insists, painting her as nothing but a spoiled inconvenience. I realized it then, the fake dad goes on, that it would be hard for me to truly love Taya. He says it with a cold little smirk, a version of her father that feels wrong down to the bone. Asti finally grins back at the illusion. It's all fake. My dad doesn't say things like that. My dad would never, she insists, voice cracking. But the tormentor just grins wider in the shadows, needling her further. All of this, he says, traces back to her. That day, the vision presses, twisting the knife. If only Tyre hadn't been there. We never would have ended up stranded in South Korea in the first place, the illusion insists, rewriting her whole family's history as her fault. The illusion spirals into a violent half-formed memory, fists flying, someone dragged by the collar, Asti's deepest fears made flesh. Back then, the fake voice presses on over a bloodied face instead of ordering me to protect Tyre. It would have been easier for everyone if she just told me to abandon her instead. And the reason her mother dumped her and vanished? Obvious, the voice sneers, because she was never anything but a nuisance. Asti clings to the truth through gritted teeth. Fake. It's fake. That is not my real dad, but... Even knowing it's a lie, her chest still aches like it's real. It hurts so much. Something inside the illusion finally cracks, raw power surging through the dark like a fuse about to blow. A monstrous, glowing-eyed figure looms over her, the true face of whatever's been running this whole cruel show. I found her, the creature crows, closing in for the kill. Necromancer King, it roars, not realizing the terrified little girl in front of it is exactly that. Steel flashes and blood sprays. Whatever just happened, it happened fast and violent. Outside, the alarm goes up. A teleportation circle has just flared to life right outside the armory. The mercenaries are coming, someone shouts, and the whole place scrambles. A fresh magic circle blazes to life on cracked stone, ready to spit out reinforcements. Smoke curls over a grim, run-down industrial district, hardly the kind of place you'd expect a rescue mission to kick off. Out of the light steps a grim, sharp-eyed figure wrapped in black, a blood-red skull pendant swinging at his throat. Reaper, commander of the second-ranked Grim Reaper Corps. He lets out a long sigh, unimpressed. Still a pitch-black dump of a neighborhood, he mutters. Brugon's been getting more and more insufferable lately, Reaper grumbles behind his mask. He'd honestly been thinking about switching suppliers. And of all things, he's the one summoned to go rescue the guy. Then a stranger question needles him. Do monster cores just resurrect on their own? Their own, comes the reply. Word from the association says no, this isn't a resurrection at all. How's that any different from a resurrection then? Reaper snaps. Honestly, he decides, it doesn't matter. They just need to destroy the thing. A clawed, red-gloved hand clenches tight in the dark, tension crackling around it. Not without Travaga showing up, someone finishes. Apparently there's no destroying this subspace without their rival crew's help. A glamorous, silver-haired woman strolls up waving a spatula like a weapon of her own. Hello? Reaper, it's been a while. This is Elhanes, commander of the third-ranked corps, Silber Scream. Reaper can only mutter her name in disbelief. Why do you look like you just walked out of a kitchen? He asks. She just laughs it off. Oh my. Turns out, she felt guilty always eating meals her husband cooked, so she finally decided to cook for him, for once, right when the mobilization order dropped. Reaper isn't in the mood for small talk. He's stuck on the nonsense that they can't even destroy the subspace without Travaga. Did he really get dragged out here just to hear her whine about that guy again? She clarifies. It's about the eye of Bezetan. Apparently they need it just to visualize the subspace well enough to pull Barugon out. Chuck, so what's your actual point? Reaper snaps. She leans in, about that oh-so-important Travaga. Her grin turns sly. Seems Travaga's crew is exhausted from clearing mana stones at the border, so thoroughly wiped out they're flat-out refusing the Association's mobilization order. What? Why would they be clearing stones at the Imperial border in the first place? Reaper demands. Aelin just shrugs. Apparently some lonely neighboring emperor personally called the Seton out there. He's really playing on a global scale, huh? She muses. I'm jealous. Then, Slyer, does he even realize how scary real authority can be? Do we look like we're doing the Association's dirty work because we enjoy it? Reaper growls. I gave up my day off to be here. People love to say this is the golden age of free mercenaries, where crews finally have a say. But if that were actually true, why are they both standing here right now doing exactly what they're told? Reaper has no comeback for that one. Still, he admits, it beats the old days, openly clashing with the paladins just to scrape together a single commission from the imperial family or the order. And then there's the Seedon Reaper doesn't even know what kind of nerve that guy has. Clearing mana stones like he's the only person alive who matters, not even entertaining the idea of stepping down from the #1 spot. Thanks to him hogging the spotlight, the number of big commissions coming their way has dropped off a cliff. And state contracts aren't much better. Every mobilization order, they get shoved around and ignored every single time. You get it, don't you, Reaper? Eleni presses, it's about time he learned to read the room too. Her eyes glint. All they need to do, she says, is pretend to search for the subspace, half-heartedly. If the rescue fails today, the blame will land entirely on the Sutton and his precious Travaga. Petty, sure, but that's exactly the plan. Back inside the subspace, something huge finally breaks through the dark, a massive black beast tearing its way in. It dives straight down toward Asti, no hesitation at all. Snap out of it, Tyre! It roars, and just like that, the illusion shatters, leaving her sobbing and soaked in relief. Blackie, she chokes out, finally safe. Her familiar broke through the lie before it could break her. Somewhere far off, a voice barks orders through the trees, get that teleportation circle ready now and pack every weapon that needs fixing. A crewman pats himself down, frantic. Where in the world did he leave that bag? Somewhere quieter, another hand rests easy on a massive blade, waiting on the word to move. The order comes again, sharper this time. Get ready. A shaky voice enters back into the wind. Yes? Alaric and a red-headed shipmate both go stiff, the color draining from their faces. You said we have to go, someone snaps. Get ready, we're leaving immediately. Alaric breaks into a full-blown sweat, sputtering what is even happening right now. He mutters that he has absolutely no idea why the leader suddenly changed his mind. Sure, dodging the Imperial family and the Order's notice is a nice bonus, but still. Whenever he gets whimsical like this, Alaric sighs, something always ends up happening. Elsewhere, a slow, dangerous grin spreads across an unfamiliar face. That bastard, he murmurs, eyes locked on a vision of a small hooded figure dropping out of a burst of purple magic. I was wondering when I'd see him again. His hand closes around his sword hilt. Let's go see, he grins, how crumpled that smug face of his has gotten. Leader, we've been delayed quite a bit, a subordinate warns, so we'll have to map the subspace the moment we land. Alaric falls in step behind him. Will you be able to open your mind's eye right away? Mind's eye, a third eye, and a sword strike, drawn out only when mana and holy power resonate together. His blade starts to hum, charged with power. The glow builds higher, louder, sharper. Power sparks off him like falling stars as he readies to move. Lightning cracks in a burst of magic dumps 2 figures into the dark. Blackie and Tyre have arrived. The impact scatters sparks of purple light across the room. A pained groan cuts the silence, then a frantic, "Are you awake?" Ears flat, Blackie growls that he can feel the condensed mana pulsing from the core somewhere nearby. Still wrapped in her Necromancer King disguise, Tyre vows to hold the fall back herself. Her jaw clenches, sweat beading, the strain of holding that grown-up face is starting to show. I don't have enough mana, she realizes. I can't hold my form. Blackie barks at her. If she can't pull off stealing the mana stone, at least run. Oh, okay, she squeaks, raises a monstrous roar, demands the Necromancer King show himself right now. Hulking fire-cracked brute barrels into view, howling for its target. A bright burst of magic slams into it. It doubles over, coughing blood. Abana's arm crackles with magic, readying another strike. Tyre plummets to the air, disguise flickering, breath coming in ragged gasps. Turns out this poor factory manager has been turned into a mindless zombie by something called Krajaris. A door bursts open, in a wash of red light. Tyre scrambles over pipes and machinery, hunting for anywhere to hide. Blackie bares his teeth by the door, standing guard. Her leg is bandaged, bleeding, throbbing with every step. A door slams, and something metal clatters to the floor. The two of them ducked behind a cabinet, her disguise gone now, both of them catching their breath. Back to her real small self, Tyre bursts into tears. What do I do? What do I do now? He's still a full-grown adult, still stronger than one scared kid, and Blackie knows it. If I don't tie him down tight somewhere, Blackie growls, we can't win this. Tyre's eyes go wide. The gears in her head start turning. Tie him up tightly. An idea starts to take shape. She spots something tucked away in the dark, an old cleaning machine, cord and all. A flash of realization hits her. That's it. She springs into motion. Blackie lunges, startled. Tyre? Blackie, grab this, she yells, tossing in the cord. She remembers a cleaner using one just like it back home, and figures it'll do the trick. Blackie's eyes go wide. This thing is super long. A clod striking nearly catches them both. An Isira Mantricking, the monster bellows, closing in. It charges, blazing with fire and rage. Her bandaged leg throbs as she braces for the plan to work. The cord snaps taut, cinching hard around its ankle. Blackie clamps down and hauls the line tight. The brute goes spinning clean through the air. Flipped upside down, mid-flight, dignity fully gone. It slams into the ground, hard. Tyre, breathless, watches it finally go still. Her eyes well up with relief. The monster lies hog-tied on the floor, wound tight in cleaning cord. It actually worked. She stammers, still catching up to what she just pulled off. I got it. Relief and guilt tangle together as she breaks down crying. Blackie, almost apologetic, tells her to cry later and hurry up and grab the book. The monster's out cold and drooling. She squeaks, snapping into action. She pauses just long enough to whisper a small apology to the man she just took down. Grab Cray Jars and get out, fast. She absolutely, positively has to get out of here. A flash of memory surfaces, someone shielding her, keeping her safe, because Tyre made a promise. More of it drifts back. Basto, old Nordics, the whole ragtag family watching over her. And her own bow underneath it all, to become someone dependable enough to protect everyone. Found it! She snatches up the prize at last. But the monster's shadow looms back into frame. This isn't over yet. Blackie warns her the core's condensed mana is only getting stronger in her hands. She stares at the glowing thing in her palm. Condensed? Naturally, her solution is to just bite into it. The thing detonates in a flash of light. And out pops a baby elephant, blinking innocently up at her. All she can manage is a stunned Coco, still not processing what just happened. Blackie's face says it all. He is completely done with this kid. An elephant hatched from a chicken egg, she declares, delighted, hugging her brand new find. What chicken? Blackie demands, while the baby elephant just squeaks back at him. It blinks up at her, adorably, hopelessly clueless. She giggles, while Blackie, full dragon form and fuming, yanks on her braid. He stomps off in a huff, saying what? Late at night, everything goes eerily still, just rain hammering the window and a silence that feels like the calm before disaster. Asti freezes, clutching her toy tight, and blurts out the words nobody wants to hear. It is a monster. Blackie doesn't sugarcoat it. This thing reeks of blood and killing intent, the exact same signature as every monster they have been hunting. Dark, crackling power boils off him as he stares the threat down, and for once, even Blackie looks rattled. There's no telling, he growls, how many people this thing has already killed. Whatever it is, Blackie snarls, it's the one that locked them in here and scared them half to death. Then, out of nowhere, a burst of squeaky little Q noises starts bouncing around like nothing's wrong at all. The chirping just keeps going, and Blackie has had enough. What is this bastard even saying? Ty-yor. Asti translates, a little sheepish. Apparently, the little creature doesn't even remember what it did before it hatched. Turns out sealing Tyre away in that pocket dimension wasn't malice. It swears it was a total accident, since it was only trying to hand over food it had been saving up forever. And that's when the picture turns ugly. A grown man goes crashing down mid-fight, bloodied and reaching out in sheer desperation. Asti admits she just kept running from it, so really it was only ever trying to catch her. Blackie isn't buying the food excuse. Food? You mean that human? The man, it's Basto, is down, wrapped in crimson tendrils and crying out in pain while the little creature squeaks innocently right beside him. Lackey stays skeptical. It claims it never hurts anyone, so why exactly was it trying to eat a grown man? Something snarls out of the dark while the tiny creature just keeps chirping away, totally unbothered. Here's the twist. Asti explained it doesn't actually eat people. What it feeds on are their hearts, or, more precisely, the fear packed inside them. Hearts filled with fear. Asti repeats it under her breath, clearly unsettled by what that actually means. Turns out that ever since it bonded with Tyre, this little thing doesn't even need to feed to come back from the brink. Just being near her is enough to bring it back to life. Bwacky says absolutely nothing, arms crossed, radiating pure, unfiltered jealousy. Someone's already gushing over how adorable the little guy is, Tyre's new favorite baby elephant apparently. Asti begs to keep it. Papu says it wants to stay with Tyre forever. Honestly, who could say no to that face? It even promises that if Tyre doesn't like it around, it will quit its whole feeding business for good. Lackey cuts in, dry as ever. Of course it will behave, seeing as it's been siphoning her mana straight into its stomach, he snaps, thoroughly done with this new roommate. The scene shifts, memory folding back on itself. A hand ignites with raw, glowing magic. Something big is about to happen. A voice stirs out of the dark, murmuring in disbelief. Necromancer King? Asti's eyes go wide with worry as she rushes to check on him. Are you unharmed? Basto just sits there sweating, shaken but very much alive, still trying to process what on earth just happened to him. What on earth happened? Ha! Someone mutters, staring into the wreckage of the moment. The bombshell drops. Krajaris' core is simply gone, vanished, all while the newly hatched little creature naps through it like nothing happened. Basto can barely believe it. You mean to tell me you defeated that monster, Krajaris? He presses further, so the core cracked because of some massive clash of magic? His jaw tightens, fists clenched, clearly bracing for an answer he's not going to like. Blackie just scoffs and takes off without another word. Asti sets the record straight. It wasn't a clash at all. The little guy just hatched and helped itself to the core's mana, no permission asked. Blackie glows faintly and stalks off into the snow, clearly still stewing about something. Huh? Blackie, where are you going? Asti calls after him, baffled. He doesn't even answer, just a flash of tail vanishing into the dark. Why is he doing that? She wonders, completely lost. Meanwhile, gentle hands fuss over the little creature somebody is already smitten. Bastu sits with all of it, quietly turning the whole impossible situation over in his head. He can hardly wrap his head around it, controlling a summoned beast in a space where magic isn't even supposed to work. There is clearly a reason your reputation precedes you, he admits, and Asti, caught off guard by the praise, just mumbles a bashful, Basto admits something strange. The fog that had been clouding his mind has lifted completely, like it was never real to begin with. He turns to her, dead serious now. Necromancer King. If my guess is correct, it seems you're the one who saved me. Because, he explains, Krajaris' core had apparently been quietly bewitching him this entire time. A comforting hand rests on his bandaged shoulder as the weight of that realization sinks in. Asti's jaw drops. She was not expecting that. Yeah, it's been like this ever since, Basto admits. The memories of that day just kept flooding back. He describes lying wounded, haunted, unable to shake any of it off. His nerves frayed so badly he lost control of himself, and he wonders aloud if it was because the little creature kept trying to feast on his own fear. Asti listens quietly, clearly worried about where this is headed. I do not know your age, he says. But if you're over 40, you'll have heard of it. He finally names it the Heathertell Massacre. Asti starts counting on her fingers, utterly stumped. Heathertell Massacre? 40. She panics and bluffs it. I think I might have heard of it. Basto sighs. Yes, she would definitely have heard of it. It was infamous. The weapon used to slaughter 90 innocent people, he says, starting with an attack on a hospital of all places. Was one I made myself, he admits flatly. Asti's eyes well up as it hits her exactly what she's hearing. He had always been strict about turning down personal favors, he explains. But this particular request was one he just could not refuse. The man who asked had grown up on the same kind of brutal, mana-scarred battlefield Basto had. Somebody who had knelt more grades than anyone should ever have to. He could not just ignore what that man had done to help end the Civil War. He only hoped his creation might buy the world a little more peace. Months of work later, the weapon was finished. He even gave it a grand name, Soul of Iron Blood, dreaming it would go down in history as a masterpiece. Instead, word reached him that his creation had taken innocent lives. Even knowing full well what a weapon is built to do, he says, he felt nothing but contempt for himself, for handing it over out of nothing but naive hope. The knight who wielded it was executed, and reportedly showed not one flicker of guilt. What was left behind was an endless row of graves for people who never stood a chance. After that, he says, weapons stopped feeling like anything glorious to him at all. There was even a stretch where he walked away from forging altogether. But he had built his whole life around being an armor smith. He could not just quit. A hand settles gently on his shoulder, steady and reassuring. Asti, in tears, refuses to let him carry the blame. Factory manager, you didn't do anything wrong. That knight is the bad one, she insists, fierce as anything. Basto just stares at her, quietly moved. What an eccentric person, he thinks to himself. She is still sniffling, wiping her eyes on her cloak, completely sincere about all of it. Funny, he thinks, a monster who single-handedly wiped out Kraras crying her eyes out over some old, trivial history. He clears his throat, suddenly awkward, and changes the subject. Anyway, I do have some defects. Like that. Asti blinks, confused. You have some to text? Defects. I mean, shortcomings. He corrects himself, flustered. So here's what eating fearful hearts actually looks like, he says, ever since he started keeping Krajaris's old armaments in his corridors. He had been gripped by this creeping certainty that the massacre was about to repeat itself, and this time it very nearly did. Asti's eyes burn with tears, taking in just how close it came to going horribly wrong. So that's why he had been so grumpy with them. The little creature kept accidentally poking at the factory manager's tuoma, Blackie explains. Asti rounds on the culprit, furious. Papu! Blackie's eyes flash in the dark, already gone in the blur before she can even finish yelling. He bolts, quick as lightning, vanishing straight into the shadows. His eye glares back over his shoulder. Why are you following me? I have absolutely no intention of going easy on you. But the little troublemaker just keeps trotting after him anyway, crackling with mischief. Puffed up and defiant, it fires back its own demand. And returned to our small, disgusting nest lizard. Not exactly the ending anyone saw coming, but hey, family is family. Picture this. Something huge, black, and seriously ticked off, wakes up mid-nightmare. What did you say? Black Pang snarls at a voice only he can hear. The voice snaps back, oozing pure venom. Are you trying to feign ignorance? Somewhere else entirely, a small glowing girl stands with her back turned, a strange pendant humming against her chest. This whole mess traces straight back to something the voice keeps calling the mother. Mana is leaking because of you, the voice roars, and Black Pong bares his fangs right back. You should have just stayed asleep inside the bed of repose, it hisses, and blood spatters the air like a threat made real. Chains of light wrap around a small shadowed boy clutching a glowing pendant. Waking up was apparently mistake number one. Manifesting with a body that can't even contain mana is just wasting the mother's precious essence. Charming way to greet someone. Elsewhere, a very unimpressed Bale mutters under his breath, "What an annoying bastard." Cut back to Black Pang, turning that old pendant over in his claws. Actually, ever since he woke up from the bed of repose, ghostly hands claw up out of the dark. I strongly felt like someone was chasing me, he admits. So he ran, wings out, straight through a blood-red forest with something always one step behind. I wanted to transform and run far away right then and there, he says, eyes wide, still rattled just remembering it. No idea who was chasing him, but he figured the smart move was to stock up. I thought I'd absorb as much mana as I could, anytime I got the chance. Power surges through him in a burst of light, and leave quickly, he says, Very smart plan indeed. That's what I thought, but oh, you know that's never how it goes. The light keeps building, dragging him towards something he never saw coming. He crash lands in a sunny field, and for some reason, one small kid's voice just will not leave his head. It felt as if that child was, he trails off, flowers blooming all around the memory. A monarch I had to protect. Yeah, he said it. Write it down, folks. Black Pang has feelings. Worn out from all that fleeing and feeling things, he curls up and passes out cold. Fast forward to present day. Asti's mana capacity is enormous, so sharing a little with him now and then shouldn't matter, right? A tiny chippy, Asti wades through glowing water, just like that monster said, he mutters, second-guessing himself. His own shadow unfurls, wings and all. With his body that cannot contain mana, it's obvious it'll eventually take a toll on Asti. So he's been holding back, on purpose. That's why I was refraining from manifesting as much as possible, he admits. A little self-control, credit where it's due. And yet, that guy is just eating it up like it's nothing, he grumbles, glaring at a sparkly little newcomer who clearly did not get the self-restraint memo. Black Pang rounds on the newcomer, boy form and furious. I will never trust you, so don't you act like a parasite on Tyre's mana either. The little creature isn't backing down. What? Do you not fear the pain of having your flesh torn and bones carved? Bold talk for something the size of a teacup. Black Pang isn't buying the cute act for a second. He figures the little thing picked that adorable shape on purpose, knowing full well Asti's a sucker for it. Showing your true colors? Bring it on, Black Pang growls, ready to throw down. What part of that dark-hearted guy is supposed to be cute? You don't have a single speck of care for the mother, the creature fires back. If you disappear, Black Pang snaps, I'll just close the subspace and be done with it. And that's when a very done with both of them Asti shouts them both down. Both of you stoop? The little creature freezes mid-tantrum, completely caught off guard. Did you guys come here secretly, without Tyre, just to fight? Busted. Absolutely busted. Why am I your baby? Black Pang howls. And Umsley, fair question. The creature just babbles back happily, completely unbothered. Kai could. Asti scoops it up anyway. Papu, you're a baby who's in big trouble too, she says, already smitten. Not falling for it, Black Pang insists. No matter how hungry you were, you shouldn't touch a person's trauma. Somebody has to be the responsible one. Papu just sits there looking pitiful while Black Pang glares daggers at it from the shadows. Asti can't help herself, babbling right back at it, and the little thing lights up, bouncing over sparkling with joy. What? She blinks, caught off guard by her own soft spot. She turns it over in her head. The law of nature, survival, all that. You had to eat to live, so you couldn't help it. But still. Tyre, don't let that monster fool you, Black Pang warns, watching his protection details slip through his fingers in real time. Too late, Poo launches straight into her arms, babbling with pure joy. They say no parent can ever really say no to their kid. Apparently that applies to adopted magical baby monsters too. Asti giggles, cradling her new charge while Black Pang sulks in the background, absolutely done with this family. From now on, if you're hungry, Mom will give you mana. Got it? And just like that, Asti's officially somebody's mother. Yo, you're really going to take in that monster? Black Pang sputters, betrayed by literally everyone. Turns out Papu doesn't even remember what he did before he hatched, and he's promised never to touch anyone's trauma again. It's natural for everyone. Black Pang argues about the memory loss. What's the big deal about that? Even so, Tyre doesn't like it when someone loses their memory. That one lands a lot closer to home than he probably meant it to. Asti goes quiet, glancing back over her shoulder. Tyre would never abandon her baby like that, not after everything she's been through watching someone she loves disappear, memory and all. You're thinking about that man, Black Pang says quietly. He doesn't need to ask who. Back to business. Bastu pokes his head in. Necromancer King. Did you find the baggage? Let's look for the exit now. Okay, Asti chirps, snapping back to attention with her new baby in tow. Now, Papa, guide us to the way out. Pibu wiggles happily against her, more than ready to prove himself useful. By the way, Necromancer King, look at this, someone calls out, holding up a find worth a second look. Nordic squints at the thing in his hand. What is this object used for? Just a battered old dog tag on a chain. Small detail. Could mean nothing. Could mean everything. Cut to a totally different mess. A masked officer stalked through a corridor, furious. How the hell am I supposed to destroy it? I can't even see it. Even if I slash at empty air for half a day, he snarls, there's no reaction, not even a place to cut. Nothing's working. They've thrown mercenaries at every corner of the armory district trying to pin the thing down. They've tried beating the space with magic too, also no use. Smoke's already rising over the district. In the end, unless Thesatan comes, someone murmurs, flipping through notes, clearly out of better ideas. Before that thought even finishes, someone cuts in hard. Pew choo. You said Travaga, where the Seton is, was heading this way, and then suddenly turned back. The masked officer's jaw tightens. Not exactly the update he wanted. What kind of nonsense is it to turn back when you're right in front of it? Great question. Nobody has an answer. The scene shifts to a much fancier hallway and a much more important audience. General Commander, someone addresses him, and the skyline behind them says this conversation matters. We inform the mercenaries that Travaga turned back, but is it really okay to just let the leader of Travaga go? His aide presses. The masked officer's face says everything his mouth doesn't. Nobody answers, just silence, and the sinking feeling that nobody has a plan. The general commander, golden-haired and unreadable, just watches the situation unfold. We'll figure something out ourselves, comes the eventual answer. Bold strategy. There's nothing we can do. I guess we have to give up. The masked officer laughs, and it is not a happy laugh. Back at the armory district, Basto's nearly in tears. This makes no sense. When they said the association was coming for support, I thought everything would be fine now. The masked officer shrugs it off cold. It seems there are no more options, so we will be leaving first. And just like that, the so-called reinforcements turn and walk away, leaving everyone else to stare after them in silence. Monstrous red claw twitches in the dark. Somewhere, someone mutters about rank battles and pride like that's supposed to matter right now. Whatever it is, comes the reply, steady despite it all, we became mercenaries to save people. Blades come out. This is happening whether backup shows up or not. I don't have the confidence to just helplessly watch someone fall victim to a monster. Say what you want about these guys. Their hearts are in the right place. Blood sprays across stone as something twisted and clawed lashes out. One of the mercenaries goes wide-eyed with horror. Wait! Over there! The ceiling itself starts cracking apart. Red light bleeding through like something is clawing its way in. It's a subspace. A subspace is revealing itself on the ceiling. Well, that explains a few things. A silver-haired captain snaps into command mode. Everyone grab your weapons. The subspace is becoming visible. How? But Nordics throws himself forward, arms out. Wait a moment. Please do not attack. He knows exactly what's about to come through that gap, and it is not something you want a room full of panicked mercenaries swinging swords at. Tyre told you not to push. Someone scolds from the other side, the little troublemakers shoving to get through a gap that's just too narrow. A massive red claw punches straight through the crack. The whole space splits open with a crack loud enough to shake the walls. And there's Asti, blood on her cheek, eyes shut tight. She's the one who just went toe-to-toe with whatever's on the other side. Leader! Someone cries out, and Basto comes running. It's over, and everybody's still standing. Two grown men are hugging it out, cheering like idiots. Factory manager. The whole crew loses it, fists in the air, screaming their thanks to the sky. Except, hang on, one guy's still bleeding and yelling. What are you all doing? We're going to just drop straight to the floor at this rate. Bring something right now. Turns out the celebration was a little premature. Yay, yes. Somebody scrambles to fix that immediately. Meanwhile, the masked officer just stares, putting it together in real time. Don't tell me that person just subjugated Krajaris. Somewhere far above it all, unhurried footsteps descend, gold catching the light. I guess there was no need for me to step in, comes a voice used to being obeyed. And there he is, Valentis Luminin, General Commander of the Luminin family's Holy Knights, unknowingly watching the mysterious necromancer king everyone's buzzing about, with no idea just how close to home she might actually be. Back at headquarters, Basto's bleeding from a fresh scalp wound and absolutely fuming, howling that he warned everyone ages ago to get the armory inspected. Someone points out that blaming the maintenance crew is really not the priority right now, not with blood still running down his face. Someone's screaming for a stretcher for the elder while another voice cuts through the chaos demanding to know if Krejaris really got put down for good. A sharp-eyed, silver-haired mercenary leader storms in on the scene, demanding to know just what exactly happened here. The group scrambles over whether to chase down the factory manager or deal with the bleeding first. First aid wins. Someone's shouting for the factory manager himself, who's clearly in rough shape too. Basto's crew swarms little Asti checking for injuries, and she waves him off with a cheerful "I'm fine," even though she's clearly running on fumes. One of Basto's masked mercenaries figures that since the Necromancer King walked out of that subspace without a scratch, Krejaris has to be well and truly finished. As someone dabs at his wound, Basto snaps back that he's not so sure about that. The silver-haired leader isn't convinced either. Krejaris was never some pushover monster, so how does its core just vanish into thin air? A blonde official in ornate knight's regalia fires back. Or maybe it hasn't disappeared at all, maybe it just hasn't been found yet. Cooler heads suggest taking the whole conversation somewhere more private to hash out the details. The official asks that every mercenary group leader who helped with the rescue join the final debrief. And that includes the Necromancer King herself. He adds, looks like Asti's getting summoned to the grown-ups table. Asti blinks, caught totally off guard at being called out by her disguise title. And someone spots exactly who just walked through the door and the whole room short-circuits. Ale and his hooded partner go rigid. Why is H.E. here of all people? Asti tugs on Vale's sleeve, whispering to ask exactly who this guy even is. Vale fills her in. That's Valentus Luminel, more or less the top commander of the entire Holy Knights Order. Asti's jaw drops. The commander of the Holy Knights is standing right there. Word is he's the very man who subjugated Krejaris 35 years ago and personally donated the core the armory's been using ever since. Rumor has it he rushed over the second word got out that the core had reactivated today. Sure enough, here he comes, striding straight through the gates himself, with Basto practically vibrating trying to get his attention. Since the rescue op went through official channels, turns out the Imperial family has been quietly hunting for Krejaris too. Valentus turns straight to Asti, asking if she personally saw the core disappear along with the factory manager. Asti stammers out a yes. Honestly, she's just as baffled about why as everyone else. Vale murmurs that you never really know who you're dealing with. That man is the current general commander of the whole order. Asti's practically starstruck, staring up at Vale like he just handed her the answer to everything. If Holy Knights Command itself walked all the way out here in person, Vale figures this guy might actually know something about her father. Asti's whole face lights up. This could finally be the lead she's been chasing this entire time. Little Asti marches straight toward the imposing commander, backpack and all. Someone tells her it might be exhausting, but she needs to go talk to him. No excuses. Basto isn't about to let her walk in there alone and steps up to go with her. But Asti hesitates. There's a small problem with that core everyone keeps asking about. It's not exactly a core anymore, and she has absolutely no idea how she's supposed to explain that. Elsewhere, Nordiques is still stuck on how she pulled off magic inside the subspace at all. Mana manipulation is supposed to be flat-out impossible in there. He recalls her story about a spirit sealed in yesterday's mana stone gifting her a strange bracelet. One that can apparently erase people's memories on command, called the Sanctity of Oblivion. Nordiques nearly chokes. Please tell him that thing didn't also come out of the core. Footsteps echo down a quiet hallway as the conversation moves somewhere more private. The Imperial family and the Order have a bad habit of just confiscating whatever valuable relics mercenaries dig up, and no mercenary group is even allowed to personally own one anyway. Blackpang in his human disguise spells out the obvious problem. Asti already has the thing, so of course the higher-ups are going to want it. Asti spirals internally. P.P. Papu isn't even Krejaris, and she promised he wouldn't go around feasting on people's trauma either. She clutches her band tighter, sweating bullets. What if someone tries to take Pupu away, or worse, kill him? So it's officially a family emergency meeting. Basto, Blackpang, and Asti all putting their heads together. Absolutely not happening, someone declares, producing a suspiciously official-looking torn slip of paper for hand-bit kindergarten. The plan, apparently, is to give Papu a totally normal kindergartner identity, because as of right now, Asti is officially his mom. Asti practically bursts into happy tears hugging her brand new kindergartner. Back with the assembled mercenary leaders, someone remarked it's a pretty bleak spot for a first proper meeting, but nice in its own way. The silver-haired woman introduces herself properly this time. She's Elenise, part of the crew that came to help with today's rescue. Beside her, a sharp-featured man with a red skull pendant introduces himself as Reaper, leader of the Grim Reaper Corps. He's heard the rumors and wants a straight answer. Does she really wield some rare, unique brand of magic? Asti nods, a little too enthusiastically. Yep, necromancy. Elenise presses further. When exactly did her magic awaken? Most mages don't cast their first spell until their teens. She waits, watching Asti's face like a hawk. Basto answers for her. A month and a half ago, give or take. Asti grins nervously, hugging her backpack a little too tightly. Elenise and Reaper trade a look that says neither of them is buying a word of this. Asti doubles down with an overly cute yip, complete with imaginary sparkles. Alan just stares, silently wondering what planet this kid is talking from. It takes most mages 3 whole years just to land their first spell. What exactly is she claiming here? Suspicious, Elena says flatly. You could at least make the lie sound believable. If it were true, she adds with a smirk, that would be pretty amazing, wouldn't it? She keeps needling. Awakening a rare attribute power like that must have been quite the shock, huh? For me, a whole mercenary corps that fast off one lucky power-up feels a little too convenient, if you ask her. Even if the goal really was just to attract public attention. This whole story is honestly too good to be true, Elenise finishes, arms crossed. Then, without warning, she reaches over and pinches Asti's cheek anyway. She can't help it, the kid's just too cute. Asti giggles right through the cheek pinching, playing along like a pro. Elenise even swings the kid's little backpack around for good measure. Guess it really is amazing, Asti chirps, right before something flashes that makes both mercenary leaders' jaws drop. I didn't mean it like that. Elenise yelps, while Reaper just tells her to knock it off. Because honestly, walking away unscathed from something that swallowed 200 people whole earns some real respect. Reaper admits he's relieved she's in one piece after surviving that subspace at all. Word is that inside there you come face to face with your worst fear, and the second you crack under that illusion, it's game over. Cue the flashback. Basto's swinging for his life somewhere inside that nightmare. Someone snaps their fingers, driving the point home. With smaller monsters, sometimes the killing blow wipes out the core right along with the beast. But a heavyweight like Krejaris? That's not supposed to happen. And yet there it is, the core glowing and very much intact. For now. Asti's brain short-circuits into pure panic mode. Plan, she needs a plan. Boop, but, she stammers, stalling for time. Elenise snaps her fingers right back at her, waiting for the rest. Broken? The core? Elenise repeats, completely floored. It's not a lie, I swear, Asti insists. According to her, once Black Pan cleared out Crazy's fog and finally found the thing, it just shattered and vanished. Right there in front of her. Right on cue, Loentis Luminel finally strides into the room, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting. Elenise stiffens at the sight of him. Inconveniently for anyone hoping this was made up, Asti's account lines up exactly with what the factory manager already told them. Basto walks in right beside the commander, looking about as tense as a man can look. Still, Elenise isn't done. Inside that subspace, she reminds him, mana manipulation shouldn't even be possible, summoned beasts or not. She levels a hard look straight at the general commander. After all, shouldn't the man who personally sealed Krejaris know the rules of that subspace better than anyone alive? Her eyes slide sideways, right toward Asti. Because, let's not forget, Krejaris' core was a legendary great relic. The kind of prize the Imperial family, the Order, mercenaries, and nobles alike would kill to get their hands on. So Valentis calmly points out they can't just take anyone's word for it. Someone could very well have quietly siphoned it off. Elenise bristles at the implication. But it's Basto who blows up first. Is he seriously accusing him or the Necromancer King of hiding the thing and refusing to hand it over? Valentis doesn't flinch, simply suggesting they keep emotions out of it. Warp's always cleaner handled calmly. Alanis backs him up. A proper, lawful search seems only fair given the stakes. Valantis opens his mouth to lay out exactly how he plans to settle this. Someone visibly tenses up at whatever he's about to propose. Asti jumps in fast. If it's a body search they're after, she's already been through one, thank you very much. That cling clearly catches someone off guard. Valantis reminds the room, as they already know. He's the one who sealed Krijaris 3.5 decades back. So why exactly does he think someone like him bothered making this trip in person? Aline's eyes go wide, the realization hitting her all at once. She'd completely forgotten about Valentis Luminel's signature power. An ability built on a holy power trained to its absolute limit, the awakening of holy vision. One that lets him sense any aura he's personally experienced before, meaning if Krijaris' power is anywhere nearby, he will find it. A tense beat passes, and then he simply says it. There's no trace of Kraukaras anywhere in this armory district. Asti nearly melts with relief, hugging her backpack and the secret still safely tucked inside it, just a little bit tighter. Guess motherhood suits her after all. The knights burst in demanding answers. Did that kid drag something dangerous back out of the subspace? Basto turns on the waterworks, playing the picture of wounded innocence while the knights grill him. Old man Nordics grabs him by the collar and hisses, if this is about Krargrass, Valentis Luminen is not going to just let it slide. He admits he only just realized how bad this could get, and now everyone's panicking. Bolt now, and did the only look worse. Vale catches wind of it from around the corner. So what? Do they just make a scene and run for it? The door slams open. Turns out everybody's already gathered here waiting. Basto strolls out with Tyre in his arms, petals drifting everywhere, the interrogation's over, and nobody got caught. They hustle out before anyone in that estate can change their mind. Basto fills everyone in. Apparently this whole raid kicked off because the number 2 ranked mercenary group ratted them out. Bound his Luminen himself already swept the room with his awakening of holy vision, hunting for the source. And he comes up empty. Not a trace of Kraus' mana anywhere in this room. Meanwhile, Tyre just hugs her backpack tight and doesn't dare breathe. Still, Valentia says he'll respect her objection, for now. Starting today, he's locking down the entire armory district for a 2-day search. Basto about chokes? Wait, they're searching his crew too? Volantis, cool as ever, just says it's a lawful investigation and he'd appreciate the cooperation. The guy radiates so much do not test me energy, even his own collar looks like it's sparkling in warning. Bat with the crew, Basto tells everyone to lay low and behave for the next 2 days. Vale wants details. Did they say anything else? Nope, and Vale is out of breath. False alarm, all that panic for nothing. Vale and Nordics aren't fully convinced though. Relief, sure, but still. Vale calls it. Back to the inn, everybody. We actually need to rest. Cute tiny Tyre declaring she's starving, and Bale laughing that everyone's earned a meal first. And of course she's already offering to share the secret snack stash from her pocket. Bale personally fluffs up her bed. Lie right in the middle, kid. She faceplants right into it, ridiculously fluffy, and she is loving every second. She's already bouncing around offering blankets to Enzo, who insists he's fine without one. Nordics tosses in his own blanket for Tyre too, with Bale side-eyeing him. Old man, are you sure you won't regret that? Basto blows out the last light, and the room finally settles down. Tyre's out cold in seconds, snoring softly under the pile of blankets. Somebody's not having it, though. What is this? A full-on burial? Vale grumbles as the blanket pile keeps growing. Bale insists warm is good. Actually, Vale's just melting under there, swearing he didn't even stack that many on him. Later that night, though, Bale can't actually sleep. Something's eating at him. Quietly to himself, kid, I really thought you were going to die today. Basto notices he's still awake and softly calls his name. Bale, half joking, admits he probably just handed the kid false hope earlier with all his mercenary group talk. Cut back to dinner, where Tyre basically face planted onto the table mid-meal, completely wiped out. Bale had told her flat out, her awakened power's ridiculous for her age. It wouldn't hurt to run a mercenary crew together someday. Basto can't stop replaying it either. He'd told himself it was a little dangerous, but fine, that's all. The flashback hits hard, armor and gauntlets scattered across the ground from whatever fight nearly took her. If something had actually gone wrong with her today, he doesn't even want to finish that thought. Everyone's quietly worried about Tyre tonight, more than they're letting on. Basto heads out to bed at last, with Nordics trailing quietly behind him. Elsewhere, Tyre's own mind drifts, her face tips back, eyes catching the light. Wide green eyes, wide awake in the dark. Vale pulls Vale aside. You know, Vale, Tyre almost got into some real trouble today. Her own thoughts kick in. Right, because she's the commander of Agavert now. That promised to be a commander they could actually count on. She's been holding on to it ever since. Wide-eyed, gripping something small and precious close to her chest. That's exactly why she kept her cool and worked with Blackie to get herself out of danger. She gave up everything back home to be here. Tyre's gonna be happy here, she tells herself, with Dad and her new family in Agavert. Everyone's hurting because of these mana stones. Whole regions have been torn apart by wars fought over them. A lone figure sits amid the wreckage, and her resolve hardens. The memory of raw magic tearing towers apart flashes through her mind. Every single mana stone in Terlokium, she swears, has to go. Every mana stone in this entire world. That's exactly why being a mercenary doesn't scare her one bit. A gentle hand pats hers, the little bracelet on her wrist catching the light. I'll do my best, she whispers, drifting off, because we're all family now. Vale lingers a moment, just watching her sleep peacefully. Basto, not to be outdone, starts piling his own blanket onto Enzo and Raoul too. Vale finally has to shut it down. Lights out, for real this time. The inn finally goes quiet under a blanket of stars. Basto himself is out cold, snoring loud enough to rattle the windows, his own blanket sliding right off. Typical. The one guy handing out blankets all night can't even keep his own on. But somewhere, someone's still awake, staring up at a sky packed with stars. Tiny Tyre marvels. There are way more stars out here than back in Zhang-no-gu. It's just different from home, she thinks, padding along barefoot. A warm memory surfaces. Grandma and the neighbor lady, sitting with her on the porch, ages ago. She wanders off alone into the night, unable to shake the feeling. And she's not the only one awake. Someone else is out on a balcony, staring at nothing. Oh, it's the commander, Tyre realizes. Guess even he can't sleep tonight. She settles quietly on the steps nearby, and out of nowhere, the tears start. She doesn't even know why she's crying, honestly, it just comes. And then a vision hits her. A silver-haired man breaking down, begging someone to just stop killing him already. Are you doing this? He demands, just to make me wreck the last thing I have left with my own hands. Please, he begs, someone just let me go. And then the words land like a verdict. Theseus Luminen is no more. Back when the mobilization order first came down, someone confesses they never actually expected that particular child to show up at all. A silver-haired man breaks down completely, muffling his own sobs. How? A blindfolded woman asks, cradling a small child. Are you supposed to treat a perfectly living kid like they're already dead? One name slips out under her breath. Eleonora. And there she is in memory, the Luminant Saintess herself, smiling softly. If you'd been by my side, the memory seems to ask, would any of this have gone differently? A hand reaches out through the dark and the memory finally lets go. Back in the real world, the commander stirs on that balcony. He wakes with a start, wide-eyed, like the memory chased him too. Tyre steps right up and introduces herself properly, the commander of Agabert at your service. She walks right up to him, completely unbothered. He turns away fast, clearly not in the mood to talk. Commander Luminen, she asks softly, are you sad? Why? She steps in closer, not taking the hint to back off. It's a personal matter, he mutters, brushing her off. The Tyree's already spotted her own bracelet and gotten an idea. She ties it right onto his wrist before he can protest. Thank you, he says quietly, caught completely off guard. Tyre tears up a little herself, admitting she'd been too busy thinking about Blackie to notice something sooner. And then it hits her, The commander looks eerily similar to Dad. The bracelet glints on his wrist, practically glowing. He studies it, narrowing his eyes. A bracelet radiating real holy power? That's an artifact. And there's no record of any artifact like this ever being reported. He goes quiet, turning it over in his mind. Depending on where this thing came from, he realizes he could land somebody in serious trouble. Elsewhere, someone else jolts away from their own restless dream. Fingers close tightly around the pendant hanging at their throat. A hazy, half-formed memory lingers. Did this person cry too? Once? The vision, seems to ask, why were you crying? Tyre swears up and down she didn't cry. She just almost did. Picture little Tyre, arms crossed, doing her very best, I've got this handled face. Out on a rooftop under the stars, a mysterious silver-haired stranger leans in and asks the one question she never wanted to hear. Is her real name really Tyre? She can't lie her way out of it. Yes, she admits, Necromancer King was always just a nickname. He doesn't look thrilled. Going around blurting out her actual name to a total stranger? Rookie mistake, and she knows it. She tries to talk herself down. It's not like her whole identity gets blown just from someone knowing the name Tyre, right? Then it hits her why she panicked and let it slip in the first place. This guy's face is eerily close to her dad's, and that shook something loose. The stranger just studies her quietly, giving absolutely nothing away. Tyre's still rattled, replaying her own slip-up in her head. Yow, you won't tell the other mercenaries, right? My real name, she blurts, suddenly realizing this was supposed to be a secret. He just stares back at her in total silence, the picture of composure. For someone with such an infamous reputation, she's awfully careless, he mutters, before offering her a deal about keeping that name quiet. He softens up and pats her head, telling her she better be more careful herself instead of counting on him to cover for her. Heart pounding a little, Tyre looks him over and asks the thing that's been bugging her. Why does someone as incredibly strong as him look so sad, Commander? The reason I was sad, you mean, he echoes quietly, turning the question over. He goes quiet for a beat, something heavy clearly weighing on him. Well, it's because I met someone I missed after a very long time, he finally admits. But, he adds, that person wasn't really who he remembered anymore. Not anymore. Tyre's eyes well right up. Tyre knows about that too, she says, and she absolutely means it. Somewhere in memory, a lone figure sits by the water at night carrying the weight of finally finding someone he'd missed for so long, but being sad because it turned out not to be that person after all. That's a whole different kind of heartbreak. Under a sky full of stars, someone quietly asks why people even have to die at all. Tyre's face falls, clearly thinking about losses of her own. Happy things always come to an end. Every single day, the thought drifts by. And I always have to say goodbye to the people I liked. The two of them just sit there together, sharing that quiet ache. Then he says it outright. She looks eerily similar to the person Tyre likes most in the whole world. The person you like, he repeats, letting it hang in the air. Tyre's whole face lights up like someone just flipped a switch. How'd you even know about that? She nearly shouts. Turns out he's not just some guy on a rooftop. He's the commander of the entire Holy Knights Order. Did you really think word of a rookie mercenary corps hunting for a mystery paladin wouldn't reach his desk eventually? Which is exactly why he figured she'd want to ask about this paladin first. He studies her for a long moment, clearly weighing something. Then, gently, he just scoops her right up. Tyre lets out a full-body gasp, not expecting that at all. Can I ask about him? She manages, heart racing. Of course, he tells her simply. So she goes for it. Is there a paladin out there named Kim Young-soo? Alarm bells and fireworks go off in her head at once. This could finally be a real clue to finding Daddy. And then he crushes it in one flat sentence. No paladin by that name exists. Tyre freezes, stunned into silence. Didn't you already know that? He asks, not unkindly, as she just stands there alone in the dark. He's never heard of a paladin by that name anywhere in the Imperial capital, he says, while her memory flickers with the worried face she's chasing. Right, of course. Kim Young-soo was only ever Daddy's cover name back in the modern world, not whatever he's actually called out here. So if a name isn't going to cut it, what's actually going to lead her to him? Then the commander asks, "Do you know what this night looks like?" The gears are visibly turning in her head. I know his face," she practically shouts, lighting right up. In her memory, Daddy is exactly as she left him, always smiling right beside her. Tyre swears she will never, ever forget that face. Turns out the Capitol headquarters keeps something called the Knights General Organization Chart. It's basically the whole registry, every single paladin's age, scattered across the entire world of Tarlokium. Naturally, he points out, it's not the kind of document just anyone gets to flip through. But if she clears up a few things for him, he says, he could personally allow her to see it. Commander's privilege. Fostering good relations with a capable mercenary corps is technically part of his job too, he adds very smoothly. I'll do it! I'll do it! I'll do it! Tyre practically vibrates. Whatever it takes, she is completely in. She reaches for him, buzzing with hope. Then tell me, he says, what your relationship to him actually is. And her real reason for searching for him. And exactly what she's been hiding that turned her into whatever it is she's become. He waits, patient but pointed, for her answer. Panic sets in. If she tells him the person she's after is her dad, then he'll figure out Tyre is really only 4 years old. And once that's out, there's no way she keeps leading a mercenary corps either, right? But she hesitates, torn between hiding and hoping. This might be the only real clue to Daddy she's ever going to get. She grips her bracelet tight, steeling herself for whatever comes next. That person is... She starts. The capital skyline stretches out under the night, holding its breath right along with her. This, she explains, is exactly why Tyre ended up here in the first place, on the very day the death notice arrived. A flash of memory, little Tyre peeking out over a railing, small and uncertain. She doesn't even know where Daddy is anymore, and her own crew admitted they'd been keeping that from her, worried it's too dangerous, strong or not. The commander looks down at her from above, taking it all in. For a long moment, neither of them says a word. A single tear slips down his face as he asks, almost to himself, if something like that is even possible. Here's the real twist. The Necromancer King was born in Tarlukium, but her father actually lived in a completely different world, one called Jonnogu, where he died. And somehow, after that, she woke up Hermione and ended up right back here. If these words are true, he thinks, turning the impossible over in his mind, then this is no ordinary kid play acting at being grown up. Something much bigger is going on here. So, Tyre presses, are you going to show me the organization chart now? Very well. I will let you look at it. He agrees. Really? It's a promise, right? She asks, practically bouncing. Yes, a promise, he says, and actually smiles. Tyre bursts into happy tears and throws herself right at him, completely overwhelmed. For once, this is just pure, uncomplicated relief on her face. Except mid-hug, she quietly activates a relic. Her bracelet lights up right against his arm, glowing with borrowed magic. Turns out, the second she got his promise about that chart, she was already planning to wipe his memory clean with an unregistered relic. He catches her red-handed, one eyebrow up, one word dripping with amusement. You. The magic flares and fizzles right between them. Her hand stays pressed to his arm, the spill not quite landing the way she planned. He blinks back something that isn't quite anger, just tired, damp-eyed disappointment. Oh dear, is all he says. Tyre is a bad girl, he tells her, and she absolutely melts into apologetic sobs, calling him Commander Mister through the tears. In her defense, she reasons wiping the memory of someone who betrays you is basically just self-defense. Worked out fine last time. But what she just tried to pull on this commander. Even she has to admit that's straight-up shameless swindler behavior. She dissolves into loud, guilty crying. Tyre is a truly bad child, she wails at herself. A single tear falls, and that's where we leave her, guilt and all. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, Bastil bolts wide awake in the middle of the night. He's up and moving before he's even fully conscious, like something just screamed a warning straight into his gut. He's out of that bed in an instant. and he just about screams, badly rattled by whatever he's sensing. Something out there is very, very wrong, and his gut knows it before his brain does. See you next chapter. Basto's up and moving in the dead of night, hair a wild mess, jaw set tight. Something is very wrong. Someone yells for him to wait, and Vale's already out the door behind him. Not a chance, she's sitting this one out. Someone grabs for him in the dark, too stunned to even finish the sentence. Basto barks the order, stay put. Asti can't have gotten far in the middle of the night. The rest of the crew reminds each other they're under investigation right now. They can't afford to rattle the Holy Knight's order any further. Reluctantly, the rest of them agree to hang back and wait. But Basto's already gone, boots pounding down the hallway into the night. And somewhere out there, a stolen artifact pulses with blood-red light, the missing core of Krajaris. A second summoned beast just appeared out of nowhere, and nobody in this story believes that's a coincidence. Nordique staggers after them through the rain, calling their names. Because the real bombshell is this: Asti somehow managed to pull one over on Commander Luminen himself. Nordique rubs his face, turning that thought over like it might bite him. If Asti's really hiding the whereabouts of that core, she's not just in trouble for that. There's also the small matter of an unregistered magic relic she's been carrying around. Put those together and she could be looking at charges for deceiving the entire Holy Knight's order. Basto and Vale push on through the storm, refusing to slow down. Someone shouts for them to wait up. What they find stops them cold. A man in white is cradling Asti in his arms, calm as anything. Nordique's stomach drops. He knows exactly who that is. Co-commander? Someone finally manages to choke out. Asti just sits there in his grip, that little charm bracelet dangling off her wrist like nothing's wrong at all. The commander looks over the frantic crew with something like approval. Your members have remarkable loyalty, Necromancer King. He sets her down carefully, handling her like something precious rather than a wanted mystery. And there's a smirk on his face none of them have ever seen before. There's apparently a saying about this guy. A single smile from the commander could unleash 1,000 mana cores. Yeah, that's a real saying people actually use about him. It's rare for him to smile in public at all, and apparently, as a reward, he's inviting the whole crew somewhere. There's something almost unreadable behind that easy smile of his. Vale blinks. An invitation? To what exactly? Turns out he means his own house. In 2 full moons, the whole crew's invited, and their collective jaw hits the floor. He simply tells them to go get some rest. And just like that, he's back to being completely unreadable. The crew heads home rattled, dragging one very sleepy little necromancer along with them. Outside a door, a small voice confesses it all. Tyre made the mister into a fool. Dale's ears perk right out. Made him into a fool? Details. Now. Asti explains, there's apparently an organization chart listing every Holy Knight in the capital. She doesn't know her dad's name, but she knows his face, so she figured that chart could finally lead her to him. Cut to how she actually got her hands on it. He offered her trade, the whole truth about why she's hunting for her father, in exchange for a look at that chart. So she told him everything. And then she admits, tearing up and with this, I really had no choice but to, she wails. Oil's jaw drops. Wait, are you saying you got the promise out of him and then wiped his memory? Underneath all the panic, she's just eaten up with guilt about lying to him in the first place. Vale softens. Leader, it's all right. You didn't do it out of malice, right? Basto and Vale back her up together. It was a lie to protect herself, plain and simple. Vale says he'd have done the exact same thing. Asti still isn't so sure, but aren't you supposed to never lie? She a flashback to Grandma back home, hollering that liars get hauled off by the police. Vale counters, but look, she'd be in way bigger trouble without that chart, right? Her identity gets blown, she never finds her dad, the whole crew scatters. Vale lays out the doomsday scenario in dramatic technicolor. Things get dangerous, the narration warns, and Asti's little face says she's bought every word of it. But that just raises the real question. What actually happened to Commander Luminen after all that? Asti freezes at the question. Vale presses on. Above everything, she's in the genuine emergency here. She has to find her dad. He reaches out to her gently, ready with one more argument to ease her guilt. He poses a little hypothetical. Say he lied to her in an emergency with no other choice. She'd forgive him, right? Without hesitation, she says of course she would. And there's Vale's whole point. The commander will feel exactly the same way. Don't worry about it. Asti's not entirely convinced. Would he really, though? Vale just grins and pats her on the head. Probably. Not exactly reassuring, but she'll take it. Back to the interrogation. So, did she actually confirm the memory wipe took? Asti hesitates. He didn't say anything, just stared at her blankly. She walks them through it, the exact moment the bracelet took hold. The whole scene around them looked strange, off somehow. Not at all like the last time she used that bracelet to erase someone's memory. He just stood there, completely still, and she started to panic that maybe he'd forgotten his promise about the chart entirely. And then, out of nowhere, he calmly asks when she'd like to view it. He kneels right down to her level and takes her hand like it's the easiest thing in the world. He hadn't forgotten a single word of the promise. Then, we shall meet again soon, he tells her, and pulls her into a careful, warm hug before sending her off. That's exactly what happened, Asti insists, wrapping up her story. Back in the present, Basto's not fully sold. It makes him uneasy, betting everything on a kid's account. The crew agrees, but there's not much choice, not when the opponent is Commander Luminen himself. Still, there's a silver lining in the logic. If the wipe hadn't worked, he'd have already confiscated her relic by now. Nordiques weighs his reputation, the commander of the Holy Knights Order, the Empire's most loyal attack dog. And yet somehow, something keeps steering this kid straight through disaster unharmed. For now, he decides to just call it what it looks like, an absolutely wild stroke of luck. Basto quietly patches up the old man's arm as the night finally winds down. Through all of it, Asti sleeps like none of this ever happened. Elsewhere, the grown-ups reach a conclusion. The commander definitely isn't her real father. She grew up with her actual dad. If the commander really were him, he'd have recognized her instantly. Which just leaves the question hanging. So, who on earth is her father, then? If he's not part of the Luminen family, there's no other Holy Knight it could possibly be. Meanwhile, in the completely different corner of the capital, someone asks Valentus Luminen himself for an update on the Necromancer King investigation. Yes, comes the flat reply. And there was nothing unusual? Back with the crew, Asti tears up a little, thinking about how she somehow survived in a den of lions this whole time. She remembers the same ragged crew kneeling around her as a toddler, shielding her from a world that wanted her gone. It must be thanks to them she's made it this far at all. Back on that comm line, Valentus confirms it one more time, flat and final. There was nothing. The next morning explodes into chaos, a booming voice through the door. Hey there, Necromancer King, still sleeping? Asti bolts upright, wide awake in about half a second. Vale grumbles it's way too early for this, and the burly, bearded craftsman at the door, the crew's so-called factory manager, just laughs that the sun's already high in the sky. He's not leaving until the Necromancer King shows her face, he announces. Asti, still half tangled in her blankets, has absolutely no idea why he's here. Someone tosses her something to throw on. Let's get you decent first, hire. She shuffles to the door, still half asleep, squinting at him. He's absolutely buzzing, waiting something occur. Look at this. He holds up a small, delicate charm, practically vibrating with pride. It's inspired, he says, by that mysterious battery she once showed him from her subspace stash. And he's gone and turned that inspiration into a brand new amulet, fresh off the workbench. In a hazy dream memory, Tiny Asti squints down at a battery like it just personally insulted her. A battery is a hairpin? Not quite, sweetheart. Before the dream fades, she holds the little thing up to her dad and asks the obvious question, what's it even for? Cut to the man himself, Papa, all beard and muscle, squinting at a tiny battery like it's a puzzle beneath his pay grade. Turns out he knows exactly what it does. Pop this into a toy like so, and that battery is what gives it the power to move. Like this. And just like that, the little toy truck springs to life. It goes rattling off down the hall on its own, And for a second, dad and daughter are just two people chasing a toy car together. The truck zips along and Asti can't hold back an astonished, "Oh ho!" Simple magic, but to a kid it's the best trick in the world. Time skips ahead, and overnight something's clearly been cooking. Turns out Nordics has been hammering away at the forge all night, and his crew bursts in scolding him. "Elder, you need to rest. What have you been doing all night?" Nordics just grins through it. "You are a mage too," he tells his young visitor, changing the subject completely. He gets down to business. "You used a permanent summoned beast in the subspace, and you usually rely on summons for combat, right?" As green spectral energy and skull-shaped spirits swirl around them, he explains, this plays a role similar to at Pattery from the Dream. A permanent summon draws on its master's power the exact same way. It helps summoned beasts, which live off the wearer's own mana, stay stable a lot longer, Nordics explains. "That's what I'm getting at. Since you took down Krajaris, you've probably got your own methods by now," he says, pressing a crafted charm into the young knight's hand. "But I made this to boost your defense too. Take it." Elsewhere, two young knights trade gossip. Awestruck, I wondered where he got the guts to ignore direct order. Even the Emperor's. His skills are on a whole other level. "Come to think of it," one adds, "the commander's summoned beast used to vanish out of nowhere too, didn't it?" "Was its name Blackie?" the other mutters, still salty. "The little bastard that bit my finger." Back in the present, Asti squirms under the question, all nervous sound effects. Yeah, that is right. Tonta, to be honest, she admits, Blackie isn't really a summoned beast. He's a spirit. Basto, older now and putting pieces together, turns to Nordics. "Did you really make this to give to our commander?" "The same kind of gift, years later." Nordics just cackles. Actually, there's more. He produces an armful of plushies, a white bear, a panda, a brown teddy, ribbons and all. Asti's whole face lights up. "Wow! A super cute teddy bear?" She squeezes the bear tight while Nordics keeps talking shop half to himself. "I've worked in new tech too. Way better control over attribute magic than the old orbs. Are you even listening?" She absolutely is not too busy squealing. "Thank you, factory manager." As she hoists the panda triumphantly, her crewmates watch from the sidelines. Deadpan. "Wow. Must be nice, Commander." Basto, still stuck on the word gift, looks baffled. "But a gift?" he starts. "Are you saying you're not?" "Not selling these," he finishes, genuinely thrown by Nordics giving his work away for free. Nordics turns serious for a beat. "You eliminated that eyesore Krarjaza," he says, watching red crystal shards drift on the wind. "And you helped revive the Armory District, which nearly went under after I lost my mind over losing it. Staying on good terms with the mercenary corps that has this much of a future ahead of it is good business for me too, isn't it?" he says with a knowing smile. Asti, still hugging her new bears, only half registers the business talk. She's too busy soaking in her crew's growing reputation as the seeing mercenary corps. Then she bolts. "I'm gonna go to my room and brag to my summoned beast." She's already halfway down the hall, teddy in tow, as someone calls after her, "Hey, why go inside when you can brag right he?" "Too late, door slammed, nobody can come in, okay?" Naturally, that just makes Basto, Nordics, and Vale crowd right up against her door, dying of curiosity. They go dead silent, straining to listen through the wood. "It must be about what old man Nordiques mentioned yesterday," someone whispers. "Don't be surprised, just listen." Out in the night air, the talk turns serious. It sounds like something has become almost like one of Asti's own summoned beasts. "Astir summoned beast now? Are you talking about Krajaris's core?" comes the startled reply. The group presses closer to the door. "Yes," comes the answer, just like the sanctity of oblivion. Basto lays out the plan under the stars. "Until the holy knights lift this lockdown and clear out, let's keep a closer eye on our surroundings. And protect the commander," he finishes, dead serious. One of them exhales. "Right, it's good that she just left." Then Basto rounds on the group, all business. "Do you guys have anything you want to say to me?" "What do you mean?" someone asks, right before Basto drops the real question. "The Necromancer King. That's not a disguise as a child, is it?" Nordics and another of the crew walk in tense, hooded silence, letting that question hang in the air. Someone flinches. Ah! Blissfully unaware of the interrogation brewing outside, Asti throws her arms wide. Lucarion, poo-poo-poo, come on out! She's practically vibrating with excitement, cradling a small floppy-eared creature in her room. The factory manager gave this to me to say thank you, she gushes, and I got out of trouble because Lucarion helped. Thank you! Blackie, unimpressed as always in beast form, just gives a flat, while outside someone quietly wonders, did our commander seriously just act that well? Blackie's human disguise smirks wide. Just acts well? Clearly enjoying being in on the joke. Basto, eyes narrowed, states it plainly. It is a known fact that our commander is an eccentric who disguises herself as a child. Nordics chuckles. I've lived over 70 years, and this is a first for me. A grown man beaming that brightly at a teddy bear. Cut to Exhibit A, Asti, positively glowing, hugging her plush haul like it's the best day of her life. Basto shrugs. Let's be honest, anyone just passing by might buy the act. But anyone watching closely, even for a second, would see right through it. Asti, off in her own head, is still turning over that dream conversation from the subspace. Basto's whole face drops. No, the realization landing somewhere it hurts. Nordics, calm and grave, confirms it flat out. That is correct. Astir's appearance is not a disguise. That child, he starts, and everyone braces for what's coming. Awakened her powers at far too young an age, he says, as memory flashes to a tiny Asti surrounded by a wall of skeletal spirits. There were too many things to be worried about, so he had no choice but to spread the rumor that she was in disguise. Basto pushes back, logic kicking in. Fine, let's say that's all true, but how does a literal child pull off that act? Whose idea was it in the first place? He rounds on Blackie's human form. Don't tell me it was yours. Blackie's answer comes quiet. No, it was the kid's idea. Basto reels, half to himself. We meant to fix it right away, the moment the mercenary corps. Nordics cuts in, worried. What on earth is this matter that can only be resolved by doing something like that? We can't get into the details, Blackie hedges, clearly uncomfortable. Then Nordics drops the real weight of it himself. I'll just say it's related to the child's biological father. The words land hard. His eyes go wide with the shock of it. I see, he says quietly, processing it. Then, gently, I understand the situation. Let her know she can drop by for repairs anytime her gear breaks. You've grown quite a bit yourself, he tells Basto, watching him fuss and fret over the girl like family. Vale, offended on principle, sputters. Our commander, like that, it is not like that. This guy. Right on cue, someone new barges in loud and blunt. I only came to see the Necromancer King, not you guys. I'll be taking my leave now. Basto and Nordic stand side by side, both quietly wearing the same little bunny charm, a small sweet detail nobody bothers to mention. Back in Asti's room, the small gray creature perks up. I can feel it. Mother's power is. Being sent through in a much more condensed form, it marvels, practically glowing. Really? Asti gasps, dashing off while Basto and Nordics watch from the doorway, bemused. She stares at the little creature, utterly delighted. A quick, cozy sketch. Asti squeezed between Blackie and her tiny new friend, all smiles. She hugs Blackie close, cheeks pink, heart practically visible in her eyes. Then the moment's interrupted. Tire told you not to come in, someone yelps, catching her red-handed. Is that a thing you brought back from the subspace? They ask. Asti, caught, just nods. It is. Vale's expression turns genuinely stern, looming in the shadows, not the reaction Asti was hoping for. She flinches at the sound of her real name. Vazel Bale called Tyre Astir. It hits her hard. That's exactly how Dad used to sound right before a scolding. Because Tyre brought a monster home without asking anyone. Everyone must be really mad. Mad? She repeats to herself, spiraling a little. She scrambles after Vale to explain. Tyre can raise it. Tyre can raise it. I know I shouldn't just pick things up, but Papu has nowhere else to go. Poo-poo, sniffling, turns surprisingly fierce in her defense. If you defy Mother, I will. Blackie, full beast form, swats the threat down flat. Don't do that. A quieter beat follows, hands reaching out, a small gesture of comfort. And then, finally, the verdict, do whatever you want, tire. As he blinks, caught off guard by how easily that went. Basto's voice softens completely. It must have been really hard acting like the Necromancer King this whole time, huh? You don't have to keep saying you're okay, he tells her, and he means it. It's true things ended up this way because we went looking for your dad, he admits. I'm sorry, especially since you said you wanted to go to a cram school or an orphanage too? Blackie finishes gently, crouching down to take her hands in his. Nordics chimes in with the bigger picture. So, once we reach the Imperial capital, we're planning to trade in every core we've collected for reward money and buy a real home to serve as our mercenary corps base. Asti's jaw drops, sparkles practically bursting off her. Buy a home? She repeats, hands clasped, absolutely thrilled. A real place to belong, finally within reach. The gang's already picturing it. Their very own house in the Imperial capital. A place like this could even get tied into the capital's academy. Someone dreams out loud. Their carriage rattles on, and word spreads that the curious eyes hunting the Necromancer King are finally backing off. Ty's eyes go wide, already spinning up a but then worth of scheming. Her big worry, can all 6 of them actually cram into her house? The math is not mathing, and she looks mortified. And now they got Blackie and a cat named Peepoopoo to squeeze in too. The house is getting crowded fast. The whole crew cracks up picturing it, laughing themselves silly at the chaos to come. Don't worry, kiddo, we'll have more than enough for a 6-room house, Basto promises, and Ty about loses it. 6 rooms? How? Time skips ahead. Agabert finally finishes overhauling their weapons, Warhammer and all, ready to hit the road. Agavert, you're leaving already? The factory crew calls out as everyone gathers up. It's the factory mister seeing them off. The Warhammer's finally fixed, Basto says, so it's time to go. But why'd you all gather like this? Ty asks. Of course we came to see you off, they tell her. One of the crew hauls little Ty along on a rope like a stubborn puppy. Honestly fair. She just grins and giggles through the whole thing, completely unbothered. It's nothing, I already forgot everything, she chirps, while someone privately thinks her Death King act is a genuinely terrifying disguise for a toddler to pull off. The factory crew just about dies laughing at her. Thanks for forgiving us, one of the workers says. So what's the plan once you hit the capital? They're hunting for a mansion to set up a proper base in the capital, Nordics explains. A base in the capital? Basto repeats, turning the idea over. Word is some mercenary groups already been talking about setting up a base there too, a couple of workers mutter. Which group was that again? One wonders, while Ty's already scheming her housewarming invite list for every factory mister here. Ty's shopping list is objectively unhinged. Will you buy toilet paper and detergent as presents? I need them for blowing soap bubbles. The poor factory workers just stare. Toilet paper? Soap bubbles? Someone please translate. All right, leader. Let's get moving. Someone laughs, and the goodbyes finally wind down. Thel catches something out of the corner of his eye and does a double take. Startled. Up in the watchtower, someone's watching them go. Ah, it's the director! Someone calls out, spotting him. Director, have a safe trip. Ty waves, beaming. Please come to Ty's housewarming, Nordics adds with a grin. Then we will, comes the reply from the balcony as the farewells finally wrap up. And with that, the carriage finally rolls out of the Armory District for good, headed toward the capital. Looking back, Ty decides the Armory District was actually a blast. Even the time they got trapped in that eerie subspace. That monster attack was terrifying in the moment, chasing them down inside the void. But now, curled up half asleep, it's just become one more fond memory to smile about. Tucked in beside her stuffed bears, Ty herself is worn out and dozing off in the jostling carriage. She drifts off with a big, contented smile on her face. Carrying her through the dark, Blackie can't stop turning it over. Getting invited to the Luminen mansion is honestly bizarre. Locking down the Armory District the way they did, it really felt like someone wanted to keep tabs on the crew a lot longer than usual. Even after wiping that stranger's memory, Blackie admits, it's wild he's still up and left the very next day. He keeps walking through the trees with Ty asleep on his back, lost in thought. To make the Luminen Mansion's schedule work, they'll need to head straight for headquarters the moment they reach the capital, someone figures out loud. Then, out of nowhere, something crackles through the dark and Blackie lunges, sensing trouble before anyone else does. What is this? Vale bolts upright, alarmed. Who? Nordics stammers, reaching out in confusion. Astir? Blackie's voice cracks with panic as he realizes something's very wrong. Basto snaps awake, stunned. Ty's whimpering in her sleep, clutching tight, clearly in distress. Someone grabs her hand and recoils. Ty's body is like a ball of fire. Vale's face goes white with shock. Stop! Stop the carriage! Someone shouts up to the driver as panic sets in. She's burning up! Blackie panics. Is it not dangerous for a kid to run a fever this high? Ice? Don't we need ice? Vale blurts. We got some from the armory district. Someone bring it here. Someone dashes out into the storm to grab it. Yes, I'll bring it. Here, I've also got fever reducer from the gate, Nordics offers. If we use this... He fumbles to prepare it, hands shaking. Are you all insane? Blackie snaps, cutting them off. An ice pack won't work, he insists. She's still a small child, he explains. Her body can't regulate temperature like an adult's can. You don't crash a fever like that. Do it too fast and you'll send her straight into hypothermia. A fire? Basto asks, already thinking ahead to warm water instead. Make it lukewarm and bring a full bucket, Blackie directs. She needs to drink, or all that sweating will dehydrate her. And bring a clean cloth to wipe her down, too. Basto digs through their travel trunk for supplies. That medicine's for adults, isn't it? Blackie asks warily. Yes, Nordics admits. I never bought it thinking a child would need it. Then we split it into tiny doses, Blackie decides. A full one would overdose a kid her size. Let's keep that as an absolute last resort, he says softly, holding her close. Only if nothing else brings the fever down. Vale goes quiet, the tension of the night finally catching up with him. Blackie watches over her, worry written all over his face. I checked the map, Basto says. There's a village if we cut through this mountain range. The group huddles around a campfire, weighing their options. There's supposed to be an inn, so we might get a day's rest there, but... Someone trails off, uneasy. Word is most of the village evacuated after mana stone sprouted up nearby. It's a lose-lose. An empty village is a disaster, and one still under mana stone siege is worse. Nordics eyes the sky. Looks like rain's coming, and heading back to the armory district isn't an option either. Someone leans in close over her pendant, murmuring softly, It's okay, Ty. Everything's okay. Basto cradles her gently, doing what he can to comfort her through the fever. Everything will be fine, he keeps repeating, like saying it enough might make it true. Someone by the fire admits everyone panicked so badly they couldn't think straight in the moment. If it weren't for her summoned beast stepping in, who knows what would have happened, they realize. Was his name Blackie, or something like that? Nordics asks, eyeing the creature curiously. He popped right out of her bag. I know he's a summoned beast, but can one really turn this human? Vale wonders aloud. In a soft, dreamlike glow, Blackie and Ty doze together, finally at peace. Guess if the master's a monster, her summoned beast comes with monstrous abilities too, someone jokes. Still, it's a relief her fever is finally dropping, thanks to him. In her fever dream, a familiar voice soothes her. It's okay. Everything will be fine, Ty. A dark-haired man holds her close, tender and warm. And there it is. The man cradling her in this dream is Ty's father. Outside the dream, Basto and Nordics just watch her sleep, stunned into silence. Whenever Ty got sick, it turns out, her dad always did exactly this for her. Careful hands tie a small ribbon into her hair, a quiet, loving memory of him still watching over her. An old mage leans on his staff in the dark, quietly stunned. He has just been told this little girl's monstrous familiar has been at her side since the day she was born. On a table scattered with old letters sits a small red gemmed pendant. A quiet voice notes it has been a long time since Astir last summoned him like this. In his human shape now, black hair and red eyes catching the light, he does the math out loud. They've been together more than 4 years. The old mage's jaw drops. A summoned beast bonded to her since she was barely old enough to walk. He is clearly trying to play it cool and failing completely. He shakes his head, still amazed at just how extraordinary this kid keeps turning out to be, then leans in with the real question. Does he actually know her father? Blackie just shakes his head. Nope, no idea who the man is. A pendant flares to life in a wash of light, and just like that we get pulled back into the memory itself. He admits his own memory only really starts with her, curled up in bed, tiny ass ear tucked against him. He cannot recall much of anything before that. It bothers him a little not remembering, but he brushes past it, hoping tires always come first, hands reaching through the dark to prove it. Smoke and light swirl around a small huddled shape as something works desperately to save her. Thankfully, the strange little Haribo tire somehow received turns out to matter more than anyone realized. That trinket has apparently been quietly keeping a dangerous mana leak in her body in check. And then, out of nowhere, someone starts sobbing. It is Blackie, in his little beast form, absolutely wailing, inconsolable at the sight of his sick master. Little ghostly spirits drift and fall around him while someone crouches down, watching the small creature fall apart. Someone comments on how pitifully he is crying, then softens. Don't worry, her fever is already coming down a bit. Rewinding further, they left in such a hurry nobody even noticed the kid was getting sick in the first place. If he had only known, he admits, they would have rested a little longer before pushing on. Rain starts hammering down on the leaves overhead. The carriage rattles through the downpour in the pitch dark, water streaming off every edge. Inside, droplets ripple across the floor. Something is very wrong. Aesir lies there burning up, eyes barely open, glassy with fever. Delirious. She mumbles one word that breaks your heart. Dad? The door bursts open and the whole crew scrambles in, panicked, screaming to know if she is okay. Blackie scoops her up, wide-eyed and scared out of his mind, holding her like she might slip away. All she can croak out is that her throat hurts. Someone shoves a cup at her, telling her to drink up quick, but she is already whining that she does not want water, she wants her favorite cartoon strawberry milk instead. Sick as she is still throwing a full-flavor demanding tantrum, and Blackie just stares, utterly stumped that they do not have any milk at all. Even Basto's baffled, wondering out loud what on earth she's even asking for while she keeps wailing for her strawberry milk. Full meltdown mode, fists clenched, tears flying, absolutely not taking no for an answer. Someone scolds her for craving junk food of all things while she is sick. Stop whining, she is told, and just drink the water already. Her eyes well up, glassy and wet, clearly not thrilled about any of this. Between sniffles, she mutters, "It will not hurt then," sulking, adds that she hates Blackie. He tells her fine, hate him all she wants, but she is drinking every last drop of this. She gulps it down while Blackie and Nordics hover close, watching every swallow. A quiet beat passes, just a small pause hanging in the air while someone gathers their thoughts. Basto finally asks the real question. Has her throat been hurting since they were back at the Armory District? She admits it with a sheepish yeah, and he immediately wants to know why on earth she did not just say something. Her reason guts you. If she is sick, everyone will worry, and they will just tell her to go to the hospital again. That answer clearly rattles him. Of course she has to go if she is sick, he snaps, then pauses. Is she actually scared of hospitals? The question just hangs there in the rain. And that is when the memory drags us somewhere else entirely, a sterile hospital hallway from her old life. A doctor's voice explains that a bad cold can spiral into complications like this. She reassures the men holding his sick daughter that the girl will bounce back fine with the right treatment. Right now, though, the kid is struggling to breathe, so oxygen therapy is the move. Then comes the awkward part. Since they are foreigners, the doctor gently warns, the bill might hit hard. Her dad just holds her close on that little stool, saying nothing, absorbing it all. Turns out little Tyre used to play bank constantly with a kind neighbor from room 203. She is sweating through the fever, curled against him, small and exhausted. Which means she actually understands exactly how much money a bill like that really is. The memory folds back into the present, that same old fear still sitting in her chest. Blackie loses it, half in tears, yelling at her for worrying about medical bills of all things. Basto backs him up hard. Their situation is nothing like it was back when they first met her. All the cores and gold they have earned clearing Mana Stone sieges thanks to her exist for exactly this. But she just sniffles that it really does not hurt that bad if she just endures it. Really? Then, quietly, the real plea comes out. Please do not take her to the hospital. Blackie caves instantly, promising they will not go, telling her not to cry. She peeks up, hopeful, needing to hear it again. Really? Baster softens too, tells her they will skip it, and to just get some more sleep. Blackie holds her while she finally drifts off, safe against him. Someone mutters that of all the luck, she must have gotten stuck with some garbage doctor back when she was seriously sick before. Blackie says there were plenty of bastards like that in his own hometown too, cutting corners on people who needed real help. Basto grumbles about quacks who charge 30 gold for medicine that does not even do anything. But Blackie corrects him. The doctor Tyre actually saw back then was not a quack at all. That world just runs on its own messy rules, he explains, and that is exactly why the bills were so brutal. In the end, that doctor treated her properly, and she made a full recovery. Bastu is completely lost what rules could possibly be that complicated, so Blackie lays it all out, walking him through how her modern world's medical insurance actually works. Turns out her dad was technically an illegal immigrant there, ineligible for any public health support. Even Blackie has to admit, so that is a real thing that exists. He sits with that for a second, quietly turning it over. Unless dimensions rip open and timelines start bending, he thinks, none of that world will ever touch this one again. The old city skyline glimmers faintly in his memory, already fading. Realistically, he figures, something like that crossing back over will probably never happen. There is a strange little smile on his face as he lets the thought go. He admits it, grudgingly. It would honestly be quite a sight to see. Then someone else cuts in, needling him for only ever caring about his precious master. Blackie fires right back, pointing out how oddly polite this guy has been acting lately. Basto tells his crewmate to quit while he is ahead. He is going to lose this one, and the guy just grumbles that, yeah, he has heard it all before. The bickering fades, and the memory pulls somewhere deeper, somewhere older. His memories from before all this are hazy at best, he admits. But one feeling never left him. 4 whole years feel like barely a blink to something like him. Which is exactly why, if he is honest, her constant longing for that man used to genuinely irritate him. He remembers her crying for her father back then, and just not getting it. Why chase so hard after someone she would surely forget the moment she grew up a little more? That is what he used to think. But now, he admits, he thinks he finally gets it. Just a little. Because everything he did for her tonight, he realizes, was really just him copying that man. The same man who once sat hunched over her sickbed, desperately nursing her through those short, fleeting 4 years they actually had together. Back in the present, someone sits quietly in the wagon doorway as the storm outside finally starts to calm. The rain is letting up, and Tyre's fever seems to be easing a little more too. Blackie checks her forehead gently, relief written all over his face. Basto scans the road ahead, cloak pulled tight, staying alert. A weathered old sign welcomes them into a town called Cottabine Ridge, pointing the way to the inn. Looks like they have found somewhere to hole up for the night. The wind sweeps quietly over the sleeping rooftops of the town. An empty cobblestone street sits still under the night sky, the storm finally behind them. Rain hammers down on a rundown tavern called the Taverna, and this is where Basta's crew is about to make their pit stop for the night. A voice cuts through the dark from inside. A room here will run you 100 gold. Yeah, you read that right. Meet the innkeeper, and she's got the kind of face that says she is absolutely not negotiating. The crew files down into the inn, hoods up, carrying a sleepy little assy between them, just trying to get out of the storm. Somebody just about loses it hearing the price out loud. You said what? Bale is soaked, furious, and absolutely not paying triple digits for a room with a leaky roof. This is ridiculous. Bale explodes. 100 gold just to sleep in a dump like this? The old innkeeper just slams her hand on the counter and glares right back. She is not backing down easy. Asti jumps in to back him up, pointing out they weren't even charged this much to see a doctor. Even when we all ate together at a restaurant, it was only 5 gold, she huffs, doing the math out loud. Old man Nordic steps in too, cool as ever. Are you looking down on us for being travelers? There's a limit to how much you can overcharge. Thasta scoops Asti up out of the argument as the innkeeper grits her teeth and drops it. 50 gold. She's not even hiding that she's ripping us off. Someone gasps, completely done with this haggling. The innkeeper doesn't budge. This is the only inn in town, take it or leave it. Asta wasn't impressed either. You picked the wrong people to mess with, he warns, Asti tucked against his shoulder. Vale's already over it. Let's just go. I'd rather sleep in the carriage than pay that kind of money. A fist hits the counter. The standoff isn't over yet. The innkeeper cracks. 30 gold. Progress, finally. Vale isn't satisfied. Not a chance, he says flatly. Make it 20 gold, comes the counter, dead serious. The old innkeeper just stares him down. Why? Is 20 gold absolutely out of the question? And there it is. The grin. Looks like somebody just won this round. The innkeeper sighs, thoroughly defeated by a bunch of broke travelers. The rooms are on the 2nd floor, she mutters. Deal closed. Vale heads upstairs to check out the room first, and honestly, expectations were pretty low. Asti spots the bed and just about melts. It's a bed, hearts everywhere. Tyre wants to lie down. It's a pretty floral blanket, so fluffy, she is way too excited about basic bedding. Then a hand yanks the blanket right out of her grip. Asto's already shaking the thing out like his life depends on it. And he keeps shaking it, and shaking it. Something is very wrong with that blanket. Clouds are coming out of the blanket. That's not dust anyone wants to be breathing in. How's the room over there? Someone calls out, bracing for the answer. There was a dead mouse under the blanket. Crazy, that old hag is seriously out of her mind. Will this be okay? The leader is still getting over her cold, one of them worries, glancing at Asti. Fair point, but it's cold, it's pouring, and there was 0 chance they were sleeping in the carriage tonight anyway. But something's nagging at them. By the way, doesn't the atmosphere of this town seem a bit strange? Vale goes quiet, turning the pink charm over in his hand. Something's off here. A signpost welcomes travelers to Cautabine Ridge, all cheerful lettering and false promises. Because this is a quiet town that flat out contradicts every welcome banner plastered around it. Everyone's hiding behind shutters and doors like the whole town is braced for something. I was planning to check out a pub anyway, Vale says, deciding it's time somebody went digging for answers. Since they might be walking into danger, Old Man Nordics offers to stay behind and watch the room. For now, let's all move together, comes the plan. Safety in numbers. Asti perched right up. A pub? Is Tyre going to do a cheers too? She's already singing about it, notes and flowers floating around her head. Sure, whatever. I'm sure they'll at least give you some water, comes the deadpan reply. No, Tyre wants to drink strawberry juice. Priorities, people. You seem excited, leader, someone teases as the group heads out into the night. Then out of nowhere, movement, something's about to go very wrong. A blur drops out of the shadows, blade flashing. Somebody's under attack. A stranger with streaked silver-black hair and a nasty grin steps up, aura crackling. You there. Hand it over while I'm still asking nicely. Whoever he's after takes off running through the dark streets. Asti catches sight of the chase. Ha ha ha! A punch connects, hard. This bastard. Somebody is furious now. A stranger rips the pouch straight off and someone doubles over in pain. Ugh. Vale, are you okay? Vale rushes over, teeth gritted. Tick! Fist still clenched, the group walks off, rattled and furious. I'm fine. I had it tied to the inside of my waist, but he managed to snatch it, Vale admits, a little shaken. Seriously, what kind of messed up town is this? Yeah, nobody's disagreeing with that assessment. Rattled but determined, they finally reach the pub door. The second they walk in, every single patron stops and stares. Real subtle entrance, guys. They find a table anyway and try to ignore the weirdly intense eye contact. Asti and Lucarian, Black Pang's kid disguise, trade a look amid all the staring. Basto just sighs. Elston, yeah, this is also my first time receiving these kinds of stares. Someone taps the table, ready to order. The bartender sizes them up with a smile. You look like new faces, are you travelers? Yes, that's right, Basto answers. She recommends her own home brew, the birch brew, apparently the house favorite. Then she narrows her eyes at the two kids in the group. By the way, what business do children have in my pub? I don't sell alcohol to children, she says flatly, looking straight at Asti and Lucarion. Asti stares up at her, stunned. Whoa, she looks exactly like Teacher Lee Soljae. Old life flashback, apparently. I bet she's a super, super nice person, Asti decides on the spot. Kid's got instincts. Maybe. The bartender just smiles warm and easy. Nothing suspicious here, probably. Yes? Or orange juice is fine too, Asti adds helpfully. What do you want to drink, Lucarion? I'll have the same thing as you, he grumbles. All right, 2 glasses of orange juice it is. We're all out of strawberries. Sorry, the bartender says. Drinks arrive? Thank you, Asti chirps, then rounds on Lucarion. What are you doing? You have to say thank you too. Thanks, he mutters, clearly allergic to gratitude. No, not to me you have to say it to the Miss Boss here. Asti insists. Thank you, he grinds out, reluctantly. The bartender laughs it off a little awkwardly. What can I get for the rest of you? 4 glasses of that thing you mentioned earlier, Basto orders. Understood. Please take a seat and wait. Behind the bar, she pulls out a drawer of fresh oranges to get started. Off she goes to get the order together. Somewhere across the pub, a local watches the newcomers with a little too much interest. The bartender hums happily to herself, orange in hand, clearly enjoying her work. Drinks line up on the counter, foam and candlelight and all. Have a good time, she tells them, setting the round down. Adeline, 1 more glass here, someone shouts from across the room, so that's her name. Coming, I'll bring it right out, Adeline calls back, already moving. Basto and Asti clink glasses. Cheers, cheers. For one evening, things almost feel normal. Across the room, someone's watching them with a look that says, this town's secrets aren't done yet. Adeline carries her tray through the crowd, that same easy smile in place, but something about her doesn't quite add up. A glimpse of an elegant hem in the crowd catches someone's eye, definitely not ordinary travel gear. That woman, she's a noble, someone murmurs. And just like that, this sleepy, secretive town gets a whole lot more interesting.